For the Empire of Isgard, this was a day of celebration. A victory parade filled the streets, but for the man who did all their dirty work, this was supposed to be the day he finally went home. The crowd roars with excitement, confetti raining down as they cheer for their heroes. A knight in shining armor waves to the adoring masses, but he's not the one who truly ended the war. The people's cheers echo through the sprawling, beautiful city of Isgard, a city-wide declaration of victory. Away from the main celebration, a young boy sprints down a cobblestone street, his little sister struggling to keep up. He urges her to hurry, worried they'll miss everything, but she's already out of breath, pleading with him to slow down. Frustrated, the boy stops, sighing that he told her they should have rushed. The parade is already moving on without them. Just then, he slams into someone and tumbles to the ground. Looking up, he sees a towering figure cloaked entirely in black. The mysterious figure takes a heavy step forward, not even glancing at the kid he just knocked over. The little girl finally catches up, asking her brother why he stopped, but he's frozen, just staring at the person in front of them. Confused, she follows his gaze, her eyes widening. The cloaked figure walks past them without a word, their presence casting a long, dark shadow over the two children. The boy is terrified, his face pale. He points out that the parade is in the other direction and quickly tells his sister not to stare. He leans in and whispers, his voice trembling with fear. "That's a dark mage." "A dark mage?" his sister asks, watching the cloaked man walk away. The boy nervously confirms it. He explains that dark mages are cursed beings. As he speaks, the hooded figure continues on his path alone, carrying a heavy sack over his shoulder. He arrives at a massive, ornate building perched on a cliffside, the heart of the Empire's power. Inside, a beautiful woman with long, blonde hair gazes out a grand window, looking down upon the celebrating city. Her expression is serene, her light blue eyes calm and steady as she watches the festivities. Suddenly, her eyes widen slightly. She's heard the sound of approaching footsteps. The cloaked man strides down the long, empty hall, his dark cape flowing behind him like a shadow. He stops before the blonde woman. She turns to him, a faint smile on her lips. "You've returned, Minold." From beneath the hood, the man's expression is cold and unreadable. He drops the heavy sack onto the polished floor. A menacing horned helmet rolls out. He tells her that with this, the last threat to Isgard is finally gone. The woman begins to thank him on behalf of the Empire, but he cuts her off. "That's enough." His eyes narrow from beneath his hood. He just wants her to fulfill her end of the promise. "Right now," he demands. The woman stands silhouetted against the bright window, her expression unreadable. Her face darkens for a moment before she forces another smile. She remembers their promise and tells him not to worry. Then she corrects herself, asking if she should call him by his real name now, Kim Minjun. He pulls back his hood, revealing the weary but determined face of a young man. The woman, the saint, tells Minjun she never liked him, which is why she gave him the dirty job of being a dark mage. But she admits that he's done more than enough to change how people see them. She looks at him, her expression serious, and asks one last time if he truly wishes to return to his world. Minjun is kneeling on the floor, his head bowed. Without even looking up, he gives a simple, firm answer. Yes. He finally meets her gaze, his voice filled with 2 years of bitterness. "Please, let me return now. You've used me enough." The saint sighs, a hint of disappointment on her face. She tries to tempt him, suggesting that if he stayed for the Empire, she would reward him for everything he's endured. But Minjun just smirks. "Let's stop with the act." She looks startled, insisting she's being sincere. But he ignores her, stepping closer and asking what, exactly, she plans to give him. The saint is taken aback, her eyes wide with confusion as she asks him to repeat himself. Minjun's voice is dripping with contempt. He reminds her she dragged him here by force and used him like a tool. Does she really expect him to stay behind and clean up more of her messes? He lifts his head, his expression sharp and challenging. "So tell me, what will you give me in return?" The saint promises him whatever he desires, claiming the Empire needs him. Minjun looks at her. Deadpan. "Bring me Korean fried chicken." She can only stare back, completely bewildered. He continues, adding a dish of jokbal to his list of demands. He complains that the food in this world is disgusting. All they ever gave him were high-calorie biscuits, animal feed, not food for a person. He asks her how she expects him to live on trash like that. The saint looks flustered, stammering that they'll try to improve the menu. "Fine, forget it," Minjun says, his frustration growing. "Then bring me a monster PC with the best specs and the fastest internet connection. He needs to collect his rewards for the game." Dungeon Power Fighter immediately. The saint has finally had enough. She yells at him to stop, demanding he request something she can actually provide here in Isgard. She clenches her fist, letting out a frustrated sigh. His ridiculous demands have clearly gotten under her skin. Finally, she gives in. "I understand," she says, her voice strained. Defeated, she tells him they'll begin the ceremony to send him home. They approach a large, arched wooden door at the end of the hall. This is where it all began for him. Minjun looks around the grand hall with a sarcastic smile. He remarks that it brings back so many memories. Memories he'd rather forget forever. The saint instructs him to stand in the middle of the summoning seal, the very same spot where he was first dragged into this world. He steps onto the circular stone seal engraved into the floor, his face set with determination. As he stands in the center, the seal begins to glow with a faint purple light, magical energy swirling around his feet. The saint informs him that first, she must release the protection of the saint from him. Minjun pulls off his glove, ready for the spell to be removed. He thinks to himself that she calls it a protection, but it was really just a leash, a magical chain that prevented him from ever fighting back against her. A complex magical seal is visible on the back of his hand. He thinks with relief that he's finally about to be free. The saint raises her hand, which begins to glow with a holy light. She can't understand why he'd give up the power and fame he could have here. He just tells her to mind her own business. With a sly grin, she asks if he isn't concerned. She reminds him that once the protection is gone, she could easily get rid of him. The saint begins the spell, light swirling around her. She tells him she'll accept whatever happens, since she was the one who started all this. The light fades from Minjun's hand. She announces that the protection has been undone. He can attack her if he wants, or they can proceed. Minjun looks at his hand, now free of the magical leash, a hint of surprise on his face. She walks towards him, announcing that she will now remove the powers he obtained in Isgard. A wicked grin spreads across Minjun's face. This is the moment he's been waiting for. Suddenly, the saint cries out. Purple energy erupts from her neck as she warns him that traveling through a portal with his powers is far too dangerous. But it's too late. Minjun unleashes his dark magic, grabbing her by the throat from a distance and sending her flying backwards. Choking, she glares at him, her face a mask of fury and shock. "What are you doing?" Minjun's hand glows with immense power. He asks if she knows how hard he worked for these powers. Did she really think he'd just leave them behind? He declares that was obviously a lie. With a flick of his wrist, he slams her down onto the cold, hard floor. As she struggles on the ground, the saint realizes his plan, but she thinks to herself that it's impossible. He can't activate the dimensional portal with dark magic. Her eyes shoot open in pure disbelief. A swirling vortex of dark purple energy rips open the air in front of Minjun. The saint is stunned, unable to comprehend how he opened the gate. She scrambles to her feet, screaming at him to stop, that it's too reckless. Minjun calmly replies, "I know." He tells her that's why he practiced it over 1,000 times, having already reached the peak of his power. He scoffs at their foolish ideas, asking why they divide magic into dark and light when it's all the same. He turns to her one last time with a smirk, saying he has a parting gift for her. He raises his fist. With a final triumphant grin, he tells her it was a real pleasure, and that they should never ever see each other again. As he says farewell, the saint reaches out in desperation, screaming his name. But he's already gone, sucked into the portal in a blinding flash of light. A massive burst of energy fills the room, shaking the very foundations of the hall. The portal shoots up towards the ceiling and vanishes, leaving the saint alone on the floor, watching him disappear forever. She slams her fist on the ground in pure, unadulterated rage. Her face is twisted in anger as she mutters, "You think I'm doing this because I enjoy it?" All she can do is curse his name, calling him a reckless fool. The scene shifts to a quiet, modern apartment building under a bright, sunny sky. Suddenly, purple energy crackles violently around a balcony window on one of the upper floors. The energy intensifies, shattering the glass as the portal rips itself open. Minjun is violently thrown through, crashing hard into his own apartment. He lands on his hands and knees, coughing as the residual energy from the portal swirls around him before dissipating. He catches his breath, his eyes wide with adrenaline. Dimensional travel is no joke. He honestly thought he was going to die. He groans, slowly pushing himself up, his body aching from the rough landing. He stands and looks around. He's in his old bedroom, still wearing his cloak and gear from Isgard. He's finally home. A small, genuine smile finally breaks through his weary expression. He walks over to his desk, where a smartphone sits charging, just as he left it. He picks it up, his hands almost trembling with anticipation. A huge, relieved grin spreads across his face. "Ah, I missed this feeling," he exclaims. The screen lights up, showing the loading screen for his favorite game, Dungeon Power Fighter. He chuckles to himself. "Yep, this is my phone." His expression turns manic with joy as he laughs wildly. "I'm finally back! I've returned from that heck hole!" He's still laughing as he stares at his phone, but then he pauses. Something isn't right. A network connectivity error pops up on the screen. "Unable to connect to the network!" His face falls in disbelief. Elsewhere, soldiers in modern combat gear move cautiously through an abandoned street. Two soldiers take cover behind a wall, their rifles at the ready, scanning the area. The squad leader confirms the target's location, just radioed in by an observer. One of the soldiers complains, wondering why they dispatched regular soldiers for this kind of mission. His superior just snaps back that a corporal wouldn't know. The squad leader is sweating, clearly on edge about what they're about to face. The team rounds a corner, their movements tense and alert, ready for anything. The leader gives the signal, and they charge forward into the open. They move quickly down the street, weapons raised, eyes scanning every window and alley. A soldier peers down the sight of his rifle, his eyes wide with a flicker of fear. Back in his room, Minjun has changed into casual clothes and is pacing back and forth. It's been 2 years. Just thinking about it makes him angry all over again. He's glad his phone still works, but he has no one to contact. He complains that the internet is down and he can't do a single thing. Frustrated, he goes outside, holding his phone up to the sky, desperately searching for a signal. He wonders why there's no Wi-Fi, and why not a single store is open. One of the soldiers spots something in the distance. "Hey, what is that?" They see Minjun, just a guy in a hoodie wandering down the street. The soldiers are furious, thinking a civilian has somehow wandered into a restricted area. They call out to him, ordering him to come their way. Minjun looks over, completely confused. His eyes widen in surprise. He can't figure out why there are armed soldiers in a civilian neighborhood. He scratches his head, assuming they must be on a training exercise. He just waves them off, saying he's just passing through. One of the soldiers screams at the top of his lungs, his voice filled with pure panic. "Young man, run!" Minjun turns around, confused by the sudden shouting, and right behind him, a monstrous, black, wolf-like creature lunges forward, its claws outstretched and fangs bared. He looks over his shoulder, his casual confusion slowly melting into dawning horror. A soldier screams for him to dodge, but Minjun just glances over his shoulder at the monster wolf, completely unimpressed. After 2 years of fighting demons, a creature like this is barely a warm-up. He looks at the beast with pure annoyance, wondering why this pathetic mutt, something that wouldn't even be worth a single punch back in Isgard, is causing such a fuss. But as he readies himself to flick the creature away with a bit of magic, a sudden, cold realization hits him. His expression shifts from boredom to shock. He looks down at his hand, a wave of cold panic washing over him. The endless well of demonic power he'd relied on for 2 long years. It's completely gone. Empty. The dimensional travel must have drained every last drop. With no time to think, he reacts on pure instinct. The wolf lunges, and Minjun ducks under the attack, grabbing the beast by its jaw. He pivots, using all his strength to slam the monster's head straight into the pavement. The ground cracks under the sheer force of the impact as the beast lets out a pained yelp. The soldiers watch in absolute disbelief as this random civilian, with his bare hands, finishes the job with brutal efficiency. Minjun stands over the creature's body, his knuckles bloody. He mutters a curse under his breath, his eyes filled with a cold fury. The lead soldier just stares, his mouth hanging open, completely speechless at the raw power he just witnessed. Minjun leans against a wall, wiping a smear of blood from his cheek. He thinks to himself that just because his magic is gone, it doesn't mean he's weak. He's not about to get beaten by some monster scum. The raw, physical effort reminds him of the brutal training he was forced to endure back in Isgard. Every muscle screams in protest, a feeling he'd almost forgotten. His eyes narrow. He dealt with the immediate threat, but looking down at the dead monster, a much bigger question looms. Why has a creature from a dungeon appeared in his world? He stumbles away from the scene, his hand dripping blood. The 2 soldiers watch him, their rifles still raised, unsure what to do. One of the soldiers cautiously calls out to him, but the other one flinches back, telling his partner not to get any closer. They're more afraid of Minjun than they were of the monster. A short while later, Minjun is riding in a military jeep. A road sign points the way to an evacuation center, just a kilometer away. The soldier driving starts to explain that he doesn't know why Minjun was in a restricted zone, but that it's an offense that could land him in some serious trouble. However, since their commander told them to stand down, they're letting it slide this time. The soldier, whose name tag reads Choi Inho, looks at Minjun in the rearview mirror, genuinely confused. "Do you really not know what's been going on?" he asks. Minjun leans back, putting on a casual smile. He just says he was living abroad. To be precise, he thinks to himself, in another world. His smile fades as he looks out the window. This isn't the Korea he remembers. He wonders what in the world happened in the 2 years he was gone. He remembers when the dungeons and monsters first started appearing. Back then, it was a minor issue the military handled with ease. With the appearance of dungeons, a new breed of superhumans called the Awakened also emerged. These hunters formed a new corps within the military, wiping out monsters as soon as they appeared and keeping the peace. Before that saint summoned him away, civilian areas were completely safe. A sudden, horrible thought strikes him. Wait, could it be? He pulls out his phone, staring at the Dungeon Power Fighter screen with its network error. He starts to panic, wondering if the game's server is completely gone. He starts frantically tapping his phone, a look of desperation on his face. What was the point of coming back if he can't even play his game? The soldier, Choi, watches him with suspicion. The whole world is in chaos, and this guy claims he knows nothing because he was overseas? It sounds suspicious. But after seeing him fight, Choi decides it's better not to pry. He's sure this guy has his own story. Choi calls out to get his attention, breaking the silence. Minjun immediately fires off a series of questions. Are the game developers safe? Can you even get a job at a game company these days? What about the server farms? What happened to make everything such a mess? Choi just smiles, deciding to humor him. He says he'll tell him everything, proudly mentioning he aced monster theory and dungeonology at university. Minjun is shocked they teach that now, but Choi explains it's harder to find a university that doesn't. Choi's expression turns grim. He begins to explain the real reason things got so bad. It all started with a strange phenomenon that began spreading from the dungeons about 2 years ago, right around the time Minjun vanished. One day, the dungeons started appearing more frequently, and they started getting much, much bigger. A pulsating, red energy began to emanate from them. But the biggest problem was the increasing number of giant monsters that came pouring out. The military and the hunters couldn't control them anymore. Things got so bad they had to lock down entire cities. They've been trying to fight back, but they're just completely overwhelmed. Minjun listens, his face blank with shock as he processes the grim news. But his mind is still stuck on one thing. He thinks the soldier is an idiot for talking about all this other stuff. He just wants to know if he can still play Dungeon Power Fighter. Choi asks Minjun how old he is. Minjun thinks for a second. "I guess I'm 21? Choi smirks. "Oh yeah? Well, you should be enlisting soon. Half of your 20s are about to go up in smoke." Minjun is confused. He thought service was 3 years. But Choi corrects him. As they drive past a street littered with debris, he explains the situation is so bad now, all troops serve for 5 years. And if he's 21, he's probably already gotten his draft notice. The reality of his situation finally crashes down on him. All he wanted was to come back, play his game, and recover from the last 2 years of trauma. His face contorts in pure rage. He has to enlist for 5 years? And he hasn't even been able to log into the game server yet? Just then, his phone buzzes. A notification from the government. He looks down at his phone, a feeling of dread washing over him. It's an enlistment notice from the Military Manpower Administration. What the heck is this? He stares at the message in disbelief. The enlistment date is tomorrow? Choi just remarks that the timing is impeccable. Minjun yells, "This is real? How can they draft you without a physical examination?" Choi calmly explains that they're so short on manpower. Physicals are done at the training centers now. He probably just saw the notice late. Choi suggests he check a PC cafe near the evacuation center to be sure. The mention of a PC cafe snaps Minjun out of his panic. An idea begins to form. He thinks back to the time before Isgard. After his parents went missing, he just holed up in his house and played video games. He was a loner, summoned away in his last year of high school without a single friend to see him go. For him, PC cafes were a paradise. It was his escape. It was his whole world. He sits down at a computer, a wave of nostalgia hitting him. PC cafes are the best, he sighs, happy that this part of his life is still the same. He orders a hot dog, and the employee wonders how he can eat so much food. He takes a big bite, savoring the familiar taste. He chews thoughtfully, his eyes fixed on the screen in front of him. This is for real. he says to himself, confirming the enlistment notice is legitimate. After satisfying his need to play a few games, he started checking the news. The headlines were grim. Monster damages were up nearly 50%. Citizens were being evacuated from new dungeons daily. The government was desperate. Forum posts were filled with fear. Are we all going to die? It confirmed everything the soldier had told him, including the enlistment. He pulls up the official document. There's no escaping it. The date is tomorrow. He leans back in his chair, frustrated. If he still had his powers from Isgard, he could have cleared all these dungeons by himself. But his body is completely depleted of the demonic energy that fueled his magic. He's a shadow of his former self. Still, even without magic, he's confident in his raw power. Yes, he thinks. I can probably still clear all the dungeons by myself. He leans forward, an idea sparking in his mind. A way out of this mess. Yes! That's what I should do! He exclaims out loud, startling the other people in the cafe. He pulls up the official website for Dungeon Power Fighter. There's an announcement for special rewards for active soldiers. A plan forms in his mind, perfect and simple. A wicked, determined grin spreads across his face. I'll solve all of this myself. The next day, he arrives at the National Defense Recruitment Center. He casually eats a meat skewer, taking a bite as he surveys the scene. He walks through the crowd of new recruits and their crying families, looking completely relaxed. Wow, there are a lot of people, he remarks. All around him are tearful goodbyes. A mother dabs her eyes as she hugs her son. A young man says a somber farewell to his girlfriend. Minjun just walks through the depressing scene, finishing his snack without a care in the world. Everyone's so depressed, he notes with a smirk. An announcement blares over the speakers. Attention, please. All new recruits, please report to the auditorium immediately. Minjun thinks to himself that this military seems pretty lax. He wonders if it will be as tough as Isgard. As soon as they're inside, a drill instructor starts screaming, "Stand up straight, you slackers! Did you come here for a picnic?" The recruits are herded into lines, heads down, as instructors bark orders at them to move faster. A drill sergeant gets in their faces, shouting at them not to look around and to push forward. Minjun just stands there, completely unfazed, repeating the order, "Inch forward," with a curious look on his face. This is the best they can do? He flashes back to his brutal training in Isgard. Compared to that, this is nothing. These instructors are actually kind of nice, he thinks with a creepy smile. A higher-ranking officer, Kim Sang-soo, takes the podium and calls for their attention. He tells the recruits that before they begin, anyone who wanted to apply to the Hunter Corps but missed the chance should raise their hand. He explains that the treatment for hunters is on another level, with better pay and benefits. He looks out at the crowd, but no one moves. The risk is just too high for most. He says it was just a formality anyway. But just as he's about to move on, another officer gets his attention. "Sir, there is one volunteer." A single hand is raised high in the air. The crowd murmurs in confusion. Who would be crazy enough to volunteer for that? The officer orders the volunteer to come forward. Minjun, a wide, cheerful smile on his face, calls out, "Yes, sir," as he steps out of line. Instead of walking, he crouches down and leaps. He soars over the heads of the other recruits, landing perfectly on the stage with a heavy thud that shakes the entire platform. The drill instructors stare in utter shock, their jaws on the floor. Officer Kim Sang-soo looks at him, completely stunned by the impossible display of athleticism. Minjun stands before him, beaming with confidence. "Recruit Kim Minjun," he announces. "I would like to apply to the Hunter Corps." We're taken back in time, to the desolate northern region of Isgard, a place called the Forgotten Canyon, a landscape of jagged, lifeless peaks shrouded in a permanent gloom. A dark cave mouth gapes open in the side of a cliff, an entrance to a place filled with things that crawl and hunt in the dark. Inside the winding tunnels, a lone voice echoes. It's Minjun, explaining the grim reality of his situation. He's sitting on the corpse of a giant spider, looking completely bored. He explains that being a dark mage is just endless, thankless turmoil. It's the worst character class you could possibly get. He thinks about how, even with his insane skills, it's all for nothing if he runs out of demonic energy. Unlike regular mages, whose mana regenerates over time, his energy is a finite resource. He has to actively hunt and absorb it from monsters, and it's not efficient. Using his skills drains his energy faster than he can replenish it. And because of his sinister reputation, no one ever wants to be in his party. So the math is simple. If he runs out of demonic energy deep inside a dungeon, he's just dead. He looks up from the darkness, a sly smile on his face. Now here's a question for you, he says. What is the best way for a dark mage to replenish their demonic energy and hold on to it? The scene is quiet, the only sound being the crackle of a small campfire in the oppressive darkness. Minjun sits alone, arms crossed, waiting patiently for an answer. He's surrounded by the corpses of giant spiders, an entire nest of them. He clicks his tongue, annoyed that no one is answering his question, wondering if it's because they're all dead. He idly prods one of the dead spiders with his boot, green ichor oozing from the wound. His eyes narrow. In that case, he looks up into the darkness as a colossal spider, the hidden dungeon boss, emerges from the shadows. With a cocky grin, Minjun taunts it, asking why it didn't answer. The giant spider lets out a low growl, demanding to know why he has come. Minjun just yawns, saying he was about to die of boredom. All around him are the corpses of the boss's children, dozens of them, all slaughtered by his hand. The mother spider lets out a piercing shriek of pure rage and lunges at him. Minjun just smirks, completely unfazed. "What, is that your answer?" He comments on its bad breath, and then in a flash, slams his fist into the monster's face. "Nope, wrong." He raises his fist, which is now glowing with an immense, dark power. The answer is to one-shot powerful monsters with maxed-out strength. He unleashes a torrent of purple demonic energy. This was Minjun, 645 days before his return to Earth, already at the absolute peak of his power. We jump back to the present day. The battalion commander, Kim Sang-soo, confirms his name. "Did you say your name is Kim Minjun?" Minjun cheerfully replies, "Yes!" Sang-soo tells him to wait, and someone from the Hunter Corps will come by. Minjun takes the mug of coffee offered to him, impressed that the commander made it himself. Sang-soo takes a sip from his own mug, studying the young man. He notes that Minjun seems awfully enthusiastic and asks if he has a special reason for applying to the Hunter Corps. Sang-soo mentions that with things being so bad, a lot of hunters are quitting to go back to the regular army. But Minjun just grins widely. "Yes! I have some business to take care of in the dungeons." The commander just stares at him in silence for a long moment. Then he bursts out laughing. "You're a pretty funny kid," he says. Minjun just laughs along with him. The commander is so amused he says he won't even charge him for smashing the auditorium floor. Minjun sips his coffee thinking, "Keep laughing, old man, I'm not joking." Minjun's plan is simple. All dungeons that appear in Korea are managed by the army, and the first priority for entering those dungeons belongs to the Hunter Corps. The Hunter Corps is an elite unit where you can advance in rank based on ability, not just time served. Promotions and medals are earned through merit alone. There are no limits for those who can prove their strength. So, if he joins the Hunter Corps, he'll be able to go into dungeons. He's confident he can clear most of them by himself, and he's sure he'll eventually find monsters that carry demonic energy. When that happens, he'll get super fast promotions, and most importantly, he'll regain his lost powers. He takes a sip of coffee, a determined glint in his eye. He figures he can probably reach the highest rank within the 5 years of his service and clear every dungeon on the continent. Then, the developers of Dungeon Power Fighter can finally relax, the game servers will be safe, and he'll become a national hero. His plan is perfect. Just then, there's a knock at the door. A man in a black uniform and beret enters and salutes. "Hunter Corps Sergeant Lee Sung-ho, reporting for duty." Commander Sang-soo greets him, introducing Minjun as the recruit. Minjun is surprised at how formally the commander speaks to a mere sergeant. Sergeant Lee turns to Minjun, his expression sharp and skeptical. "Do you really have hunter abilities?" he asks bluntly. He explains that any awakened hunter should be able to open a status window. He tells Minjun to call his up and report all of his stats. Minjun is taken aback by his abrasive attitude. "What's up with this guy?" he thinks. "Are all Hunter Corps members this intense?" He sighs. "Well, an order's an order." He raises his hand. He remembers they had status windows in Isgard too, but he barely used them since they just gave boring number values for his stats. "I wonder what it's like here," he thinks. He focuses, and with a confident grin, calls out, "Status window!" A holographic screen flickers to life in front of him. But as he looks at it, his confident smile freezes on his face. "Huh?" Sergeant Lee looks at him impatiently. "What is it? Tell me what you see." Minjun stammers, an awkward smile plastered on his face. It says there's an error. The status window is just a blue screen with the word error glitching in the center." Lee is not impressed. Sergeant Lee's face darkens with anger. "Are you kidding me right now?" he growls. Sometime later, they arrive at the Hunter Corps Training Center in Gyeonggi Province. It's a massive, modern complex of buildings set against a rugged mountain range. Inside an office, another battalion commander is waiting. It's a man named Choi. He's speaking with a new recruit, remarking that it's been about 10 years since they last saw each other. He addresses the recruit formally. Hunter Sun Unseo. The recruit, a young woman with short, dyed blue hair, corrects him. She says she's not a hunter yet, just a recruit like everyone else. She states firmly that she doesn't wish for any special treatment because of her father's rank during her training. Commander Choi chuckles, saying this has nothing to do with her father, the general. He assures her she won't receive any special treatment, as the Hunter Corps is a difficult organization. She bows her head slightly, blushing, wondering why she was called in. Choi explains that a renowned rookie has just enlisted, and he wanted to offer her a few words of encouragement. He thanks her for choosing to enlist as an ordinary soldier, saying they are always short on talented people like her on the field. He thanks her as both a soldier and a citizen. She thanks him, completely flustered and embarrassed by the high praise. As she leaves, Commander Choi looks out the window at a passing jeep. He turns to one of his men, mentioning that he received a funny report earlier that day. He says with a sly grin that she might be getting a very interesting new comrade. He invites his subordinate to come with him and see for themselves. Minjun is led into a large, high-tech building. He looks up at the impressive facility, whistling softly. He wonders how much tax money they poured into this place. He even wonders if they have a PC room. Sergeant Lee cuts him off. "Don't get so excited, recruit. Your enlistment hasn't been decided yet. Because you're a special case, I'm going to test you personally." He adds that if it wasn't for the head office, he'd have sent him straight to military prison. Minjun thinks he's being a bit dramatic, but just waves it off. Yeah, so what's the test? Sergeant Lee dramatically pulls a red sheet off a large object. It's a massive, jagged red crystal. Lee tells him if he can manage to move it even an inch, he passes. "I will give you 10 minutes. Lee says, his eyes narrowed. "If you have any talent as a hunter, now's the time to prove it." He explains that the mineral is a red stone, a byproduct from dungeons. It's incredibly dense, heavy, and exceptionally hard. At this size, it won't even budge for a normal person. Minjun just smirks. "Is that all?" "I'm glad the test is simple," he says, cracking his knuckles as he walks past the stunned sergeant. Lee watches him, his jaw clenched in frustration. Lee thinks to himself that there's no way to check another person's status window, which is why fakers are always trying to sneak into the Hunter Corps. But this guy leaped 5 meters onto a stage, yet his status window shows an error? It's complete and utter nonsense. From an observation deck above, Commander Choi and Sun Unseo arrive. Choi points down at Minjun. "That's him!" Choi explains that Minjun showcased incredible physical abilities at the recruitment center, but his status window is bugged. The commander says he's never heard of a case like this. He has high hopes for this unique recruit. Minjun puts his hand on the stone. He recognizes it instantly. This is the same ridiculously heavy mineral that was all over the dungeons in Isgard. He thinks to himself that at this size, he can easily push it. He gets into a stance, ready to shove it. Both Lee and Sun Unseo watch, confused by his posture. But then, he changes his mind. He pulls his fist back, thinking that maybe, just maybe, there's some demonic energy inside. He winds up for a full power punch. Cracks begin to spiderweb across the surface of the massive red stone. With a deafening boom, his fist connects, and the entire red stone explodes, shattering into 1,000 tiny pieces that fly across the room. He stands there amidst the red dust, a look of disappointment on his face as he says, "Too bad. Guess there wasn't any." The officers watching are completely stunned. Their mouths hang open in pure disbelief. They've never seen anything like this. Even Sun Unseo, the stoic general's daughter, can't hide her shock. The dust settles, revealing what's left of the red stone, nothing but a smoking base. The very object meant to test the limits of the strongest recruits has been turned to dust. A small, satisfied smirk plays on the battalion commander's lips. He's seen something impossible, and instead of fear, he's intrigued. "That's insane," he thinks. Minjun looks at his own hand, a little disappointed. He can feel it. There wasn't any demonic energy inside the stone. To him, this incredible feat was just a failed experiment. The scene shifts, and we see another recruit, Nam Inyuk, looking absolutely wrecked. He's gasping for air, sweat pouring down his face. This is the reality for everyone else in the Hunter Corps. He's not alone. All around him, a platoon of recruits is struggling to breathe as they run. Inyuk thinks to himself that this is way harder than he ever imagined. He knew coming into the Hunter Corps that the training would be tough. Each step feels heavy, weighed down by the sandbags strapped to their ankles. After all, they're expected to fight in real battles as soon as this 4-week training is over, so they're pushed to their absolute breaking point. The first thing they do every day is strap on heavy weights and climb the infamous 6,000 steps, a seemingly endless staircase carved into a mountain. And to make it all worse, their instructor is Sergeant Lee Sung-ho, a man the recruits have nicknamed the Devil Instructor. He's always there, watching, pushing them past their limits. Inyuk had accepted that this brutal training was just part of becoming a hunter. He thought he just had to endure it. He's swaying on his feet, barely able to stay upright. He was prepared for hell. But then he looks ahead and sees him. Kim Min-jun running with a huge smile on his face, not even breaking a sweat. Inyuk can't help but wonder, what in the world is up with that guy? Min-jun just keeps running, a light, easy expression on his face. The grueling climb doesn't seem to affect him at all. For him, this is nothing. His body feels incredibly light. He even thinks that if he had his demonic energy back, he'd practically be flying up these stairs. To Min-jun, the so-called hellish training of the Hunter Corps feels like a sweet vacation, and this uniform is a definite upgrade from the rags he wore in Isgard. And the food, the meals they serve here are on another level. He looks at the buffet line in amazement. This is a luxury he hasn't seen in 2 years. But above all else, there's one thing that makes this whole experience perfect. An instructor goes over the daily training schedule. It's brutal, a full day of training from sunrise to sunset. But it's the last part of the schedule that catches Min-jun's eye. 9 p.m., free time and sleep. Free time. Those 2 words are everything to him. He had heard rumors that there was a PC room on the base with high-end computers, and as long as you don't cause trouble, nobody bothers you after hours. He'd been half prepared to use his remaining energy to escape if this place was too much of a pain, but they let him exercise, give him delicious food, pay him well, and give him time to play games. For Min-jun, this is paradise. A wide, genuinely happy grin spreads across his face. He suddenly picks up his pace, laughing as he shouts, "The Hunter Corps is the best!" The recruits behind him just stare, completely baffled by his energy. At the top of the stairs, Sergeant Lee Sung-ho lands with a thud, ready to check on the recruits, but he hears footsteps approaching way too soon. He turns around, startled. What the heck? A recruit lands in front of him, having already completed the entire climb. Min-jun looks around, almost disappointed. Huh? This is it? He asks casually. Sergeant Lee stares at him, recognizing the face. It's Kim Min-jun. Lee can't believe it. He thinks, just who is this guy? It normally takes an average recruit an hour. Min-jun looks like he's just enjoying the view. Min-jun stands there with his hands on his hips, a smug look on his face, while Sergeant Lee is at a complete loss for words. Min-jun casually walks up to him, a cheeky grin on his face. You said we'd get an outing pass if we finish in less than 30 minutes, right? I wonder how long I took. Sergeant Lee wordlessly shoves an outing pass into his hand. Min-jun's face lights up with a goofy, excited expression. As Lee walks away, still processing what just happened, Min-jun looks at the pass, already planning how he'll use it. A small, almost sinister smile creeps onto Sergeant Lee's face. This is getting interesting. He glances at his stopwatch. 20 minutes and 14 seconds. He wonders if there's ever been a recruit who earned a pass before. The answer is almost certainly no. As he stretches, Lee reminds himself that raw strength isn't everything. For the Hunter Corps, the most important skill is reacting to monsters in the heat of battle. He looks over his shoulder with a sharp, calculating gaze. He's made up his mind. I'll be watching you, Kim Min-jun. Later, back in the barracks, the other recruits are completely wiped out, groaning about their aching bodies. Suddenly, one of the recruits, Nam In-hyuk, shouts in excitement. He's looking at his status window. My stats went up! My stamina increased by 1! Another recruit congratulates him like he just won the lottery. Min-jun overhears this and is completely baffled. Were they really that excited over a single stat point? He flashes back to his training in Isgard. A massive warrior stood over him, demanding he get up. Back then, his stats would go up by 10 points or more every single day. This 1-point increase seems pathetic in comparison. The other recruits gather around Min-jun, asking when he plans to use the outing pass. They're all incredibly jealous, mentioning no one had ever gotten one from Sergeant Lee before. Another recruit asks if he works out a lot, calling his performance incredible. They're all smiling, genuinely impressed and friendly. For Min-jun, this is a completely new experience. He thinks to himself, are these people laughing and talking to me? He remembers his time in Isgard. As the Dark Mage, people were terrified of him. They refused to even make eye contact. He was completely isolated. This feeling of camaraderie, it's not as bad as he thought. Just then, a recruit mentions the PC room is open. Minjun smirks, his head whips around. "The PC room is open?" he yells, grabbing the other recruit. "Why are you just now telling me?" He bolts out of his seat in a flash. He dashes to the PC room and immediately gets to work, his fingers flying across the keyboard and mouse with incredible speed. He glances at the clock. It's 9 p.m. He figures he should try to get at least 2 hours of sleep tonight. After all, back in Isgard, getting even 1 hour of sleep was a luxury. To him, 2 hours is practically a full night's rest. He dives back into his game with a demonic focus, determined to use up all his game fatigue every single day. The next morning, it's back to training. An instructor shouts orders to maintain speed. The stakes are high. Any recruit who can't complete the 40 km run in 2 hours won't get breakfast. Minjun, however, is beaming. He's feeling great, happily thinking to himself that he maxed out 10 characters in his game yesterday. His comrade, Na Min-yuk, stumbles over to him, amazed that he's not even sweating. Minjun just says it feels like a casual stroll. In-yuk calls him a monster for playing games all night and still having this much energy. Soon he's surrounded by other exhausted recruits, all begging for a sip of his water. With a big grin, Minjun pours it for them like he's feeding a flock of baby chicks. Heavy, authoritative footsteps approach. Someone important is coming. "Attention!" rings out, and all the recruits snap into formation. A stern-looking lieutenant stands before them, expressing his disappointment. He yells that even though they're in the last week, their squad is the worst of all. The lieutenant roars, questioning if they can even handle the final stage of training, the dungeon adjustment training. He explains that most dungeons disappear once cleared, but occasionally, some dungeons remain active. These transforming dungeons change their internal structure regularly, making them the perfect facility for real-world combat training. The recruits are horrified. A wave of dread washes over them. They know they're screwed. The lieutenant watches their reaction with a smirk. Good. He needs them to feel this tension. He believes recruits should be handled like racehorses. When they need discipline, you have to be firm, and when they do well, you reward them. With a sudden, sparkly smile, he tells them not to be discouraged. And here's the reward. The recruit with the highest score will receive a 3-day vacation pass. He expects them to be overjoyed, but he's met with dead silence. The recruits just stare back with exhausted, empty eyes. The lieutenant loses his cool. "Didn't you hear me? A vacation pass!" he screams, trying to pump them up. "Doesn't it make your blood boil?" He can't understand it. He tries to entice them, talking about seeing friends and family. But amidst the sea of dead-eyed recruits, one person is absolutely beaming. It's Minjun, who happily exclaims, "That's awesome!" The day of the training arrives. They're brought to a lush green field under a clear blue sky. Suddenly, something massive begins to materialize in the air. The recruits look up in shock. Minjun scratches his head. "What? Why is it so huge?" Before them, a massive, swirling vortex of dark blue energy opens up, a dungeon gate. The final test has begun. The recruits are trembling with fear, nervously wondering what they're going to be doing in there. Just then, a military truck comes barreling towards them at high speed, sending 2 recruits flying. Another recruit yells in a panic. What is a 2.5-ton truck doing here? Minjun just watches the chaos unfold, a look of mild curiosity on his face. The final test is here. Massive iron bars slam down with a deafening clang, trapping the recruits in an arena with something monstrous. One of them gasps, his eyes wide with disbelief. Behind the bars, massive, wolf-like creatures with glowing eyes and razor-sharp teeth snarl and drool. They are hounds, the first real monsters these recruits have ever faced. Pure panic rips through the recruits. One of them falls to the ground, his face pale with terror. The reality of these creatures is far more horrifying than he ever imagined. But while everyone else is frozen in fear, Minjun just looks on with a bored expression. To him, these terrifying beasts are no different than a pair of angry chihuahuas. He can't understand the fuss. The lieutenant's voice booms over the field, scolding them for their fear. "Recruits, are you scared? These are the monsters you will be facing." He lays out the mission. They'll form teams of 4 and enter the dungeon. The goal is simple: defeat one hound within an hour and return. He tells them to use their heads and fight with everything they've got. The entire platoon, despite their fear, roars back in unison, "Yes, sir!" With the mission set, another instructor orders them to gear up. It's time to face the dungeon. They're issued the Hunter Corps exclusive safety suit. It's a heavy, clunky piece of armor built for one purpose, protecting the body at all costs. The recruits struggle to put on the suits. One complains that his legs are already shaking, while another can't believe how uncomfortable it is. Minjun looks at the armor with pure disgust. It's been used by countless recruits, and he can practically feel the desperation clinging to it. He wants nothing to do with it. Unable to stand it, Minjun raises his hand. "If we defeat the hounds quickly, can we take these off?" The lieutenant is furious at his arrogant tone, but his anger vanishes when he sees who's talking. It's the #1 recruit, Kim Minjun. With a sudden change in demeanor, the lieutenant nervously agrees. "Well, if you want," the lieutenant composes himself, reminding Minjun that this is a team exercise. Inside, he's thinking this is the perfect test to see how the top recruit handles his comrades. Minjun's teammates are already stressing out. Encumbered by the heavy armor, they wonder how they're supposed to defeat the hounds. They need a solid plan. Minjun just smiles, a smug look on his face. "It's simple," he thinks. "All I have to do is tell them how to win." He gathers his teammates. "Hey, listen up. Here's my plan," he says, pointing at them confidently. They look back at him, confused. "Your plan?" He explains with complete seriousness. "When the hounds leap at you, don't be scared. Just grab their legs and snap their backs in half. And if that doesn't work," he continues, "just fold them in the opposite direction and rip them apart. Like you would rip apart kimchi," he adds with a cheerful little flourish. He looks at them expectantly. "Okay?" His teammates just stare back, their faces a perfect blend of confusion and horror. The lieutenant gives the signal, yelling, "Release!" An instructor pulls a lever, and the gates holding the hounds slide open. The ferocious hounds are finally unleashed, bounding out of their cages, snarling and ready for action. But instead of charging the recruits, they make a sharp turn, sprinting past them and disappearing into the massive dungeon gate. The recruits are stunned. One of them asks why they ran into the dungeon. Minjun calmly explains that it's simple. The hounds were captured, and their home, the dungeon, just appeared. Of course they'd run back to it. His teammates' eyes light up with understanding. "Oh, that makes sense," one of them exclaims. One of his comrades asks him how he knows the psychology of monsters so well. Minjun's expression turns somber for a moment. "Because I was like that," he says quietly. The lieutenant stomps over, furious. "Are you joking around on these holy training grounds?" he screams. Minjun's team quickly snaps to attention. "All right, I've decided," he roars, pointing directly at them. "The first team to enter will be you." The four of them look on in absolute shock. "We're the first?" They were just trying to understand the situation, and now they're being punished for it. An instructor motions them forward, yelling, "Enter! Enter!" There's no backing out now. Clad in their heavy armor, the four-man team trudges forward, their steps heavy with apprehension as they approach the swirling dungeon gate. Minjun, however, isn't bothered. He thinks it's a good thing. The sooner this is over, the sooner he can take off this disgusting suit. As they step inside, the lieutenant radios his team. "Instructor team, the training has started. Stand by. Control the situation if the recruits are in danger." Hidden deep within the dungeon, two instructors receive the message. "Affirmative, Lieutenant." They're the safety net, ready to intervene if things go wrong. From their hiding spot among the crystalline structures of the cave, one of the instructors peers down below. He sees Minjun's team making their way through the eerie, glowing cavern, completely unaware they're being watched. His partner radios in, confirming their entry. "Corporal Kim Ho-jun, the recruits have entered. Anything to report?" Corporal Ho-jun's eye narrows. He's spotted someone specific among the group. He thinks, a small smirk on his face as he focuses on the calm, confident recruit leading the pack. Kim Minjun. He knows exactly who Minjun is, the subject of special care, the recruit who's been showing unbelievable power throughout this entire training cycle. His scores for the past 4 weeks were incredible. But the real question is, will he be just as outstanding inside a real dungeon? As the team ventures deeper into the icy cave, dark, shadowy figures begin to move in the periphery. The hounds are here, and they're stalking their prey. Minjun stops, sensing their presence. He knows they're ready to pounce. They sure are impatient, he thinks, completely unfazed. He knows he could end this in a second. But then, what would his teammates learn? This is a training exercise after all. "Man, I'm so considerate," he thinks with a smug smile. He turns to his team and says calmly, "Here they come." One of them looks around nervously. "What's coming?" Minjun replies sarcastically, "What do you think, a package?" And right on cue, two hounds burst from the shadows, lunging at the team with bared fangs. His teammates scream in terror. Minjun just yells at them not to be scared, reminding them their suits are strong. "I guess I'll take the lead," he sighs, stepping forward to meet the incoming monsters. "Who wants to come at me first?" The hounds close the distance in an instant, their powerful legs carrying them across the cavern floor in a blur. Minjun doesn't even flinch. He sidesteps the first hound's attack with ease, letting its jaws snap shut on empty air. He turns to face the creature, a calm, challenging look in his eyes. "So it's you?" With a powerful grunt, he delivers a swift, brutal strike to the hound's head, the impact echoing through the cave. The creature is slammed into the ground, its body going limp, dead in an instant. While Minjun handled his opponent with ease, his teammates are not so lucky. One of them is sent flying by another hound and screams for help. Another recruit is cornered, the hound's teeth sinking into his thick shoulder armor. The material holds, but the force is terrifying. Before the recruit can even react, Minjun is already there, kicking the hound away and sending it flying. The hound hits the ground with a sickening thud. Just like the first one, it's dead on impact. 2 down. Minjun turns to his terrified teammate. "If they bite you, you have to fight back," he scolds him. "They'll think you're easy prey if you're scared." His voice gets more serious. He reminds them that if this was a real situation, 2 of them would be dead. He tells them to use their numbers to pressure the remaining hounds. Following his lead, the other 2 recruits start to corner the last hound, putting it on the defensive. They just need to wait for the right moment to strike. Watching from above, the instructors are in awe. One of them asks if he's really just a recruit. His partner confirms he's talking about Kim Minjun. The instructor points out that normally, terrified recruits become useless, but because of Minjun's leadership, his teammates are recovering and actually fighting back. The other instructor wonders out loud if Minjun is some legendary hero who returned to the past, but he quickly dismisses the idea, muttering that stuff only happens in novels. He sums it up perfectly. Minjun didn't just solve the problem with his own strength, he used leadership and encouraged his teammates. For that, he gets the highest score. With the last hound defeated, the instructors reveal themselves. One says, "Good work, you may exit right away." Minjun's teammate is shocked, having no idea they were even there. Minjun smirks, realizing they were being scored. "Am I getting that vacation pass?" he asks cheekily. The flustered instructor just yells at him to shut up. Minjun keeps teasing him. "Were you concerned about us? You guys are such big softies." The instructor sputters, confused, as Minjun explains they're just tough on the outside. But just as they're about to leave, a low rumble begins to shake the entire cave. A heavy boot stomps on the trembling ground. The shaking intensifies, and everyone looks around in confusion and alarm. The instructors are in a full-blown panic. One of them grabs his radio, yelling at his partner to contact the outside. Something is seriously wrong. One of the recruits asks if it's an earthquake, but Minjun's expression is calm and serious. "It's not an earthquake," he states. He looks around at the shifting, glowing walls of the cave. "This is a transforming dungeon. It's just transforming right now." Another recruit, his face pale with dread, grabs his helmet and asks, "What happens then?" His eyes widen in horror as he looks back towards the entrance. "Huh? Wait." The glowing blue portal they used to enter is shrinking, the swirling vortex collapsing in on itself. The exit is closing, and they're about to be trapped. Crackles of volatile energy arc across the shrinking gate as the entire structure becomes unstable. A sense of finality hangs in the air. They're trapped. One of the instructors desperately tries his radio, but it's dead. He shouts to his partner, Corporal Kim Hojun, that the connection to the outside world is completely severed. Hojun can't understand it. The dungeon wasn't supposed to change for another month. He shoves his panic down and orders everyone to a safer spot, trying to keep the recruits calm. He gathers the terrified recruits, putting on a brave face. He admits that there's been an unexpected problem, but he reassures them there's no need to worry. He tells them the plan. According to the manual, they'll wait for an hour, and the entrance should reopen. Hojun forces a laugh, trying to sound confident, but his strained expression and nervous sweat betray his true feelings. He's just as scared as they are. He says the lieutenant will take proper steps, so all they need to do is wait. But Minjun looks at him with a knowing, skeptical gaze and asks, "Is that so?" He sees right through the act. Minjun knows why the military uses this place for training. It's because the entrance was always stable. For it to suddenly close like this is a very bad sign. Minjun thinks to himself that while the instructors are reacting calmly, there's almost certainly no manual for a situation like this. The instructor was bluffing. He looks around the shifting cave. If this has transformed into an enclosed dungeon like he suspects, it's a situation he recognizes from Isgard. For anyone else, this is the worst-case scenario. Meanwhile, the two instructors discuss the situation in hushed tones, the immense crystalline walls of the dungeon looming over them. Hojun turns to his partner, his expression grim. He says what they both fear is true: the dungeon has transformed into an enclosed dungeon. His partner is horrified. Hojun explains there are two reasons a dungeon's entrance disappears. The first is when it's cleared. The second is the enclosed dungeon, where the portal vanishes the moment you step inside. And it means there's definitely more than one monster left. He explains that the only way to escape an enclosed dungeon is to defeat every single monster inside. His partner's face drains of color. He realizes what this means. Any chance of rescue, any hope of assistance from the outside is gone. The reality sinks in. They are 6 people trapped in a hostile dungeon, 4 terrified recruits and 2 instructors. They have to clear the whole thing on their own. Hojun knows they can't just sit still. He wishes he and his partner were fully equipped. As they are now, they'd be annihilated by even the weakest monsters. He knows it would take him more than 10 minutes just to take down a single goblin. The only realistic plan is to utilize the heavy protective suits the recruits are wearing. The plan is simple, but humiliating. They'll use the recruits in their heavy suits as a defensive front line, a wall of meat shields, while the instructors deal damage from the back. But Hojun clenches his fists in frustration. As their instructors, the thought of using their juniors as human shields, his pride simply won't allow it. Minjun sighs, commenting on their bad luck. Corporal Hojun turns around. "Is there a problem, Recruit Kim Minjun?" he asks. But Minjun isn't looking at him. His eyes are fixed on something deeper in the cave. Suddenly, a guttural growl echoes from the darkness. A wave of unseen pressure washes over them, and both instructors clutch their chests, gasping in pain. One of the recruits screams for Corporal Hojun, who is stumbling backwards, clearly in agony. He tells his partner to run, but it's too late. Minjun's voice cuts through the panic, cold and detached. "Even if you were to go now, there's no way to save him." The second instructor collapses to the ground, unconscious. Minjun steps forward, holding the others back. He warns them that if they get any closer, they'll face the same fate. He notes that the instructor just fainted. He's not surprised. He takes a slight sniff of the air, a flicker of recognition in his eyes. "I thought I smelled something familiar." In one swift motion, he grabs the 2 unconscious instructors and tosses them back towards the stunned recruits. "Hey, catch!" he yells. He turns back towards the darkness, his voice sharp and commanding. "Don't follow me! Just stand by near the exit." One of the recruits grabs him, trying to stop him, pleading with him that he might die. But Minjun just runs off, ignoring the warnings completely. "Are you insane? Come back!" the recruit yells after him. But Minjun is already gone, a thrilled thought crossing his mind. "Yes, I'm so excited I could die right now." As he sprints deeper into the cave, his face breaks into a wide, ecstatic grin. He can't believe it. Demonic energy actually exists on Earth. A wicked smile spreads across his face. He knows exactly what that pressure wave was. Even in Isgard, warriors were shielded with a special protection before facing monsters to guard them from demonic energy's corrupting influence. To ordinary humans without that protection, it's a fatal poison. However, for a dark mage like him, demonic energy is the equivalent of a charger for a dead phone. He sees it up ahead, a swirling vortex of dense, purple energy. The source. He arrives in a vast cavern filled with glowing purple crystals. He stops, looking around. It's quiet. He can't find any traces of a monster. However, he looks up with a smirk, his senses telling him something is hiding right above. "Did you think you could reek of that much demonic energy and remain hidden from a dark mage?" he taunts. A massive, shadowy beast uncloaks itself from the ceiling, its eyes glowing with purple malice. A familiar, terrifying face snarls down at him. Minjun's grin widens. "I never dreamed I'd see you here. A dark hound!" The dark hound. Despite the similar name, they are nothing like the weaker monsters from before. They are a species that is overwhelmingly powerful compared to ordinary hounds. He remembers the first time he encountered one, about a year into his time in Isgard. Back then, he nearly died. He'd never seen a monster like it and attacked it recklessly. But now, things are different. I'm glad to see a familiar face, he says, cracking his knuckles as a purple aura begins to glow around him. Now! He pulls back his fist, a massive amount of power gathering in his arm. Thanks for the meal, he shouts, launching himself forward. His punch connects with a devastating explosion of purple energy, sending the dark hound flying backward. The monster's jaw is shattered as Minjun stands over it, ready to claim his prize. Your demonic energy! He looks down at his hand, now covered in the creature's blood. The scent of blood is still sickening, he notes. A thick, purple mist begins to rise from the dead dark hound's body. The demonic energy is being released. This energy comes from its venomous blood. If an ordinary human were to touch it, their skin would rot away instantly. Minjun holds out his hand, the purple mist swirling around it, being absorbed directly into his skin. Of course, he says with a satisfied smile, none of that applies to dark mages. A feeling of excitement courses through him. Looking at his internal power gauge, it's like a phone battery that's just starting to charge. He figures he's at about 5%. But a question nags at him. What is a dark hound, a creature native to Isgard, doing in a place like this? Judging by how his instructors reacted, passing out instantly, this is clearly the first time anyone here has encountered it. Looking back at the unconscious instructors, he recalls his monster education. There was never any mention of demonic energy. This is completely new territory for Earth, and the possibility of a dark hound traveling between dimensions on its own is non-existent. That kind of power is reserved for beings who have reached the absolute peak of magic, like him or the manipulative saint from Isgard. He wonders if he's overthinking it. Maybe it's not as big of a deal as he's making it out to be. He pushes the thoughts aside for now and looks down from a ledge, searching for the corpse. Ah, there it is. The massive slain body of the dark hound lies below. Back with the others, Corporal Hojun starts to stir, a low groan escaping his lips. Instructor! The recruits rush to his side, relieved to see him waking up. Are you all right? Instructor! The two instructors jolt awake with a scream, completely disoriented and panicked. They look around frantically, asking what happened. The recruits assure them they're all right. However, one of them explains that Kim Minjun headed deeper into the dungeon all by himself. Hojun is stunned. What? The recruit quickly fills him in on everything that happened while they were unconscious. Hojun is furious. He grabs the recruit, yelling. He thinks to himself that Minjun's behavior is grounds for dismissal. But then, a wave of shame washes over him. Does he even have the right to say that? He fainted and failed to protect them. He shakes his head, telling himself he needs to rescue Minjun. But just then, a recruit points into the darkness, shouting, Instructor! Look! A figure emerges from the cavern, a massive, monstrous body slung casually over his shoulder. It's Minjun, smiling cheerfully. Oh, is everyone all right? The instructor's jaws drop. What the heck, is that a hound? One asks, noticing it looks completely different from the ones they saw before. Minjun casually dumps the enormous corpse on the ground. Please take a look at this son of a gun, he says proudly. The instructors just stare, dumbfounded. They slowly circle the dead monster. Is this the thing that caused us to faint? Hojun asks. His partner can only agree. The recruits are losing their minds, unable to believe Minjun defeated such a huge monster on his own. Minjun's expression turns serious. He feels a shift in the air. A brilliant flash of blue light erupts from where the entrance used to be. The gate, it's open. Corporal Hojun grabs Minjun's shoulder, his eyes wide with awe. Kim Minjun, did you really defeat that hound on your own? Minjun just gives a slight, confident nod. Hojun can only stare, the realization sinking in. I see. He turns to his partner and gives the order. Escort the recruits out. I'll follow shortly. He stands guard as the others leave, watching their backs until they're safely through the portal. He turns to Minjun, his tone now formal and serious. Kim Minjun, once you get outside, report everything in detail to the lieutenant. He adjusts his cap, his gaze firm. Do not leave anything out, including how incompetent your instructors were. He sighs. He knows they failed in their duty and have no excuse, even if they get sent to military prison. He looks at Minjun with genuine gratitude. Anyways, everyone stayed safe thanks to you. I really appreciate it. Minjun just looks away, blushing slightly. You're embarrassing me, he mutters. Hojun tips his cap. Well, a man has to admit when he's wrong. Anyways, we should go back. As they walk towards the portal, Minjun smiles to himself. He knows the instructor is going to have a rough time explaining all this. But for Minjun, getting such high praise in the last week of training feels pretty good. Well, I guess it's time to head out. But just as he's about to step through the portal, a bright teal light flashes in front of his face. A system window appears. The message is simple and shocking. The error has been fixed. Minjun stares at the window, bewildered. What the heck? The error's been fixed? What kind of error was it anyway? A surge of pure rage boils up inside him. You stupid system, he screams in his mind. You're as ridiculous in this world as you were in the other one. Before he can finish the thought, his new status window appears. It lists his name, his absurdly high stats, and a title. He reads it, and his blood runs cold. The Lumi Nuna is my favorite character cult founder. His jaw drops in horror. Why is that in the status window? This panel displays the cringeworthy title for all to see. And just who is Lumi? She's a character from his favorite video game, Dungeon Power Fighter. He flashes back to his time in Isgard. When he reached the peak of his power, fanatics hounded him, begging him to conquer the world. To get rid of them, he created the Lumi Nuna cult as a joke, thinking it was too ridiculous to be taken seriously. But they loved it. In the end, it only created more fanatics. He looks back at his stats, the initial shock giving way to dismay. He's become significantly weaker than he expected. He knew there'd be some kind of penalty for dimensional travel, but out of his endless list of powerful skills, only one remained: corruption, rank E. And its rank is pathetically low. He grimaces, trying to figure out what a low-rank corruption skill even does. His best guess? A stomachache. This is like some bad novel, the life of a dark mage starting from level 1. The thought is so absurd he wants to vomit. He looks at his reflection in the status window. At this rate, he can't reach any of his goals. But a spark of determination ignites in his eyes. He reached the peak of his power once before. If he did it in the past, he can do it again. Right now, he has a clear objective: to recover his powers as soon as possible for the sake of the game development company that has been suffering delays due to monster attacks. He clenches his fist, his resolve hardening. It's doable. This is nothing compared to the times he had to endure in Isgard. He turns and walks confidently toward the portal. Just you wait, game company! That day, the entire training center was in utter chaos. The fact that a dungeon gate had closed during training, the fact that the lieutenant hadn't given clear orders, and the fact that a mere recruit managed to defeat a new species of monster, while the instructors were completely helpless. Because of this unprecedented series of events, the recruits who should have graduated and enjoyed their freedom until their dispatch were now stuck on standby, complaining in the barracks, bored out of their minds. The rumors about Minjun are already spreading like wildfire. One recruit asks another if it's true he defeated a hound by himself. His friend confirms it, saying the thing was as huge as a cow. They start speculating about his future, wondering if he could make sergeant in 2 years. But the advancement exams in the Hunter Corps are notoriously tough. The scene shifts to the battalion commander's office. Minjun enters, saluting sharply. Salute! Private Kim Minjun, reporting. The lieutenant, Choi Sungbom, greets him warmly. Hey, come on in. Inside, another officer is bowing deeply to him. The lieutenant dismisses the other officer, who salutes and leaves. The office door closes, leaving just Minjun and the lieutenant alone. The lieutenant smiles, making a little joke. A commander that doesn't check the dungeons properly should be punished, right? Minjun snaps to attention, responding formally. The lieutenant leans back in his chair. Now let's cut the small talk. He gets straight to the point. Private Kim Minjun, you were called here because I had something to tell you. He folds his hands on his desk, a shrewd look in his eyes. Since you received the highest score, I have a special proposal for you. Do you want to hear it? There's an old saying for someone who stands out so much they make everyone else seem ordinary. A crane in a flock of chickens. It's for someone who is just fundamentally on another level, someone truly exceptional. And as battalion commander Choi Sungbom looks at the young private before him, he knows that's exactly what he's seeing. He can't believe he's lived long enough to witness a talent like this. Who would have thought there'd be a crane in this latest batch of recruits? A crane so magnificent, it makes even the best soldiers around him look like nothing more than chickens. A smile spreads across the commander's face. It would be a national loss to let a talent like this stagnate. And with them being so short on personnel, he has an idea. He gets straight to the point, telling Minjun he heard he wanted to advance as soon as possible. But the rules are clear. Privates have to wait a full year before taking promotion exams. However, he continues, a strategic glint in his eye, if you're granted an exception, that's a different story. Minjun's interest is piqued. The commander leans forward, his voice booming with excitement. If you volunteer for the Hunter Corps in Shirwan, I'll use my authority to grant you that exception. He slams his hands on the desk, practically yelling. If Minjun agrees, he won't have to wait a year. So, how about it? He asks, expecting some hesitation. But Minjun just stands there, silent. The commander starts to sweat, thinking he's pushed too hard. Maybe asking him to go to Churwan was too much, even for someone so ambitious. Minjun finally speaks, his expression thoughtful. If it's Churwan... He knows the name well. The 104th Division, also known as the Invincible Hunter Squad. Their insignia is a skull in a beret, a perfect symbol of their fearsome reputation. It's the one place all the other recruits warned him to avoid at all costs, a frozen wasteland where the snow never seems to stop falling. But it's more than just cold. Dungeons and monsters appear there constantly. It's considered the most extreme of all the front lines. To Minjun, this doesn't sound like a punishment. It sounds like an opportunity. Advancing quickly is his main goal, and a promotion exception is perfect. The deployment location doesn't matter. And on top of that, it's a place filled with dungeons. For him, these are the best conditions imaginable. His plan requires him to climb the ranks as fast as possible. The higher his rank, the more freedom he'll have. And what better way to earn a promotion than by achieving great things inside those dungeons? Minjun looks the commander dead in the eye and says simply, "I'll go." The commander, who was about to sweeten the deal, freezes mid-sentence. Wait, what? Without a shred of hesitation, Minjun confirms, "I'll go to Churwan." And just like that, it's dispatch day. Vans line up outside the training center, ready to take the new privates to their posts. One of Minjun's former squad mates, Choi Jinsob, is practically glued to a van window, sobbing. "Kim Minjun, you have to call me when you get there, okay?" Minjun just gives him a deadpan look. "You say that now, but I doubt you'll actually contact me." Jinsob swears he will, as an instructor sighs nearby. Wiping away a tear, Jinsob asks, "But seriously, why are you going to Churwan? Why volunteer for a place everyone wants to avoid?" Minjun just smirks. "My goals are a bit beyond your understanding. You have no idea what I'm aiming for." Jinsob guesses, is it something like reaching max level 100 times? Minjun boasts that he already hit his 30th, so 100 is nothing, leaving his friend to mutter, "You're absolutely insane." As the van pulls away, Jinsob hangs out the window, still yelling for Minjun to keep in touch. Minjun watches the van disappear. Well, the loudest one is gone. He looks around the now empty courtyard. So, why am I the only one left? Just then, a heavy military truck roars up the road, kicking up dust as it screeches to a halt right in front of him. The driver's side door swings open with a heavy creak. A gruff voice calls out his name. "Kim Minjun?" He looks up to see a battle-hardened sergeant with a nasty scar across his face, wearing the insignia of the 104th Hunter Division. The sergeant adjusts his sunglasses. "Did you wait long? The snow held me up." Minjun formally replies but wonders to himself. "Snow? What month is it? It's already snowing here?" The sergeant hops out of the truck. "All right, we're heading to the squad," he orders. "Get in the back." Minjun climbs in, thinking the guy is a bit of a show-off. He sits alone in the back of the rattling truck as they head out into the unknown. He knows his real life as a soldier is about to begin. He isn't worried about the brutal training or the constant threat of monsters. No, the one thing he's truly dreading is something much more mundane: hazing. He imagines being forced to do ridiculous, demeaning tasks by his seniors just because they can. After the brutal life he endured in his old world, he just doesn't have the patience to put up with that kind of petty nonsense. He sighs, resigning himself to the inevitable. "I guess I'll just have to endure it for now." The truck rumbles along a bridge, taking him deeper into the remote, snow-covered mountains. But a dark thought crosses his mind. If he snaps and hits a superior even once, he could be sent to military prison. That would ruin everything. They finally arrive at the base, a collection of stark buildings surrounded by snow-dusted pines. A weathered, snow-covered sign marks the entrance. Minjun looks out from the truck, his expression unreadable. He's finally here. The truck rolls past a large banner that reads, "Invincible Hunter Corps." He's arrived. The sergeant leads him down a sterile hallway inside one of the barracks. He stops at a door and turns the knob with a decisive click. He pushes Minjun inside, announcing to the room, "He's a newbie." He points to one of the soldiers inside. "Feed him and teach him the ropes." And with that, he turns and leaves. Two soldiers who were lounging around whip their heads over, their eyes lighting up. "A newbie?" They immediately crowd him. The one with bright red hair asks for his name, and the moment Minjun introduces himself, they get excited. "So you're that super soldier from the rumors, the one who took down a hound all by himself." One of them grabs Minjun's duffel bag and tosses it to another soldier, ordering him to unpack the newbie's stuff. Minjun watches them, a bead of sweat tracing a path down his temple. He figures these two must be the top dogs in this room. They're looking at him with absolute glee, as if they've just been handed a brand new toy to break. One of them asks why he came here, noting that with his scores, he could have landed a comfortable post far from the front lines. Minjun gives them the textbook answer he's prepared. I heard the front line is the best place for real experience, and the fastest way to advance. The two seniors just stare at each other, completely baffled. Then they burst out laughing. You're nuts! The hazing routine begins. They ask if he has a sister, then a girlfriend, clearly disappointed when he says no to both. Well, show us a talent then. Minjun considers it for a moment. My talent? If I show them, will they leave me alone? He looks them in the eye and says, I'll show you one-finger push-ups. The red-haired Sergeant Cho gets angry. Hey, what kind of lame talent is that? We can do that all day. But his friend calms him down, curious to see the attempt. Their mocking expressions quickly turn to stunned silence. Minjun calmly places his right index finger on the wooden floor. The board cracks slightly under the immense pressure. Then, in one impossible fluid motion, he launches his entire body straight up, perfectly balanced in a vertical handstand on that single finger. The two seniors are speechless. Vertical? You can do vertical push-ups? As Minjun effortlessly completes a few reps, one of them wonders aloud if anyone in their platoon can do that, only for his friend to point out that even their sergeants probably can't. After a few reps, Minjun lands back on his feet with a soft thud. He turns to them, still balanced effortlessly, his eyes glowing with a faint, menacing red light. Hey, he says, his voice low and firm. Get lost. Sergeant Cho throws his hands up in frustration. Fine, you're no fun, he complains, the fear now clear in his eyes. But just then, a sharp, familiar voice cuts through the tension from the doorway. Minjun freezes. He knows that voice. He turns around, his eyes wide with disbelief. Standing in the doorway, looking just as strict as ever, is his former drill instructor, Sergeant Lee Seung-ho. But before he can even react, Seung-ho is surrounded by his own seniors. They start laying into him, sarcastically asking how his long vacation as an instructor was, and if he enjoyed tormenting kids. Seung-ho just clenches his jaw, enduring the taunts in silence. His lack of response only seems to annoy them more, as one of them calls him arrogant. Finally, Seung-ho snaps, telling them he only got 4 days off and to leave him alone. The seniors just laugh, tossing him a drink as a backhanded welcome back gift before leaving. As they walk away, frustration boils inside Seung-ho, but in the rigid hierarchy of the military, there's nothing he can do. He just has to take it. With a frustrated sigh, he collapses onto a bunk, just trying to find a moment of peace. He pulls out his phone, his expression turning serious as he begins reviewing mission data. On the screen is an image of a volcanic dungeon, detailing how the intense heat inside constantly damages anyone who enters. Even in his downtime, Seung-ho is all business. Another soldier watches from a distance, thinking to himself that the strict, old-fashioned hierarchy here feels like something out of a different era. Suddenly, Seung-ho barks out a name, Dongjin, getting the attention of a nearby private. A young man with brown hair, Private First Class Lee Dongjin, snaps to attention. Seung-ho orders him to take charge of the new recruit, and Dongjin immediately agrees. Dongjin turns to Minjun and introduces himself. Minjun sizes him up, a little surprised that this friendly-looking guy is his new senior. Dongjin suggests they get some food and talk, mentioning he has a special permit to visit the PX, the base's convenience store. Minjun is baffled. They need special permission just to buy snacks? At the PX, Dongjin generously tells Minjun to grab whatever he wants. Minjun hesitates, warning him that he eats a lot, but Dongjin just gives him a warm smile and tells him to eat as much as he likes. Minjun is genuinely taken aback by his kindness. His new senior is actually a good guy. Minjun takes him up on the offer, loading up a basket full of snacks. The total comes to a staggering 300,000 won, and Dongjin's hand is visibly shaking as he pays, a detail Minjun is too focused on the food to notice. They start digging in. While stuffing his face, Minjun asks why they need a special permit to go to the PX. Dongjin lays out the grim reality of their new life. Privates can only go to the PX on weekends. You have to be a private first class just to use the gym. And then comes the final blow, only corporals and above are allowed to use the PC rooms. Minjun stops mid-chew, his world screeching to a halt. That's insane. Dongjin sighs, agreeing that it's unreasonable, but says there's nothing they can do. It's just how things are, and you have to get used to it. Minjun asks if there's any way to change the rules. For a guy whose only dream is to relax and play video games, This is a nightmare. Dongjin explains the only way is to get promoted. You'd need to be at least a sergeant to have any say, and he admits that's an incredibly difficult path. A dark look crosses Minjun's face. Restricting access to the PC rooms? That crosses a line. For a guy whose only goal is to relax and play video games, this is a declaration of war. His mind is made up. He has to advance. And fast. Dongjin adds that becoming a sergeant is tough, confessing he's failed the exam many times and has been stuck as a private first class for 3 years. He looks down, asking if that's pathetic. Minjun quickly reassures him, but internally a new resolve forms. He needs to get promoted so he can bring this genuinely nice guy, Dongjin, up with him. Just then, a soldier with a cocky grin throws an arm around Dongjin, interrupting their conversation. Dongjin nervously greets him as Sergeant Kim Gwangshik, who invites himself to share their food without asking. Without waiting for a reply, Gwangshik starts grabbing their snacks, happily stuffing his face. Minjun just stares at him, completely unimpressed. He thinks to himself that of course some weirdo had to show up and ruin the moment. After a loud burp, Gwangshik warns them that if they're useless during firearms training tomorrow, they're in for a world of hurt, adding that Minjun won't get any special treatment. Dongjin quickly tries to de-escalate, saying he was just about to explain the training to the new recruit. Gwangshik just scoffs, twisting his words and mocking him for still being a private first class despite trying so hard. Minjun has heard enough. This guy is getting on his last nerve. A faint, dark purple energy begins to swirl around his hand, hidden from view. With a cold, quiet smile, Minjun looks at Gwangshik and asks, "Why don't you spit out what you just ate?" A subtle wave of his demonic power creeps toward the arrogant sergeant. Gwangshik freezes. A look of shock and nausea washes over his face as he chokes, spitting out the soda he was just drinking. He shoots up from his seat, completely bewildered. Minjun looks up with a perfectly innocent expression and asks, "What's the matter?" Gwangshik clutches his stomach, exclaiming that something feels wrong. He frantically checks the expiration dates on the snacks, while Dongjin just looks on, wondering if he's lost his mind. Finding nothing, Gwangshik dismisses it and tells them to get back to their duties before rushing off, looking pale. As he stumbles away, Minjun smirks. A simple corruption skill is the perfect way to deal with annoying people without leaving a trace. With the interruption gone, Minjun calmly turns back to Dongjin and asks him to continue explaining the firearms training. Dongjin explains that the rifles here use special ICM bullets, which are far more powerful than what they used in training. He puts it this way: if the bullets at the training center were like a pony, then the ones they use here are like a wild stallion. The recoil is massive, and the sound is like a cannon. He tells Minjun that because monsters appear so often, firepower is everything, and warns him not to worry if he gets yelled at, since it takes time to get used to. A pony and a wild stallion. Minjun considers the comparison. It seems fitting enough, but then he thinks back to the weapons he used in his past life. If these rifles are a stallion, then his old weapons were like an elephant. A little recoil from a rifle? That sounds like fun. A determined glint appears in Minjun's eyes. He's actually looking forward to tomorrow. The next morning, the squad marches through a misty forest path toward the training grounds. The sharp crack of gunfire echoes through the air as they arrive at the facility. Inside, soldiers are firing at targets, the powerful bullets creating bright blue energy bursts on impact. One of Minjun's shots hits a monster-shaped target, blowing its head clean off. Minjun lowers his rifle, smoke curling from the barrel. He mutters to himself, "I missed one shot. Too bad." An instructor announces his score. "Shooting complete! 19 direct hits, 1 miss!" An indicator flag pops up, confirming his incredible score. The other soldiers, including the seniors who were bothering Sungho, stare in absolute disbelief. The whispers start immediately. They can't believe a new private just got 19 hits, wondering if he's some kind of machine. The red-haired senior admits his own record is only 14 hits. 19 is on a completely different level. High above in a watchtower, 2 officers have been observing the training. Even they are stunned. One of them remarks that he'd heard rumors the new recruit was an elite, but he never imagined they were true. The seniors rush over to Minjun, demanding to know how he did it. Minjun, completely unfazed, just replies that he shot as he was taught. A new instructor walks up, congratulating Minjun on his 19 hits and telling him to keep up the good work. Then he adds, "I look forward to seeing you in this afternoon's special firearms training." Minjun's eyes widen slightly. Special training? This is the first he's heard of it. One of the seniors gets excited, but the instructor barks at them to get back to work. Later, a group of soldiers congratulates Minjun, telling him it's a shame he missed one shot, or he would have earned a vacation pass for a perfect score. Minjun turns to Dongjin and asks what this special training is all about. Dongjin looks apologetic, explaining that he never expected Minjun to be such an incredible shot. New recruits are normally exempt because the rifles are so powerful. He explains it's a two-person team exercise. They'll enter a facility and have to eliminate monsters on their way to a destination. The twist? They'll be dealing with moving targets that can actually attack. And there's another critical rule. They have to watch out for civilian targets that pop up randomly. If they hit even one civilian, it's an automatic failure no matter how many monsters they take down. Dongjin tries to reassure him, saying there's no need to be scared since officers will be controlling the situation from behind the scenes. But Minjun isn't scared at all. The words "live monsters" echo in his mind. A huge, excited grin spreads across his face. This isn't a chore, it's an opportunity. He thinks to himself, now this sounds like fun. A little friendly competition can build team spirit, but when pride gets in the way, even a simple training exercise can become something far more dangerous. Later that day, the soldiers gather in the mess hall for a well-deserved meal. Dongjin is still buzzing about Minjun's performance, telling him that hitting 19 shots is just unbelievable. Minjun just shrugs it off, mentioning that Dongjin's 13 hits was a solid score too. Dongjin gets a little flustered, admitting he has some experience but insisting he's really not that great. He then points out that Sergeant Lee Seung-ho is the real ace. On average, Seung-ho hits 17 direct shots, making him the undisputed #1 shooter in their entire squad. Minjun casually pops a piece of food in his mouth, the gears turning in his head. 17 hits is #1? A small smirk plays on his lips as he thinks, I guess that makes me #1 now, huh? Oblivious to Minjun's internal gloating, Dongjin gives him an encouraging thumbs up, sure that he'll do great in the special training. Minjun just offers a weak, forced smile in return. He then remembers something Dongjin said earlier. Since the special training is done in two-person teams, will you be with me? Dongjin explains that the teams are decided by the higher-ups, so he can't make any promises. Minjun asks how they pick the partners. With a look of dread, Dongjin whispers that according to rumor, the teams are decided completely at random, using a ladder lottery. Later, the soldiers gather outside the Invincible Special Firearms shooting range, the mood tense as they prepare for the next phase of training. An instructor shouts that the training will commence in 5 minutes, ordering everyone to get their gear on and stand by. The soldiers murmur among themselves, the team assignments having just been announced. Minjun stands with a grim expression, clearly unhappy with his draw. Suddenly, a loud, obnoxious voice cuts through the chatter. Well, looks like I'm on a team with the newbie. Sergeant Kim Gwangshik strolls up with a smug grin, boasting that the difference between a sergeant and a private is like night and day. Minjun's eyes narrow in annoyance. Of all the people he could have been paired with, it had to be Gwangshik, and that smug look on his face means he hasn't learned a thing. Gwangshik leans in, saying that since the average time for the course is 3 minutes, the amazing new recruit should have no problem beating that. His face twists into a menacing grin. Make sure you finish within 3 minutes. If you don't, you're going to regret it. Minjun just stares back, his silence clearly getting under Gwangshik's skin. Gwangshik gets right in his face, mocking him, asking if those 19 hits were just a lucky fluke. Minjun lets out a long, tired sigh. Looking completely unimpressed, he forces a compliant smile and says, "Not at all. I will try my best." Gwangshik scoffs. "I don't care about your best. I care about results. If you finish later than me, you're done for. Got it?" He tells Minjun to watch the team ahead of them to see how it's done, but Minjun just gives a deadpan reply. The instructor calls for the first shooters. 2 soldiers step up to the entrance of the training facility. They declare their respective shooting lanes ready for action. With a loud shout, the instructor gives the order, "Descend!" 2 separate elevators begin lowering the soldiers into the dark underground facility. One of the sergeants holds his rifle at the ready as the doors open, revealing a misty, foreboding corridor. The training was designed as a tactical exercise for fighting monsters while protecting civilians in tight spaces. But over time, it's become a fierce competition. The goal is no longer just survival, it's speed. At the end of each lane is a pedestal with a large red button. The only thing that matters is pressing that button before your opponent does. A timer starts. In the observation room, a large screen displays the course layout, with icons marking the monster locations. Minjun watches the monitor, noticing that the monster markers are all different sizes. Guangxik condescendingly explains that the bigger the icon, the tougher the monster. There are 2 monsters placed in each lane, and what they'll encounter is completely random. You never know what you're up against until that door opens. The first soldier enters a chamber and is immediately confronted by a large, grotesque rake toad. Before he can react, the toad's long tongue shoots out, knocking him off his feet as he barely dodges the attack. On the monitor, the 2 soldiers appear as green dots moving through the course. Minjun analyzes the race. The soldier in the first lane was faster at the start, but getting stuck with a tough monster allowed his opponent to catch up. Meanwhile, the second soldier easily takes down his monster, a blue, horned beast with a clean burst of fire. With a confident smirk, he figures this is going to be an easy win, but that confidence evaporates when the next door opens, revealing a massive, terrifying desert worm. His luck just ran out. Back in the first lane, the other sergeant finally finishes off the rake toad, but his relief is short-lived. The second door opens to reveal another rake toad. He screams in frustration, certain the race is already over. And he's right. The other soldier has somehow defeated the desert worm and is now sprinting towards the finish line. With a final push, he slams his hand down on the red button. A loud beep echoes through the facility. The final time, 2 minutes and 24 seconds. A decisive victory. The soldiers in the observation room are impressed. Beating a desert worm that fast is no small feat. As the loser emerges, the winner immediately starts rubbing it in, declaring that he's buying snacks for everyone at the PX. Another soldier points out that he also hit a civilian target, meaning he would have failed anyway. Guangxik watches them with a smug look, commenting that they must have made a bet. Minjun's eyes glint. A bet? An idea begins to form. He turns to Guangxik and calmly suggests they make a bet too. The loser has to grant the winner 1 wish. Guangxik looks genuinely surprised by his nerve. He bursts out laughing, but his ego won't let him back down from a challenge by a private. He agrees. But a simple wish is too boring for him. He changes the stakes. If Minjun loses, he has to hand over his salary for the next 3 months. Minjun isn't fazed. He thinks to himself that of course, a simpleton like Guangxik would only care about money. He looks him dead in the eye and agrees. Fine. If I lose, my salary for 3 months is yours. Dongjin watches from a distance, his face filled with worry for his new friend. He can only mutter Minjun's name, terrified of what the arrogant sergeant might do to him. The instructor's voice cuts through the tension. Next group, get ready! Minjun and Guangxik step forward to take their positions. They both shout that they're ready, Minjun looking calm and determined, while Guangxik wears a nasty, confident grin. All right, descend, the instructor yells. The elevators begin their rapid descent, plunging them both into the darkness below. As he goes down, Minjun sighs. He knows he let himself get drawn in by a cheap provocation. He had wanted to lay low, to not stand out, but as his annoyance simmers, his hand clenches into a fist. A faint dark purple aura of demonic energy begins to swirl around it. He admits to himself, he's just not mature enough to sit back and take it when someone provokes him. The demonic energy surges, filling the elevator with an invisible, potent pressure. Up in the observation room, the soldiers watch as the race begins. They're already gossiping about the bet, wondering if the newbie can even handle the monsters, let alone win. Suddenly, Dongjin's eyes go wide with shock. A massive tremor rocks the entire facility, throwing everyone in the observation room to the ground. They scramble to their feet, wondering if it was an earthquake. But another soldier, looking terrified, says he doesn't think so. Their eyes snap back to the monitor. On Minjun's side of the course, the monster icons have completely vanished. Something is very wrong. Down in the arena, Minjun feels the tremor. He senses it happen nearby. His eyes widen as he feels an overwhelmingly powerful presence just beyond the door. The door slides open. He's not facing a training monster. He's facing a massive green-skinned demon with a single, glowing eye and terrifying horns. It's a creature straight from his past, and it's currently chewing on the mangled corpse of the monster that was supposed to be there. The training is over. A real fight has just begun. Minjun just stares, completely bewildered. He has no idea what's going on, or why one monster is eating another in the middle of his training. The Cyclops finishes its meal, and its single, massive eye swivels to lock onto him. The air grows heavy with its predatory intent. For any normal soldier, this would be a moment of pure terror. But Minjun just stands there, rifle in hand, looking more annoyed than anything else. In a flash, the creature hurls the mangled corpse directly at him. It follows up with a devastating swipe of its claws, carving deep gouges into the concrete floor where Minjun was standing just a second ago. Minjun lands gracefully a few feet away, his uniform torn from the force of the dodge, and in this moment of extreme danger, only one thought crosses his mind. Wasn't tonight's dinner supposed to be fried chicken? He's not thinking about survival. He just wants to finish this quickly, so he can eat. He spots a civilian-shaped target plate in the background. A reminder of the rules. He can't just spray bullets wildly, or he'll fail the exercise. The Cyclops lets out a deafening roar that shakes the room, its body tensed to attack again. Minjun's patience finally snaps. A surge of purple demonic energy envelops his arm as he glares at the beast, thinking, "What in the world is this thing's problem?" The Cyclops charges, but Minjun meets it head-on, his own power exploding outwards. He catches the monster's incoming fist with his bare hand, the sheer force of the impact sending shockwaves through the air. The demon reels back in pain, its hand completely mangled and bleeding from Minjun's powerful grip. With a cold grin, Minjun tells the beast it's finally calmed down a bit. Now, he just has to shoot it, but his eyes widen in surprise. The monster's crushed hand begins to bubble and twitch, the flesh and bone rapidly regenerating right before his eyes. In seconds, the hand is fully healed. The Cyclops roars again, forming a sharp blade of green energy from its arm, ready to fight. Back in the observation room, the monitor shows Minjun has reached the second monster chamber. The other soldiers are in a panic. They can feel the tremors from the battle and know something has gone terribly wrong. The instructor, Sergeant Minji, stares at the monitor in horror as the icon in Minjun's lane changes. He realizes with dawning dread that the monster Minjun is facing is the Cyclops, also known as the Devouring Demon. He knows that once it consumes another creature, its power increases exponentially until it's finished digesting. But something doesn't add up. The Cyclops is normally a docile creature. For it to break free and go on a rampage like this, something must have provoked it. He can't imagine what could have set it off, completely unaware that Minjun's own demonic energy acted like a homing beacon for the beast. Down below, the fight rages on. Minjun expertly dodges another one of the Cyclops' powerful swings. He lands a solid kick, staggering the beast, and mutters to himself about how aggressive it is. He thinks it would be easier to just beat it senseless with his fists, but he reminds himself this is supposed to be firearms training. He opens fire, emptying a full clip into the monster's chest. He aims for the eye next, blasting it apart, then slides under another wild swing from the now blinded demon. He notices the eye is regenerating much slower than the rest of its body. This is his chance. But as he prepares to attack, the Cyclops, despite being blind, turns its head and looks directly at him. It swings its energy blade with perfect accuracy, forcing Minjun on the defensive. Minjun dodges, a look of genuine confusion on his face. He's baffled. The creature knows exactly where he is. He wonders if it's tracking him by sound. He flips out of the way of another attack, using the momentum to land on his feet. He redirects the demon's arm, sending a powerful punch straight into its face. The monster staggers back, its jaw shattered. Minjun stands his ground, a strange feeling washing over him. There's no way the military would use such a violent monster for simple training. And more importantly, even after he destroyed its eye, it located him perfectly twice. Holding up a piece of the monster's flesh, his eyes glow with a faint purple light. A sudden realization hits him. He asks aloud, "Are you reacting to my demonic energy?" A pair of heavy combat boots step into view. It's the instructor, Sergeant Minji, armed with a heavy machine gun and ready to intervene. He thinks this is a catastrophe, blaming himself for letting a new recruit get into this mess. "This is all my fault," he thinks, convinced that a private with a standard rifle stands no chance against a powered-up Cyclops. He sprints towards the training area, silently pleading for Minjun to hold on just a little longer. Meanwhile, on the other side of the facility, Sergeant Guangxik is having a much easier time, sprinting through his lane without a care. He checks his watch, smugly calculating his finish time, certain the private brat never stood a chance. He assumes Minjun has failed and is already dreaming about what he'll do with 3 months of someone else's salary. He pictures himself on a nice vacation, completely oblivious to the life-or-death struggle happening just a few hundred feet away. He reaches the finish line, ready to claim his victory, only to find Minjun already there, casually leaning against the wall. Guangxik's jaw drops. Minjun just looks at him, completely calm and composed. With a cocky smile, Minjun reaches out and casually presses the red button, officially winning the bet. Guangxik lets out a strangled gasp, his mind unable to process what just happened. Just then, Sergeant Minji arrives at the end of Minjun's lane. He finds the massive, lifeless body of the Cyclops slumped on the ground, its arm completely torn off. He stares at the scene, completely stunned, wondering how in the world a new recruit managed this. Back in the main hall, the crowd of soldiers erupts. Minjun and Guangxik emerge from the elevators to a storm of applause. They're hailing Minjun as a monster newbie, in awe that he finished his first special training in under 2 minutes. Everyone is buzzing, unable to believe a private defeated a powered-up Cyclops all by himself. A worried Dongjin rushes over, asking if Minjun is all right. Minjun calmly reassures him that he's fine. Guangxik can only watch in fury as everyone fawns over Minjun, muttering sarcastically under his breath. Another soldier brings up the bet, cheerfully pointing out that the newbie won. That's the last straw for Guangxik. He snaps, grabbing the soldier by the hair. He yells that the situation wasn't fair, so the bet is obviously off. He throws his hat on the ground, whining that there was no way he could have finished faster. He argues that the rules required them to beat 2 monsters, which he did. But Minjun, he claims, only had to face 1. He starts screaming that it's unfair and demands that Dongjin back him up. Dongjin just stammers, caught between his fear of the sergeant and what he knows is right, as Minjun's expression turns cold. Guangxik gets right in Dongjin's face, threateningly asking if he's looking for trouble. Minjun thinks to himself that this guy really is the worst. He admits the situation was unexpected, and he was even planning to let the bet slide. But seeing Guangxik bully Dongjin instead of facing him, that changes everything. Just as Guangxik is about to escalate, a figure steps forward from the crowd. A sharp voice cuts through the argument. "Aren't you ashamed of yourself? The newbie took the bigger risk." The voice continues, explaining that while a Cyclops is normally docile, it becomes incredibly dangerous once it turns violent, and asks if anyone there doesn't understand that Minjun faced the tougher fight. Everyone turns, shocked to see who's speaking up. It's Sergeant Lee Sungo. He stands there with a cold, unwavering gaze, directly challenging his senior. Guangxik is taken aback, trying to laugh it off nervously, but Sungo calls him out, asking if he's just trying to flex his rank in front of the juniors. Guangxik tries to dismiss it as a joke and tells him to stop being so serious. Sungo isn't having it. "Is everything that doesn't go your way a joke?" he says, his voice dripping with contempt. "You haven't changed." He then gives him one last piece of advice, saying that having a higher rank is useful because it's the only way to make stubborn people like him obedient. Minjun watches the exchange with a slight, amused smile. This is getting interesting. Guangxik is left speechless, his face a mask of pure, humiliated rage. He's been completely shut down by the one person he couldn't bully into submission. Sungo stares him down, his expression like ice. He asks coldly, "What? You have something to say?" The rage on Guangxik's face vanishes instantly, replaced by a sweaty, forced smile. He quickly backpedals, waving his hands dismissively. "Haha, no, of course not." He knows he's lost. Sungo's eyes narrow. He doesn't need to say another word. With a final, sharp warning, "Because you shouldn't," he turns and walks away, leaving Guangxik to stew in his own humiliation. The pecking order has just been reset. Later, as the sun sets, Minjun and Dongjin are on cleaning duty. Minjun asks about something he heard earlier, that Sergeant Sungo had received a 2-rank promotion. Dongjin confirms it. Sungo aced the advancement exams, which qualified him for a special promotion. But he adds that the program doesn't exist anymore. He explains they got rid of it after another soldier promoted that way caused a major accident. Sungo was one of the last to benefit from the old system. Minjun's hopes sink a little. He asks if there's any other way to get a special advancement. Dongjin tells him there are still exceptions, like performing a heroic deed or achieving something incredible during a monster hunt. But he cautions that these cases are rare and completely subjective. He says it's better to just assume it's impossible, since almost no one ever gets promoted that way. Minjun processes this. Subjective. That means the commander has the final say. A new plan begins to form in his mind. He thinks about how badly he wants that promotion. He would never wish for people to be in danger, but he also notes how quiet it's been for a base where monsters are supposed to appear daily. He mutters to himself that 2 days as a private is more than enough. Dongjin tries to cheer him up, but Minjun is lost in thought. "Man," Minjun says aloud, "I wish a gate would just appear right now." And as if the world itself was listening, an emergency alert blares from the base's loudspeakers. A significant number of middle bats have appeared at the oil reserve. The announcement orders all hunters to the reserve immediately to install a protective shield. Minjun can't believe his luck. He literally just wished for this. Dongjin grabs him, yelling, "Minjun, let's go!" Middle bats. They're child-sized bat monsters that live in massive colonies. Their eyes glow with a menacing red light. Individually, they're not a huge threat, but they are incredibly agile, and to make matters worse, they can spit fireballs. So for a swarm of them to appear at the base's oil reserve, a facility filled with highly flammable fuel, is an emergency that could literally blow the entire camp off the map. At the reserve, the bats circle overhead. The first soldiers on the scene stare up in horror. One soldier raises his rifle, but his partner stops him, shouting that he can't shoot near the oil tanks. They're in a terrible position. They decide to just observe for now, hoping the SHIELD team arrives in time. But the other soldier points out the obvious flaw. What if the bats attack before the shield is up? The mere thought conjures images of a massive, fiery explosion. The two soldiers are frozen with indecision, completely unsure of what to do. Suddenly, a calm voice cuts through their panic. "I'll draw their attention." They turn to see a lone figure walking past them. It's the new recruit, Kim Minjun. He's not in combat gear, he's just in his standard uniform. They yell at him to fall back, but Minjun just keeps walking, thinking, "Equipment? Who has time for that, when the precious guests who are going to help me advance are waiting right here?" This isn't a crisis, it's an opportunity. He imagines the glory. The private who single-handedly stopped an emergency. And even better, he gets to hog all that delicious demonic energy for himself. But how does he plan to do it? Simple. A sinister grin spreads across his face as purple demonic energy crackles in his hand. He remembers how the Cyclops reacted to his power. He remembers the demonic beasts of his past life. He remembers the nature of these bats. And it all clicks. As he lets his demonic energy flow, the entire swarm turns as one, their attention now locked solely on him. "Just as I thought," he thinks. "They're reacting to my demonic energy." He opens his arms wide, a triumphant grin on his face. "Then, you're all mine." Elsewhere, another team of soldiers rushes to the scene carrying the heavy shield equipment. Sergeant Lee Sung-ho is leading them, urging them to hurry. But one of the soldiers stops dead in his tracks, staring ahead in disbelief. His mouth hangs open in shock. Sung-ho turns, demanding to know what's wrong. The soldier can only point and stammer, "Private Kim Minjun is..." In the distance, they see an unbelievable sight. Minjun, surrounded by a swirling vortex of dark energy, effortlessly fighting the entire swarm. Another soldier snaps them out of it, yelling that the private is drawing all the fire while they're just standing there. We see Minjun in the thick of it, grabbing a bat out of the air and tearing it in half with his bare hands. He sighs. This is taking too long. He needs a better weapon. Dongjin's voice cuts through the chaos from a safe distance, calling him a crazy son of a gun. Sungo is right behind him, sprinting towards the fight, screaming at Minjun to fall back. But Minjun has no intention of backing down. This is his feast. Demonic energy crackles around his hands. Just then, his eyes land on the electric baton Sung-ho is carrying. An idea sparks. "Oh," he thinks with a wide grin, "that looks like fun." As Sung-ho gets closer, a sudden sharp pain shoots through his stomach, the same mysterious ailment from before. He collapses to his knees, clutching his gut, wondering why this is happening now. Minjun casually walks up and asks to borrow the electric baton. Sung-ho is in too much pain to protest. Minjun takes the baton, telling Sung-ho he'll be back after he takes care of the bats. He inspects his new toy. "An electric fly swatter? This is perfect!" A predatory grin spreads across his face. "Now, let's get started!" He dashes back into the fray, the baton now a conduit for his own immense power. He swings it, unleashing arcs of powerful lightning that vaporize the bats on contact. He moves like a storm, a whirlwind of blue electricity and exploding monsters. Sung-ho can only watch in utter disbelief. That man. He's single-handedly wiping out the entire swarm. The soldiers tasked with the shield are frozen in place, pointing in terror as a bat, wings ablaze, hurtles towards them. Just as it's about to hit, it's vaporized by a bolt of blue lightning. One last bat, larger than the rest, lets out a furious roar, its body wreathed in flames. Sung-ho, seeing the danger, orders his men to open fire, saying he'll take responsibility. He raises his own rifle, but before he can pull the trigger, he stops. Minjun is already there, standing on the bat's back, his electrified baton held high. He looks down at the flaming monster with a grin. "Hey, didn't you hear? If you play with fire, you get burned!" He unleashes a massive surge of lightning, engulfing the creature completely. The bat is instantly electrocuted, its fiery aura extinguished. The soldiers on the ground stare up, mouths agape, unable to comprehend the sheer power they just witnessed. With the threat eliminated, the SHIELD team finally gets to work. A massive energy shield materializes over the oil reserve, securing the area. The crisis is over. The ground is littered with the charred remains of 30 monsters. A voice calls out Seung-ho's name. An officer has arrived. He commends Seung-ho on a job well done, but asks where the bats came from. The officer, Captain Song Junshik, complains about the smell, asking who barbecued the bats. Seung-ho reports that there were 30 in total. The captain seems annoyed he had to come out here. Seung-ho knows the captain is an operations officer, not a combat specialist. He suspects the captain was just watching safely from the control center the whole time. The captain assumes Seung-ho handled the situation and promises to mention it to the battalion commander. Seung-ho simply replies, "It wasn't me." The captain is confused, asking who else could have done this. Seung-ho looks him in the eye and makes a calculated statement. He clarifies that all 30 bats were defeated by a single person and asks the captain to make sure the report reflects that. The captain can't believe what he's hearing. He presses for a name, but Seung-ho remains silent, leaving the captain to wonder who it could have been. Just then, Min-jun walks up, salutes, and calmly returns the electric baton. As Seung-ho takes it, he feels the residual power still crackling in the weapon. He looks at Min-jun, then at the baton, and a thought crosses his mind. He asks, deadpan, "By any chance, is this thing really expensive?" The next day, he's been called into an office, and a sharp voice cuts through the quiet. Inside the battalion commander's office, Sergeant Lee Seung-ho gets straight to the point, looking Min-jun dead in the eye. "Did you re-enlist?" he asks. Min-jun's reply is simple, "No, sir." Seung-ho presses on, trying to make sense of the new recruit's impossible power. "Then are you a regressor or something?" But again, Min-jun just shuts him down with a calm, "No, sir." Leaning forward, Seung-ho's voice gets low and serious. "Then don't ever do anything that reckless again. This isn't just a scolding, it's a genuine warning." Seung-ho explains that while Min-jun might have been lucky this time, as a hunter, you can never know what will happen. Min-jun knows it wasn't luck, but he decides it's best to just keep his mouth shut. The battalion commander then takes over, explaining the unique structure of the Hunter Corps, a small, elite unit made up of only 4 battalions. He continues, clarifying that even the battalions have far fewer troops than in the regular military. This is because not all of the awakened choose to re-enlist after their service. Min-jun listens, confused about why he's getting this lecture now. The commander looks at him intensely and asks, "Do you know why this is possible?" Min-jun has no idea where this is going. The commander clenches his fist, his voice booming with pride. "Because every single person in the Hunter Corps is awakened!" He explains that not everyone is a combat soldier. Many specialize in things like administration, tactics, and research. A thought bubble pops into Min-jun's head of a smirking, less-than-heroic officer. He finally gets it. But the commander emphasizes that even those officers are awakened. In the Hunter Corps, you only get ahead based on your own accomplishments. It's a true meritocracy. Min-jun sighs internally. He was called here first thing in the morning, so he was hoping for some good news, not an info session. The commander seems to read his mind, a slight smirk on his face. "Keep looking forward, Kim Min-jun." Today, a sleek black car speeds down the road with incredible urgency. A flag on the car's hood bears 2 gold stars as an announcement echoes through the base, "The hunter who's defeated the most monsters in the 104th Division." Inside the car, we see Min-jun in the passenger seat. Driving is a massive, imposing man with a thick beard and mustache, his presence filling the entire vehicle. The car screeches to a halt, kicking up a cloud of dust. A heavy combat boot steps onto the pavement with a solid thud. "We'll visit our battalion." The giant of a man steps out of the car. The soldiers lined up to greet him look tiny in comparison. The 2nd Battalion commander snaps a sharp salute, shouting at the top of his lungs. All the officers of the 2nd Battalion are present and accounted for, including Sergeant Lee Seung-ho. The visiting general firmly shakes Seung-ho's hand, his voice warm as he greets him. "I heard you handled the situation well yesterday," the general says. "Good work." Min-jun watches from the side, wondering what a 2-star general is really like. Suddenly, the general turns his attention to Min-jun. "Are you Kim Min-jun?" he asks, pulling him into a bone-crushing handshake. Min-jun's eyes widen. This general's grip is incredibly strong. With a hearty laugh, the general claps Min-jun on the shoulder with enough force to make him stumble and tells everyone to stand at ease. Now in the briefing room, the general gets down to business, asking if they've located the gate the bats came from. The battalion commander reports that they've restricted the area and are investigating the gate's rank. The general's gaze sharpens. He points out the radar malfunction, and an officer explains the system was overwhelmed by the sheer number of monsters. The general orders him to request more radars immediately. Meanwhile, Minjun is just enjoying the show, thinking to himself, "Everyone is so tense! This is great!" The general turns back to Minjun. "You were courageous yesterday, but you should have been more careful. Where was your equipment?" Minjun apologizes, thinking that if he'd had his full gear, the whole base might have gone up in flames. But then the general's tone softens. "No need to apologize, that was a joke." He confirms that if Minjun hadn't acted so fast, the oil reserve would have exploded. "You did very well." The other soldiers in the room let out a collective sigh of relief. The general then says, "And here's a small gift from the division commander." He opens a small black case with a distinct click. Inside are new rank insignias. "Congratulations on your advancement," he announces. He explains that an exceptional accomplishment deserves an immediate reward and promotes him on the spot. "Private First Class, Kim Minjun!" But the general isn't finished. He orders the battalion commander to give Minjun a 3-day, 2-night vacation. Minjun is stunned. He expected a promotion, but never this quickly. A massive, giddy smile spreads across his face. A vacation on top of a promotion? He can't help but think that military life is getting so much more exciting. As they walk out, Dongjin claps him on the back, congratulating him. Minjun thanks him, mentioning that Dongjin was commended as well. Dongjin smiles warmly, genuinely happy for his friend. He asks what Minjun plans to do on his first break. A mischievous grin spreads across Minjun's face as he says, "I." We see Minjun running through a commercial district, past buildings and shops. He's heading straight for a PC Bang, a Korean internet cafe. He declares that he will obviously be playing Dungeon Power Fighter. His grin widens. His logic is simple. Even if he went home, there's no internet connection there. So, to be efficient, he'll just spend the next 3 days right here, no travel time wasted. For Minjun, this is the perfect vacation. Nearby, 2 local men are talking. One complains that his friend was trying to pick roots from a restricted mountain that smells toxic all over. He says the smell gave him a headache for days and warns his friend to stay away. The friend just scoffs, saying he'll wear a mask next time. Suddenly, a calm voice asks, "Where is that?" The 2 men turn to see Minjun standing there, his expression serious. They're startled by his sudden appearance and military uniform. A short while later, Minjun is riding in the back of a small truck, heading toward a lush green mountain range. He thanks the men for the ride. One of them nervously asks if it's true he can resolve whatever is happening on the mountain. Minjun looks ahead with confidence. "Yes, the restriction should be lifted by tomorrow. You'll be able to go on the mountain again." The 2 men in the truck look at each other, a mixture of surprise and skepticism on their faces. As the truck drives away, Minjun stands alone at the foot of the mountain, where a strange purple mist swirls ominously above the trees. He thinks to himself that this is much better than a PC room. As he gets closer, he takes a deep breath. He recognizes that scent instantly. A wide, excited grin spreads across his face as he looks up at the swirling purple energy. "Demonic energy!" He reaches the restricted zone, where 2 soldiers in full hazmat gear stand guard. Minjun ducks behind a tree. He notes that security is tight at the entrance, but loose around the perimeter. Still, he'd rather not be noticed. A wisp of purple energy gathers in his hand. He releases the energy, sending a subtle, invisible wave towards the guards. One of the guards suddenly clutches his stomach. "Oh man, I've got a stomachache all of a sudden." He tells his partner he needs to step away for a minute. The other guard tells him to go take care of it. With the path clear, Minjun slips past the caution tape. He easily steps over the barrier and enters the gate, a dark, pulsing maw of energy. A confident smirk plays on his lips as he's surrounded by the familiar purple aura. This feels like home. He kneels down inside the cave, the energy swirling around him. But something is strange. He doesn't sense any monsters. He wonders why the demonic energy is so dense here if there are no monsters. A wicked smile spreads across his face. Well, who cares? He decides not to look a gift horse in the mouth and gathers the dense energy into his hands. Minjun is lifted off the ground as torrents of demonic energy pour into his body, a blissful expression on his face. System notifications begin popping up. "Your demonic energy stat has increased by 1, and another. "Your demonic energy stat has increased by 1. More messages appear. "It's rising steadily," he thinks. Then a new message flashes. "Since your demonic energy has reached the required threshold, you have unlocked a new weapon." His eyes widen. A new skill is a massive gain. He can't help but think one word: lucky. A A status window appears. His demonic energy is now at 13. He has 2 skills, Corruption and the new Nightwalker. He looks at his hand, feeling the power course through him. Free energy and a new skill? This was a huge win. He focuses on the new skill. Nightwalker? A familiar he can summon in the form of a shadow. He remembers the creature well. A hulking, shadowy beast with a terrifying, toothy grin. He used it all the time back in his old life. Its specialty was assassinating targets from the shadows, a perfect tool for a dark mage. Of course, there was a catch. It required a constant supply of demonic energy to maintain the summon. But considering its power, the cost was more than worth it. He throws his arms wide, purple energy flaring as he commands it to emerge. A shadowy form begins to coalesce from the swirling energy in front of him. But instead of a towering monster, a tiny, almost cute little shadow creature pops into existence. It has glowing purple eyes and looks more like a plush toy than a terrifying assassin. Minjun just stares, completely silent, at the pint-sized familiar at his feet. This was not what he was expecting. His face falls. He wonders if this is because of his dimensional travel, or if his demonic energy is just still too low. Either way, this is awful. He can't use this tiny thing in a real fight. But then, an idea sparks. Wait. It's small. The little creature whines that it's hungry, but Minjun's mind is racing. It's small, and it can hide in the shadows. He realizes this form might actually have its own unique advantages. His vacation over, Minjun heads back to the base late that night. He walks into the barracks and announces his return. The other soldiers lounging around all turn to look at him. Immediately, they crowd around him, buzzing with excitement. They can't believe he's the hunter who got promoted in the shortest time ever, asking if it's true he got the badge from the division commander himself. Minjun stays quiet as the others keep talking, amazed by his rapid rise. He then pulls out a paper bag. He hands it to Dongjin with a smile, telling him he brought back some moisturizer. Dongjin is completely surprised. He happily accepts the gift, thanking him and promising to use it well. As Dongjin walks away, another senior asks if Minjun brought what he asked for. Minjun pulls out a magazine and some coffee. The senior jokes that if Minjun gets promoted to corporal, he'll have to start using formal language with him. Just then, a soldier with bright red hair runs up. "Hey, youngest! I saw the list of candidates for the advancement exams, and your name was on it!" The others are stunned, wondering how that's possible. They point out he shouldn't even be eligible. The red-haired soldier asks, "Did the division commander pull some strings for you?" The others start murmuring, wondering how the youngest is already taking the corporal exam. Minjun turns to face them, his expression calm as he decides to clear the air. "Actually, the training commander made me a special offer." A flashback shows the shrewd face of Battalion Commander Choi Sungbaum. The memory flashes back to the commander's office, showing the map with Churwon circled. Back in the present, Minjun casually explains the deal he made to get here. The soldiers are speechless. The red-haired soldier can't believe it. "So you came here just to take the advancement exams a year early? You're crazy." He tells Minjun that if he actually passes, he'll become a legend. A senior with spiky hair chimes in, telling them that the exam candidates have specialty weapons training tomorrow. "Have fun, kids," he says with a grin. The others laugh, clearly amused by the whole situation. Minjun is left a bit confused. Specialty weapons? He wonders what they use besides firearms. The next day, the candidates gather for their orientation. An officer stands before a whiteboard, announcing a quick briefing for the advancement exams. He tells everyone, veterans and first-timers alike, to pay close attention. He begins the briefing. The Hunter Advancement Examination consists of 2 parts. It's split between a written test and a practical exam. The written part is apparently super easy, even simpler than a driving test. Minjun realizes this means the practical exam is what really matters. They'll be tested on their stats, weapon proficiency, and ability to handle monsters. A confident smirk appears on his face. He figures passing is a given, but he starts to wonder what kind of perks he'll get for a perfect score. He decides then and there to take this a little more seriously. Outside on the training grounds, the officer, Ha Daejin, stands before the candidates. A table is laid out with swords, axes, and maces. "We will now begin specialty weapons training," he bellows. He barks out an order. "Privates and privates first class, you will only use swords." He then tells the corporals to take their personal weapons and train on the other side of the field. Officer Huh turns back to the lower ranks. He explains that he'll be teaching them basic swordsmanship, but warns them that following the manual blindly won't cut it. He tells them they have to use the basics as a foundation and adapt them into their own unique styles. "Understood?" he roars. The soldiers shout back in unison, "Sir! Yes, sir!" Officer Hun draws a practice sword, telling them to follow along and concentrate. He moves with incredible speed and precision, a blur of powerful and fluid sword techniques. The blade of his sword cuts through the air with a sharp whistle. Minjun watches with a slight smile. Now he understands. A flashback shows a soldier trying to fight a monster up close with a rifle, a clearly losing strategy. Minjun thinks to himself that fighting monsters with only rifles is foolish. Melee combat is essential. The other candidates try to copy the officer's movements, but their forms are clumsy and awkward. Minjun, on the other hand, moves with a natural grace, his swings sharp and controlled, flowing seamlessly from one movement to the next. His expression is focused. He thinks to himself that the swordsmanship he learned in his past life might be better, but it all depends on how you apply it. He executes the moves perfectly, his form flawless, as the other soldiers look on in amazement. Suddenly, the training officer's voice cuts through the air. "Everyone, stop! Kim Minjun, come to the front!" Minjun snaps to attention, surprised by the order. He jogs up to the front, wondering what's going on. The officer addresses the rest of the group. "Everyone, your movements are stiff and slow. Take a cue from Private First Class Kim Minjun." He then puts him through the paces, demonstrating each move while Minjun mirrors him perfectly, his form just as clean and powerful as the instructor's. The other soldiers watch, sweating nervously, completely intimidated by the display. After the intense demonstration, Minjun sits down for a break, exhausted and sweating. Just then, Officer Ha calls his name. The officer walks up to him, a rare, slight smile on his face. "Good work." He discreetly hands Minjun a small snack, telling him to eat it when he's alone. Minjun watches him walk away, looking down at the choco pie in his hand. He can't help but wonder if the guy just carries these things around with him. He opens the snack, a small gesture of approval from the tough instructor. A voice calls his name. "Minjun." He looks up to see Dongjin approaching. Dongjin looks a little shy, but his eyes are full of admiration. He then nervously asks if Minjun could take a look at his sword form. Minjun is a little taken aback. "Me?" Dongjin explains that he knows it's Minjun's first time training too, source, but the sword is his specialty weapon, and he still struggles to fight monsters with it. He asks again if Minjun would mind taking a quick look. Minjun looks at his earnest senior and gives a small, reassuring smile. "If you need my help," he says, "I'll take as many looks as you like." Dongjun begins practicing, and Minjun watches from the side. He can tell from his moves that he's been training hard. While munching on his snack, Minjun analyzes Dongjin's form. It's standard, by-the-book swordsmanship. Dongjin finishes a sequence, looking unsure of himself. Minjun realizes the problem isn't his technique. What he lacks is confidence. A flashback to his gaming days appears in his mind. He thinks to himself that this happens to be his area of expertise. He decides, well, it's not the time yet. A cunning, almost predatory grin spreads across his face. But when it comes, he thinks, I'll make you. We see a vision of Dongjin, no longer timid, but a powerful warrior slicing clean through a massive monster. Minjun finishes his thought, but a top-tier hunter! It's Saturday. For most soldiers, a day of rest. But for Kim Minjun, it's the day of his advancement examination, the next crucial step in his master plan. Across the base, life moves at a weekend pace. A couple of soldiers lounge around, watching a music show on a small TV. Outside, the sharp sounds of a basketball game echo across the court as others blow off some steam, and inside, the quiet clinking of Go pieces mixes with the soft glow of a smartphone screen. Just a normal, peaceful day. But that peace is suddenly broken by a voice crackling over the intercom, ordering all hunters scheduled for the exam to report to the training ground. In the barracks, Minjun and his senior Dongjin immediately look up. That's their call. Minjun is already standing, perfectly dressed in his uniform, his posture sharp and his gaze focused. He thinks to himself with cold certainty, it's time to become a corporal. A ray of sunlight frames him, making him look almost heroic as he stands ready for the challenge ahead. Soon, all the candidates are assembled on the training grounds, standing in neat rows beneath the Korean flag. A young officer steps forward, introducing himself as Second Lieutenant Kim Cheolmin. He'll be their guide for the day. He runs through the roll call, his voice sharp and formal as each company reports its numbers. A large white bus pulls up, its engine humming, ready to take them to the exam site. As the soldiers file onto the bus, you can see the mix of nerves and exhaustion on their faces. The pressure is already on. The bus kicks up a cloud of dust as it departs. The lieutenant informs them they're heading to the 105th Division base and suggests they use the time to study. A tense silence fills the bus as it travels down the road, each soldier lost in their own thoughts. Minjun stares out the window, his expression blank. Behind him, a couple of soldiers start whispering. One excitedly mentions that soldiers from the 4th Battalion will be there, which means female soldiers will be at the exam. His friend's eyes immediately light up at the thought. The first soldier, Cho Jongwook, grins, boasting about how he's going to show off the weapon skills he's been practicing for a year. His friend jokes that the girls might even ask for his number. Minjun glances over, completely unimpressed by their childish chatter. A condescending smirk plays on his lips as he thinks, "That's right, you try your best." The bus continues on its way, rolling past a stunning landscape of mountains and a sparkling lake. They finally arrive at their destination, the massive, imposing base of the 105th Division. The first test is about to begin. A sign on the door marks the room for the written examination. Inside, the room is silent except for the scratching of pens as soldiers hunch over their exam papers. After the test, a proctor with a scarred face announces the results. With a loud voice, he declares that everyone passed except for one person. He orders everyone but Cho Jongwook to proceed to the practical exam. The other soldiers can't help but snicker. Cho Jongwook, the same guy who was just dreaming of impressing girls, looks absolutely devastated, his face pale with shock. Another soldier scoffs at him, asking how anyone could fail an exam that's supposedly easier than a driver's license test. All Jongwook can do is stammer an apology as the others file past, laughing. Minjun, however, is completely unfazed. He just hums to himself as he walks down the hall, already thinking about the next phase. As they walk, a female soldier with sharp blue hair watches them pass, her expression serious and focused. The candidates who passed the written test gather in a large gymnasium for the practical exam. A high-ranking officer at a podium welcomes them, flanked by a group of stern-looking proctors. He introduces himself as Lieutenant Colonel Lee Chanwook and launches into a long speech about the exam's purpose. As he drones on about friendly competition, Minjun starts to zone out, looking thoroughly bored and wishing they'd just get on with it. But then the lieutenant colonel says something that snaps everyone to attention. He mentions that this year 2 members are attending under a special exception. He announces their names. They are the 104th Division's Private First Class Kim Minjun and Private Sun Unseo. Every head in the room swivels towards the blue-haired soldier Sun Unseo. She stands perfectly still, giving nothing away. Minjun looks over, a flicker of surprise on his face. He had no idea there was another special case besides him. The lieutenant colonel continues, warning everyone not to cause trouble, reminding them of the 104th Division's notorious reputation. The soldiers immediately start whispering. One murmurs that you can get exceptions for applying to the front lines with top grades. Another recalls how even the best recruits he knew turned down offers to go to the 104th. A tough-looking soldier grits his teeth, surprised that one of them is already a private first class. He scans the crowd, looking for the other name. Kim Minjun, was it? He mutters to himself. Minjun glances over at Sun Unseo, and at that exact moment, she looks back at him. For a brief second, their eyes meet across the crowded room. Unseo quickly looks away, a faint hint of a blush on her cheeks. Minjun just watches her, processing this new information. The lieutenant colonel wraps up his speech with a booming, "Everyone, do your best! That is all!" Another officer, Captain Jung Sung-chol, takes the mic. He announces that they will now begin the stat tests for strength, agility, and stamina. He explains that the first test, for strength, is simple. A massive, muscular soldier steps forward, his arms crossed over his chest like a human wall. The captain explains, "You just need to push back the examiner in front of you." Minjun looks at the setup and can't help but think how utterly ridiculous it is. The captain lays out the rules. They have 1 minute, and pushing the examiner 10 meters is a perfect score of 100 points. The examiner stands firm at the 0-meter mark on a track laid out on the floor. He looks completely immovable. The captain calls out the first name, Private Kim Jinhyok of the 103rd Division. Come forward. A well-built soldier steps up to the line, a look of fierce determination on his face. He slams his shoulder into the examiner with a heavy thud. He pushes with every ounce of his strength, his face turning beet red and veins popping on his forehead. But the examiner doesn't move. Not a single inch. It's like trying to push a mountain. The captain announces the result with a flat voice. Kim Jinhyok, 0 points. Disqualified. Then he adds the final nail in the coffin. Anyone who scores under 40 points is automatically out. A wave of dread washes over the other candidates. The failures start piling up. Jang Wonho, 10 points. Disqualified. A female soldier gives it her all, but it's no use. Lee Miju, 20 points. Disqualified. She walks away, muttering that he wouldn't even budge. The captain's pen scratches angrily on his clipboard as another soldier fails. He's clearly frustrated by this string of disappointments. Sun Unseo of the 104th Division. Unseo steps forward, her expression calm as she takes a deep, centering breath. A moment later, the result is announced. 50 points. Pass. The other soldiers gasp in disbelief. Someone actually did it. She had pushed the massive examiner a full 5 meters down the track. It was an incredible display of strength. The whispers start up again. Wow, so that's Sun Unseo, one asks. Another remembers the rumor about her father being the division commander, figuring the strength must be in her genes. The camera zooms in on her sharp, focused blue eye. As she walks back, flexing her hand, Minjun watches her thoughtfully. So this was the other one who received a special exception. The captain's voice cuts through the chatter. Kim Minjun of the 104th Division, come forward. Minjun steps forward without a hint of hesitation, his footsteps confident in the quiet gym. Private First Class, Kim Minjun, coming forward. He calmly approaches the examiner, his face an unreadable mask. He remembers the evaluation with the red stone, a test he intentionally bombed. He thinks, I probably shouldn't hold back like I did last time. A sly smirk spreads across his face. Besides, if I push him past the 10-meter mark, I might get some bonus points. He plants his foot, grounding himself for what's to come. He casually places a single hand on the examiner's back, his posture almost lazy. And then he pushes. A wave of explosive, raw power erupts from him, launching the massive man off his feet as if he weighed nothing. The other soldiers can only stare, their jaws on the floor, as the examiner rockets past them in a blur. A deafening crash echoes through the gym as the man slams into the far wall. He digs his hands into the floor, desperately trying to stop himself, but Minjun's power is just too overwhelming. He carves 2 long, smoking trenches in the wooden floorboards before finally screeching to a halt in a cloud of splinters. The examiner looks back, his face a perfect picture of shock and disbelief. The proctor standing nearby is equally stunned. The captain, his voice trembling slightly, announces the unbelievable score. Private First Class, Kim Minjun, 100 points! Minjun turns and walks away with a confident smirk, leaving behind a crowd of completely dumbfounded soldiers. He scratches the back of his head, looking almost let down as he thinks to himself, I guess there are no bonus points after all. The practical exam wears on, and the strength test continues to crush spirits. One after another, soldiers step up, and one after another, they fail. A voice rings out, Private Yu Jonghwa, 20 points. Disqualified. The soldier walks away, utterly defeated, sweat pouring down her face. Behind her, the massive examiner stands as still as a statue, completely unfazed. The remaining candidates watch, their own confidence crumbling with each failure. They mutter to each other, wondering how the test could possibly be this hard. Captain Jeong Sangchol finally steps back to the podium. Everyone, quiet! This concludes the strength test! He announces they're moving straight to the agility portion with no breaks. He orders all the disqualified soldiers to exit from the back. For many of them, the dream of promotion ends right here. The remaining soldiers get to work, setting up the equipment for the next challenge. They roll out long poles and unfold a large green net. The setup is chaotic, with an officer shouting directions as soldiers struggle to get everything in place. Finally, they wheel out the main event, a heavy-duty automated turret, locking it into position with a heavy metallic clank. The candidates look on, a dreadful realization slowly dawning on their faces. One of them whispers the fear they're all thinking. Are they asking us to dodge bullets right now? Captain Jeong just smirks, seeming to enjoy their panic. Don't worry, he says, his voice dripping with amusement. They're rubber bullets. But then he adds a sharp warning. It will still hurt if you get shot, though, so prepare to dodge everything. The soldiers look even more terrified than before. Minjun, however, is the only one who seems intrigued. A slow, confident smile spreads across his face. He thinks to himself, now this is interesting. For him, this isn't a threat. It's just a game. An examiner takes his position behind the turret, hand on the trigger, ready to start the test. The captain explains the rules. A perfect score is given for lasting 1 full minute inside the net. All they have to do is stay within the designated area. He adds a small exception. While it's an agility test, if someone is confident enough in their durability, they can pass just by enduring the hits for a minute. But the disqualification rules are strict. Step outside the net, fail to last 30 seconds, or get seriously injured, and you're out for good. With the rules laid out, the captain gives the order to begin. Just then, Dongjin turns to Minjun, a wide, relieved smile on his face. Minjun. Minjun just stares at him, completely confused by his senior's cheerful wave. Aren't you a little too surprised? Minjun asks, thrown off by his reaction. Dongjin laughs nervously, admitting he was worried he might fail the strength test again. He explains that since privates first class have already passed the exam once, they won't get disqualified from the stat tests. The real problem is that the standards to get a good overall score are much higher for them. He then offers a piece of advice. Anyways, Minjun, these rubber bullets are as fast as real ones. Don't rely on your eyes to dodge. He tells him to watch the turret's movements to predict where it will fire. Minjun simply replies, "Is that so?" At that exact moment, a shot rings out, followed by a sharp scream. The first candidate is already down, hit in the head right at the start. An examiner carries the injured soldier away as the captain emotionlessly announces his disqualification and calls for the next person. Minjun watches the scene unfold, realizing why the pass rate for this exam is so notoriously low. So many are failing on the very first tests. However, a grim image of fallen hunters on a real battlefield flashes through his mind. He understands now. To prepare them for the horrors of actual combat, the test has to be this unforgiving. Another soldier fails. "Private First Class Ji Youngdo disqualified!" He'd tripped over his own feet and tumbled out of the net. A pathetic way to go out. Captain Zhang is fuming at the podium, his patience worn thin. He yells, "What is with this group of hunters? How do you expect to advance with skills like these?" Another disqualified soldier shuffles away in shame, clutching his arm where a bullet had found its mark. Next. The captain looks down at his list, his expression grim. He calls out the name. Private Sun Unseo. Unseo steps into the testing area, cracking her knuckles. She's completely focused, ready for the challenge. The test begins. The turret fires, and Unseo moves like a blur. She twists, flips, and dives, her body a whirlwind of impossible grace as she weaves through the storm of rubber bullets. The crowd watches in absolute awe as she effortlessly avoids every single shot. With a final acrobatic leap, she lands just as the timer hits 60 seconds. Not a single bullet touched her. "Sun Unseo! Perfect score!" The announcement echoes through the gym, met with stunned approval. She walks back, completely composed, as the other soldiers stare in disbelief. "Incredible!" one of them mutters. Unseo's gaze immediately cuts through the crowd and locks on to Minjun. She stares him down, a silent challenge in her eyes. Minjun meets her gaze, curious. He turns to face her as she walks directly towards him, ignoring the whispers of the other soldiers. She stops right in front of him, her expression intense. "What is it?" she asks. "What do you want?" Before Minjun can even process her question, the captain's voice interrupts. "Next, Private First Class Kim Minjun. Forward." Minjun turns and walks toward the testing area, moving past Unseo without a word. He gives her a quick, dismissive glance as he goes. He can feel her eyes burning into his back. He thinks, she's still staring. It's uncomfortable. He steps into the net, annoyed. He wonders if she's looking for a compliment on her perfect score. He scoffs internally. She could get that from her family. The test begins. The turret swivels and locks onto him. It fires the first rubber bullet. The bullet flies straight for Minjun's face, and he doesn't even flinch. It smacks against his cheek with a dull thud. Unseo's eyes widen in absolute shock. He took it head on. Minjun glares back at her, a silent message in his eyes. He'll show her. He'll show her the difference between her talent and his. The turret unloads on him, a barrage of bullets that just bounce harmlessly off his body like pebbles off a steel wall. The other candidates are shouting in disbelief. "What the heck? Does that even make sense?" Minjun starts walking forward, casually strolling through the hail of bullets, completely unharmed as they litter the floor around his feet. He gives Unseo a smug look as he continues his slow, unstoppable advance. Her jaw is on the floor, her mind completely unable to process what she's seeing. The other soldiers have just started laughing at the sheer absurdity of it all. To him, this isn't a test, it's a joke. The proctor operating the turret is completely dumbfounded, frozen in place. He looks down at his stopwatch, which now reads over a minute. He's been so stunned he forgot to stop the test. He finally shouts, "Stop! Stop! Cease fire!" His voice is filled with awe as he announces, "Kim Min-jun, perfect score on the agility test!" The turret powers down. Min-jun stands right in front of it, without a single scratch on him. The captain stammers, at a total loss for words, before finally managing to move on to the next test. The few remaining candidates are led outside to a clearing, where a massive, swirling blue gate hums with energy. A dungeon. They stand in formation, the tension from Min-jun's unbelievable display still hanging heavy in the air. The captain clears his throat, trying to regain his composure. "Good work on the agility test, everyone. We will now commence with the stamina test." He explains that this final test is extremely simple. All they have to do is enter the dungeon. The objective, march through the empty dungeon for 40 minutes. An officer watching the gate confirms over his radio that all participants are inside. The full instructions are revealed. They have to run to a turning point, get a stamp from an examiner, and return before the time runs out. But there was a catch. The examiners never told them the distance to that turning point. Inside the bleak, rocky landscape of the dungeon, no one knew just how long they had to keep running. Min-jun runs alongside the others, finding their cautious, energy-conserving pace to be incredibly stifling. He's already bored. Everyone is jogging so slowly. He thinks to himself, would it be too much trouble if I just ran ahead? He prepares to break into a full sprint, but suddenly, a hand grabs his shoulder, stopping him dead in his tracks. It's Unseo. He wonders, her again? What is it now? She gives him a quick, determined glance over her shoulder, and then she takes off, sprinting ahead of the pack and leaving everyone else in her dust. Min-jun watches her go, and a slow understanding dawns on him. I see. A wild, competitive grin spreads across his face, his eyes lighting up with genuine excitement for the first time all day. He knows exactly what this is. Is she challenging me right now? He accepts without a word. With a single powerful push, he launches forward, his speed instantly surpassing anything a normal human could achieve. The other soldiers can only watch in shock as he blazes past them. Dongjin tries to call out, but Min-jun is already gone. In seconds, he becomes a distant blur, effortlessly closing the gap between himself and Unseo. Unseo hears the footsteps closing in and glances over her shoulder, her eyes widening in disbelief. He caught up to her already. He pulls up right beside her, matching her pace perfectly, a cocky smirk on his face. They run neck and neck, leaving the rest of the pack far behind. Min-jun casually turns to her and remarks, I guess there isn't much to this. He makes it sound like a walk in the park. Unseo is furious. What did you just say? She snaps. Min-jun just shrugs. Oh, nothing. Just talking to myself. Then, with an infuriating grin, he effortlessly pulls ahead, leaving her in his dust. In moments, he's just a tiny figure in the distance. Unseo is left staring after him, completely and utterly outmatched. She's already breathing heavily, pushing herself to the absolute limit just to try and keep up. We flash back to her first day at the training center. The other female recruits are shocked to see her arrive. They immediately crowd around, buzzing with rumors. They knew who she was. Son Unseo, the prodigy with impossibly high stats, the daughter of a general. Flustered by the attention, Unseo can barely respond, and they take her shyness as confirmation, promising to look out for her. As she walks away, she overhears them talking about how she wasn't arrogant like they expected a general's daughter to be. While one sighs with jealousy about how easy her military life will be, another points out that regardless of her background, Unseo is undeniably the best recruit they have, and she proved it time and time again. In hand-to-hand combat, she was a force of nature. But even as she excelled, her eyes would drift to the male recruits, landing on one particular soldier who stood out from the rest. During a capture-the-flag exercise, the white team won in record time. It was Unseo who stood victorious, holding the captured flag high. Her teammates cheered wildly, celebrating the win she had single-handedly secured. The instructor announced their new record, 3 minutes and 34 seconds. As the losing team assembled, Unseo's team gathered for a break. A senior congratulated them, telling them they'd set a new record for the entire training center. Her teammates showered her with praise, starting a round of applause just for her. But as they celebrated, a commotion erupted from the other side of the barracks. The door to their barracks flew open. A fellow recruit burst in, looking frantic. She shouted that the record they set that morning had already been broken. The new record, she explained, was an unbelievable 1 minute and 2 seconds. The other women were stunned, wondering how that was even possible. Then she revealed who did it. A recruit named Kim Min-jun from the 4th Platoon had broken it all by himself. Unseo's eyes narrowed. It was him, the soldier she'd noticed before. After that, the rumors about Minjun spread like wildfire. He set a new record for shooting. He could run twice as fast as anyone else without even breaking a sweat. The stories became more and more outrageous until one night Unseo couldn't take it anymore and told her friend to just go to sleep. But her friend insisted she had to hear the latest tale. Unseo lay awake long after, the name Kim Minjun echoing in her mind. Her thoughts drift further back to her childhood. She remembers her father, a man with a powerful build and a gentle smile. She looked up to him, her hero in a soldier's uniform. He was a general, a figure of immense strength. But to her, he was just Dad. The memory of his hand on her head was a symbol of his dependable love. Watching him walk away, his figure casting a long shadow, she felt a powerful sense of admiration. A small, determined smile formed on her young face. That night, she made a promise to herself. She would become strong, just like her father. The memory shifts again to the battalion commander's office after her training. The commander, an old colleague of her father's, was discussing her future placement. Unseo thanked him for his consideration. He told her that with her exceptional grades, she could be assigned to any division she wished. He assumed she would choose the 107th, where her father was stationed. But before she could answer, his eyes fell on another file on his desk. The name read, Kim Minjun. An intrigued look crossed his face. Unseo interrupted his thoughts. No, she said firmly. Which division has recruit Kim Minjun applied to? Back in the present, running through the dungeon, her thoughts race. She hadn't applied to this division for childish competitions. Her foot splashes through a puddle as she pushes onward. She grits her teeth, filled with regret. She had provoked him like a little girl, just because her pride was hurt. She understood why he was annoyed. Her own petty jealousy had started this whole thing. She remembers all of his incredible feats, his casual dominance, his effortless power. A blush creeps up her neck. Was I actually jealous? She decides she needs to fix this, that she should be the first to apologize. But then, her resolve hardens. She remembers her true goal. It was never about being number one, it was about getting stronger on her own, without her father's help. If she had truly encountered someone so talented, she shouldn't be competing with him. She should be learning from him. Let's stop acting so childish, she resolves. With a newfound sense of purpose, she finally reaches the turning point, and she sees him. Minjun is already there, leaning against the checkpoint, looking completely relaxed. He gives her a lazy smile. Hurry up and leave. Your time is great right now. He grins and shows her the stamp already on the back of his hand. He's been waiting. Leaning in close, he whispers playfully, I almost fell asleep while I was waiting for you. Unseo's face flushes with a mix of embarrassment and rage. A small squeak of fury escapes her lips. She shoves her hand at the stunned proctor. Stamp me! Quickly, please! With her hand stamped, she takes off again, fuming. So much for an apology. All she can think is how much she wants to wipe that smug look off his face. On the way back, while the other soldiers are completely exhausted, Minjun is just humming to himself, not even breaking a sweat. The final results are announced. Time's up! Private First Class Kim Minjun is in first place with a record of 29 minutes. Private Sun Unseo is second with 32 minutes. Still catching her breath, Unseo looks over at Minjun, a look of pure awe on her face. Captain Jeong claps Minjun on the shoulder, beaming. Kim Minjun, that's incredible. You got a perfect score in all stats. Minjun gives a sharp salute, thanking him. The proctor makes the final announcement. All who passed are to eat and reassemble on the training grounds at 1 o'clock. The soldiers roar back their acknowledgement. After the test, as Minjun picks up his jacket to leave, Unseo stops him, her hand on his sleeve. He turns around and sticks his tongue out at her playfully. She just stares, her eyes wide with surprise. He gives her a big, friendly smile. Dongjin walks up, breaking the moment. As he congratulates Minjun, Unseo quietly mutters to herself that he's being rude. But then a small, genuine smile finally appears on her face, followed by a soft laugh. She thinks to herself, defeated but accepting. In the end, she was the one who fell for the provocation, and on top of that, she lost. She puts on her jacket, a sense of peace washing over her. I have nothing else to say. She's accepted her loss. She takes a deep breath, a look of contentment on her face. She puts on her beret, adjusting it with a newfound sense of clarity. She turns and walks away, her posture tall and confident. She may have lost the battle, but she seems ready for whatever comes next. The advancement exam enters its final phase. The candidates gather at the second practical examination center, where their true combat skills will be judged. It's Lee Dongjin, standing alone in a wide, sterile room, surrounded by snarling goblins. A green goblin lets out a guttural growl, its yellow eyes glowing with malice as its companion snarls, ready to lunge. But just as quickly, the goblin is down, its life extinguished in an instant. Dongjin wipes sweat from his brow, his sword held loosely in his hand. He takes a deep, shaky breath, trying to steady his nerves. A blue goblin charges, swinging its club wildly. Dongjin tightens his grip, preparing for the blow. He ducks just in time, the heavy club whistling harmlessly over his head. He uses the opening to counter, but it's a glancing blow, not a fatal one. Before he can recover, another goblin attacks from behind, its club raised for a killing strike. Dongjin's eyes widen in panic. He whips around, barely reacting in time. He ducks and spins into an upward slash, but the fight isn't over. Dongjin is breathing heavily now, sweat pouring down his face. He's clearly struggling. A larger, more menacing goblin glares at him, a fresh wound on its chest. Dongjin takes his stance again, his body tense as he faces the remaining enemies. Minjun watches from the observation deck above, a thoughtful expression on his face. He stands with the other examiners, coolly analyzing his senior's performance. He thinks to himself that the first part of this exam, the specialty weapons proficiency, was almost laughably simple. All they had to do was demonstrate the basic sword forms from the Hunter Corps manual. An examiner simply watched and graded their technique. That was it. Power didn't matter, only precision. Naturally, Minjun notes, he got a perfect score. Most of the applicants had chosen swordsmanship for their test, and among them, Private First Class Lee Dongjin had received a very high score. His form was flawless. Even the proctor had been impressed with Dongjin's textbook execution. But watching him now, struggling against live monsters, it's a different story. Dongjin lets out a weary sigh. His technique is perfect, but, Minjun concludes, as expected, he's struggling in real combat. Down below, the goblins shriek as they charge again. Minjun recalls the rules for this final test, monster handling. Privates had to defeat 4 hounds. Privates First Class, like Dongjin, had to take down 3 goblins. A true test of combat ability. A loud smack echoes through the room as a goblin's club hits the floor, barely missing its target. Dongjin finally finishes off the last monster, standing over its body, panting from exhaustion. He collapses onto the defeated goblin, completely spent. The proctor announces his time. Private First Class Lee Dongjin, 7 minutes and 52 seconds. Please return to your seat. Dongjin walks away, still catching his breath, the disappointment clear on his face. He curses under his breath as he passes the last monster he killed. Minjun watches him go, his analysis sharp and unforgiving. He had so many opportunities to end the fight. He continues to watch from the railing. But each time, he hesitated. Minjun replays the fight in his head, the missed chances, the panicked reactions, the defensive moves when he should have been attacking. He wonders if Dongjin just doesn't trust his own abilities. Dongjin walks back to the waiting area, his shoulders slumped in defeat. Minjun meets him at the railing. Dongjin looks completely dejected. An announcement is made. Next up is Private First Class Kim Minjun. Please head downstairs and get ready. Minjun turns from the railing, a dangerous fire in his eyes. He thinks to Dongjin, don't be discouraged. Then his focus shifts. Today, I will become a corporal. A terrifying, predatory grin spreads across his face. He finishes the thought, a silent vow to his senior. And I'll tear you apart piece by piece to fix those habits of yours. The other candidates notice the intense look on his face, wondering what's gotten into him. Even Son Yun-seo looks over, surprised by his sudden change in demeanor. Down in the armory, a heavy, spiked club thuds onto the counter. Minjun slings it over his shoulder. He isn't choosing a sword. Captain Zhang watches, unimpressed, thinking that even with a perfect stat score, using a dull weapon like that will make for a tough fight. But Minjun has a different philosophy. He thinks to himself, what you really need for a test like this? A gate opens, and 3 goblins, 2 small, 1 large, step out, snarling. Is nothing more than raw impact. A wild grin covers his face. All 3 goblins charge him at once. Minjun grips his club tightly. With a single, explosive movement, he swings the club in a wide arc, a blur of blue energy trailing behind it. It's like a hawk swooping down on helpless prey. Sheer, overwhelming power against a defenseless foe. The goblins are sent flying across the room like bowling pins. That single swing was all it took. The energy from his attack slices through them at the waist. All 3 goblins are cut clean in half. The proctor stares at his stopwatch, his jaw hanging open. Minjun stands over the remains, the test already finished. The proctor shouts the time in sheer disbelief. 4 seconds! The other officers are completely stunned, amazed that such a talented hunter was hiding in the 104th Division, and a mere private first class at that. The candidates who passed cheer wildly. Minjun has done the impossible. Minjun just calmly walks away from the carnage. Sun Yunseo watches him go, her eyes wide with a mixture of shock and utter awe. A proud, almost arrogant grin spreads across Minjun's face. He spreads his arms wide, as if to say, "Behold." The other soldiers start clapping for him, but Yunseo just stares, completely bewildered. She can only think one thing. What kind of a reckless maniac is he? Later, with the exams officially over, the successful candidates stand in formation. An officer congratulates them on their hard work. He gives special praise to the one who stood out above all the rest, Kim Minjun. A fellow soldier claps him on the back, correcting himself. "Corporal Kim Minjun!" Another laughs, slapping his chest. "That's right, you lucky guy! Keep it going!" Sergeant Lee Sung-ho is beaming with pride, telling Minjun that the battalion commander is overjoyed. No one has ever passed the practical with a perfect score before. The rest of his squad swarms him, lifting him into the air and cheering his success. Minjun just smiles, his mind already on his next project. As they're walking away, he catches Dongjun's eye and gestures for him to come over. He puts a hand on his senior's shoulder, a strange look on his face. "Private First Class Lee Dongjin." A truly terrifying grin spreads across Minjun's face, his eyes gleaming. "As soon as we get back, we're going to start your special training." On the bus ride home, Dongjin looks pale and terrified, while the others joke around him, completely oblivious to his impending doom. As they arrive back at their base, Unseo stands up, looking over at Minjun. She waits for him in the aisle. Minjun notices her new rank insignia. She's a corporal now, too. He glances over his shoulder at her. He remembers her monster handling test. She did well, taking on 4 werewolves with skill and precision. It was obvious she was going to pass. He sits back down, expecting her to walk past, but she just stands there, staring at him. The bus comes to a stop at a rest station. Unseo stands outside, waiting for him as autumn leaves drift down around her. She takes a deep breath, preparing herself. She thinks, "I should take this chance to apologize for my rudeness during the test." But before she can say a word, Minjun's eye twitches with annoyance. He slams his hand against the bus window, his face contorted in a mask of rage. He points a finger directly at her, his voice low and threatening. "You," he grits his teeth. "Provoke me again," his voice drops to a deadly whisper, "and you're done." Unseo is completely terrified, her mind going blank with fear. She has no idea what just happened. She just stands there, frozen, as the bus begins to pull away. The bus drives off into the sunset, leaving her alone in a cloud of dust. Unseo finally clenches her fist, completely bewildered and angry. "What a crazy guy," she mutters to the empty road. Minjun is finally on his way back to base, but for him, the real game is just beginning. The bus hums along the highway, carrying the newly promoted soldiers back to the front line. The sun sets over the mountains, but inside, the atmosphere is buzzing with gossip. One of the soldiers leans over, unable to hold back his curiosity. "Hey Minjun," he asks, "what was that all about?" The whole group chimes in. They all saw the way Sun Unseo, the blue-haired prodigy, couldn't take her eyes off him. Convinced something is going on, they're dying for the details. Minjun thinks for a moment, a quiet escaping his lips. With a completely straight face, he gives them an answer they were definitely not expecting. "She provoked me," he says, "so I just trampled her a bit, that's all." The other soldiers just stare, completely speechless. The bus goes silent as they try to process what he just said. Finally, one of them explodes. He can't believe Minjun would call that intense stare a provocation. The soldier gets right in Minjun's face, furious that he would talk about trampling the girl of his dreams. Internally, Minjun just sighs. They're so annoying, but Minjun is completely unfazed. He looks the guy dead in the eye and states flatly, "She's not my dream girl." The soldier is so shocked he can barely speak. Leaning in close, his face twisted with frustration, he practically screams, "Then who is your dream girl?" Minjun answers with a single, serious word. "Lumi." The name hangs in the air, leaving the entire group baffled. Lumi? They wonder if she's some new idol. A thought bubble reveals exactly who Minjun means, a beautiful, silver-haired character from the video game Dungeon Power Fighter. Minjun looks genuinely confused by their reaction. He can't believe they don't know who Lumi is. The other soldiers just slump back in their seats, their faces a perfect picture of disappointment and exhaustion. So, that Lumi? The conversation dies down, leaving the soldiers to stew in their bewilderment over their strange new corporal. Night has fallen by the time they arrive back at the Churwan base. The barracks stand silent under a cloudy sky. Inside, the remains of a feast are scattered across the table, empty chicken boxes and picked clean bones. The squad is in high spirits, cleaning up after their celebratory dinner. It turns out their lieutenant bought them all chicken to celebrate. The others note they've never seen him so happy, guessing it's because of Minjun's incredible performance. Lee Dongjin, Minjun's senior, gives him a thumbs up. He knows this celebration is all thanks to Minjun, and he's genuinely grateful. Minjun just gives a simple, "You're welcome." Another soldier comes up to Minjun, impressed by his new rank insignia. He jokes that at this rate, Minjun will be a sergeant in no time. Minjun, as usual, seems completely uninterested, quietly enjoying his soda. Suddenly, the lounge door slams open with a loud thud. Sergeant Lee Sung-ho stands in the doorway, his face stern. He orders the entire second squad to assemble immediately. The soldiers snap to attention, confused by the sudden order. Dongjin wonders what could be going on. Sung-ho explains that he just finished filing the report on their celebration and, more importantly, on a certain squad member getting a perfect score in the advancement exam. All eyes turn to Minjun. The red-haired soldier notices the case of beer Sung-ho is holding and grins, assuming it's for everyone. But Sung-ho's face is cold as ice. He shuts him down instantly, stating that the beer is a personal gift from the company commander to Kim Minjun and no one else. The soldier's face falls. As the others rush to grab the beer, he clenches his fists in frustration, muttering about what a jerk Sung-ho is. Then, it clicks. A look of angry realization dawns on his face. He figures out the higher-ups knew about Minjun from the very beginning. That's why he was placed in their squad. Later that night, the full moon hangs bright in the sky. The base is quiet, the only light coming from the moon and the security lamps. Minjun slips out of the barracks, looking around carefully to make sure no one is watching. He clears his throat, preparing himself. Raising his hand, he speaks a single command: emerge. Purple-black energy begins to swirl violently around his arm. The dark energy erupts from his hand, swirling and coalescing into a solid form in front of him. And from the shadows, a small, ghost-like familiar appears, its body glowing with a purple aura and bright, curious eyes. A rare, genuine smile touches Minjun's lips. "How have you been?" he asks his new companion. He admits he was a little thrown by its unexpectedly cute appearance at first, but he's already figured out the perfect way to use it. What he needs right now isn't an assassin or a fighter. A sly, calculating grin spreads across his face. "You'll be gathering information," he tells the little creature, "instead of me." His expression turns serious again as he gives his orders. He tells the familiar to follow anyone who seems to be high-ranking. He stresses the importance of its mission. If it finds any information about unusual occurrences, especially anything involving demonic energy, it has to report back immediately. The familiar seems a bit confused, tilting its head as it tries to understand. Minjun sighs, then forces a smile, patting its head. He creates a small swirl of demonic energy in his palm, a guiding beacon for his companion. As the little shadow zips off into the night, Minjun calls after it, "Hey, you better be careful! You can't get caught, you know?" He crosses his arms, a worried look on his face. Watching it run off with so much excitement makes him incredibly anxious. If anyone saw it, the entire base would be on high alert. A voice from behind startles him. "What are you doing out here?" Minjun whips around, his eyes wide with shock. It's Lee Dongjin. For a split second, Minjun is silent, his mind racing for an excuse. He quickly puts on a relaxed smile. "I haven't had beer in a long time," he says with a laugh. "Just came out for some fresh air." Dongjin asks if he can't handle his alcohol. Minjun casually replies, "Not exactly," while scratching the back of his head. In his mind, though, he's thinking something else entirely. Dark mages don't really get drunk. It's one of the perks of his old life. Whether it's poison or booze, his body automatically detoxifies it. Dongjin smiles warmly. "Congratulations on your advancement," he says sincerely. He offers a piece of friendly advice. "But don't get too comfortable. Keep up the good work." Minjun nods, a look of determination in his eyes. "Yes, I'll do that." As Dongjin heads back inside, he calls over his shoulder, telling Minjun not to be too late, or the others might finish all his beer. Minjun watches him go, letting out a quiet sigh of relief. That was close. He reminds himself to be even more careful from now on. As Dongjin walks away, he thinks to himself about Minjun. The more he gets to know him, the more he seems like a straight-laced, by-the-book soldier. However, Dongjin smiles to himself. I don't mind that personality type. He has no idea how wrong he is. The next morning, the sun shines brightly over the base. Inside an office, an officer looks over a report, shaking his head in disbelief. It's like he was born ready, he says, talking about Minjun. The man, an examiner with a scar over his eye, grumbles that he was thinking of failing everyone, but he can't help but be impressed that one of them got a perfect score. Another officer confirms it. Yes, Corporal Kim Minjun has set a new record of 4 seconds during the monster handling test. Commander Choi Seung-bom is on the phone, laughing heartily. He says that Minjun has far surpassed even his highest expectations. Slapping the report on his desk, Choi reminds them not to forget that Minjun was also the one who single-handedly defeated the monsters at the oil reserve. His subordinate confirms the report. Corporal Kim Minjun was the first to leap into action. Choi leans back, lost in thought. Minjun became a corporal in less than a month, in a way that was anything but ordinary. Looking at his records, Choi is convinced Minjun is someone special. He stares out the window, a serious look on his face. He knows it's only a matter of time before the entire Hunter Corps finds out. And when that happens, they will start observing Minjun very closely. His subordinate looks worried. By them, do you mean the Hunter Special Forces Brigade? He questions if the commander really trusts Minjun enough for that. Choi's answer is firm. Yes, he's the one. That's what I sense. He explains that he's seen countless hunters in his time, and amongst them, there have been a few true monsters. Men who became legends. He believes that perhaps a new monster is about to be born in the Hunter Corps. The scene shifts dramatically to a vast, sun-scorched desert landscape, a dungeon. And standing in the middle of it all is a lone soldier, clad in tactical gear, his face hidden by a helmet. A horde of lizard-men monsters snarls, their sharp teeth bared as they prepare to attack. Behind them, massive rock golems lumber forward, their glowing eyes fixed on their target. The lone soldier stands his ground, completely surrounded by a sea of monsters. He's outnumbered 100 to 1. The monsters let out a furious roar as they charge forward. But beneath the helmet, a confident smirk plays on the soldier's lips. He asks a question to someone unseen. Have you finished gathering them? It's Kim Minjun. And as he faces down the entire monster army his familiar has gathered for him, a wild, ecstatic grin spreads across his face. After a night of secret training and a celebratory case of beer, the next morning at the base is a rough one for some. One of Minjun's squadmates is chugging a hangover cure, looking like he's barely clinging to life. The party clearly took its toll. Just then, Minjun walks in fresh from a shower, humming to himself without a care in the world. The hungover soldier groans, clutching his head. He can't believe how perfectly fine Minjun looks. Minjun approaches with a slight smile, looking completely refreshed. The soldier looks up, his face pale and drawn, and asks Minjun if he's really okay. He forces a laugh, claiming he's fine, but he clearly can't wrap his head around how Minjun could drink so much and still be perfectly normal. He mutters to himself, "You really are a monster." Minjun just gives a knowing little smile. He's heard that one before. Turning around, he sees Sergeant Seung-ho, who also looks completely unaffected. Minjun asks him if he's feeling all right. Seung-ho looks like he's just finished an intense workout, sweat dripping down his face as he replies, "Yes." He says he's perfectly fine after sweating it all out. His impressive physique is clearly the result of rigorous, disciplined training. Minjun watches him with genuine respect. He thinks to himself that Seung-ho is a true soldier, through and through. Seung-ho then asks Minjun if he's been to the gym yet. Caught off guard, Minjun admits he hasn't had the chance. Seung-ho tells him that as a corporal he can use it whenever he wants, and turns to leave. As he goes, he pauses for a moment. He casually adds that the VR device in their squad's gym is pretty decent, and that Minjun should try it out. Minjun's eyes light up. VR. The one word every gamer loves to hear. A huge, excited grin spreads across his face. He's practically vibrating with anticipation. He thinks to himself, is it finally time for the Hunter Corps VR room I've heard so much about? He stands before the heavy metal door, ready to see what's inside. His face is beaming with excitement. He turns the handle and pushes the door open. Stepping inside, he's immediately impressed. The room is spacious and high-tech. He looks around at the simulation pods with a wide smile. "It seems pretty realistic," he exclaims. He steps up to a control panel, eager to get started. A holographic screen appears, prompting him to select a monster. The options are Hound, Monster Rat, Goblin, and Orc. Without hesitation, his finger goes straight for the toughest option, the Orc. The next screen asks him to select the number of monsters, starting at 1. A greedy, battle-hungry grin appears on Minjun's face. "Give me as many as possible," he yells, repeatedly mashing the plus button. But the number stops at 30. A message pops up. Maximum number of monsters is 30. Minjun looks shocked and disappointed. Only 30? He clicks his tongue in annoyance. He was hoping to mow down hundreds of enemies at once. Still, 30 is better than nothing, so he hits next. The next prompt asks him to select his weapon. "A weapon? This is amazing," he says, his excitement returning. This is exactly like the video games he loves. With his selections complete, he steps into the simulation pod. He puts on the VR headset and grabs the controller, a confident smile on his face. A final message appears, initiating the battle. The world around him dissolves into pixels and reforms into a vast, rocky desert. He's no longer in the gym, he's in the simulation, holding his trusty spiked club. He looks around, taking in the hyper-realistic environment. Wow, this is even better than he imagined. A countdown begins. In the distance, 30 massive orcs spawn into existence and begin charging straight for him. A manic grin spreads across his face. "This is really well made," he shouts with glee. He swings his club with all his might, sending the first wave of orcs flying like bowling pins. "The impact feels amazing too," he yells, completely lost in the thrill of the fight. He becomes a whirlwind of destruction, his club a blur as he smashes through the orc horde. The remaining orcs roar in fury, their eyes glowing as they surround him. Minjun just laughs. "This is so realistic! Come at me, you brutes!" The sound of virtual bones shattering echoes through the desert. His club finds its mark again. The orc's body begins to pixelate and disappear. In just a few moments, it's all over. Minjun stands alone in the desert as the last of the orcs fade away. The system announces, "Battle completed." Minjun's excitement fades into disappointment. It feels lacking when there are just 30 of them. It ended too quickly. Then a devious grin returns to his face. "What if I try this?" Back at the selection screen, he doesn't just pick one type of monster. He selects 30 goblins, and 30 orcs, and 30 stone golems, and 30 lizardmen. He's maxed out every single category. An army of goblins materializes, followed by the hulking orcs, then the massive stone golems. And finally, the quick and vicious lizardmen. Minjun stands before an army of 120 monsters, his club resting on his shoulder. "Yes," he cracks a huge, excited smile. "Now this is a real monster hunt." He faces the horde, a lone soldier against a sea of monsters, exactly like he wanted. He turns to the monsters, his grin widening. "Have you all finished gathering?" The battle begins. The lizardmen charge first, leaping forward with incredible speed. Minjun dives headfirst into the chaotic mass of monsters. "Nice to meet you, you little cuties," he screams, his face a mask of pure battle joy. He brings his club down on a stone golem's head, the impact shattering the solid rock. He spins, his club carving a path through the monsters, sending bodies flying left and right. He effortlessly dodges a goblin's attack while simultaneously smashing a golem. His club connects with a goblin's face, the force of the blow vaporizing it on the spot. He moves like a blur, a whirlwind of blue energy and raw power, destroying everything in his path. From the cliffs above, a few surviving monsters screech in terror. But there's no escape. A powerful swing of his club sends a shockwave that obliterates them. The ground is littered with the fading bodies of his enemies. He stands amidst the carnage, finishing off the last few monsters as they look on in fear. "Battle completed." Minjun lets out a satisfied breath, wiping a bit of virtual sweat from his brow. The system announces, "Terminating the simulation." He takes off the headset, a pleased smile on his face. "Darn, that was insane," he says to himself, feeling the adrenaline rush. He's ecstatic. This is the next best thing after Dungeon Power Fighter. Suddenly, a notification window pops up in front of him with a chime. Skill Basic Blunt Weapon Handling has been created. Minjun stares at the window, surprised. Huh? What's this? The skill description is simple. Basic Blunt Weapon Handling E, slightly increases proficiency with blunt weapons. He created a skill, just like in a game. He looks at the notification, a thoughtful smile forming. Not too bad. He hadn't even considered that he could get weapon skills from VR training. This is an unexpected and very welcome bonus. The realization hits him. This means he doesn't have to go into dangerous dungeons to develop his skills. He can just grind them out safely right here. He stretches, feeling accomplished. All right, I should come play with other weapons too, when I have free time. As he's about to leave, he hears someone behind him. It's Lee Dongjin, looking like he's just seen a ghost. Minjun turns, "What's up?" Dongjin points a trembling finger at the results screen outside the gym door, his face pale with shock. "Corporal Kim Minjun, sir. Did you—" Minjun follows his gaze, confused. "Huh? What?" The screen proudly displays the results of his last simulation: 30 goblins defeated, 30 orcs defeated, 30 stone golems defeated, 30 lizardmen defeated. Dongjin's eyes are as wide as dinner plates. He's completely stunned. The two of them stand there in silence, staring at the impossible results on the screen. Dongjin finally stammers out the question, "Did you defeat all of them, Corporal Kim Minjun, sir?" Minjun starts to sweat, trying to think of an excuse that doesn't reveal his true power. But then, a light bulb goes off in his head, a truly devious idea. His gaze locks onto Dongjin. "Private First Class Lee Dongjin." He steps closer, his expression turning serious and intense. "Let's have a little chat," Dongjin nervously asks. "In the gym?" A sense of dread creeps over him. "Why?" Minjun chuckles, a low, menacing sound. "What do you mean, why?" A terrifying, predatory grin spreads across Minjun's face. "You're going to train!" He grabs Dongjin and starts dragging him towards the gym. Dongjin protests that he's still hungover, but Minjun just tells him he'll be fine once he breaks a sweat. The heavy gym door slams shut behind them. A pair of combat boots steps up to the door. Someone is looking at the battle results screen. They're staring at the list of 120 defeated monsters. Their eyes are wide with disbelief and shock. It's Sergeant Lee Seung-ho, and his expression is dead serious. He's just realized the monster in his squad is far more powerful than he could have ever imagined. Minjun's power is no longer a secret, and now everyone's placing their bets on him. But the real gamble is about to begin in a dungeon far deadlier than anyone realizes. A stern-looking corporal named Kim Gwangshik enters the barracks to find the rest of the squad completely wiped out, lazily lounging around after a day of doing nothing. He looks around the disorganized room and asks where everyone is, specifically looking for Kim Minjun. A soldier reports that the rest of the squad is out getting snow removal equipment. When asked about Minjun, the soldier nervously replies that Corporal Kim Minjun said he'd be at the gym until their schedule starts. The soldier, Jin Cheolho, immediately panics internally. He just subconsciously called Minjun a corporal in front of another corporal, a huge breach of military etiquette. He holds his breath, thinking he's in deep trouble, as Gwangshik just stares at him with an unreadable expression. But Gwangshik just gives him a simple order. "Tell Kim Minjun that the platoon commander is looking for him." The soldier snaps off a salute and practically runs out of there, relieved to have escaped a scolding. Gwangshik walks over to the remaining soldiers, who are gathered around a piece of paper, and asks what they're up to. One of them welcomes him over and asks if he wants to join in. They're holding a salary bet, wagering a portion of their pay on how quickly they think Kim Minjun will be promoted to sergeant. The bets range from a wild 6 months to a more realistic 2 years. Gwangshik asks why they're always making bets. Another soldier laughs, explaining that one of them was crazy enough to bet on 6 months. The soldier, Han Young, scoffs, saying it's not impossible. The other just calls him a lunatic. But Han Young fires back, yelling that it's just his gut feeling. He knows that guy Minjun is far from ordinary. Gwangshik quietly picks up the betting sheet, his expression serious. He looks at Han Young, who's still arguing his point, and asks if he's getting scared and regretting his bold bet. Han Young insists he's not. Suddenly, Gwangshik grabs the pen and slams his hand on the table, startling everyone. He looks down at the sheet with fierce determination. Han Young jumps up, yelling at him, "Hey, are you for real? You can't take this back!" He can't believe it. Gwangshik is betting an entire month's salary on Minjun making sergeant in a single month. The soldier with the goatee just smirks. He thinks to himself, "That guy is even more insane than I am." And there it is, written at the bottom of the list, Kim Gwangshik. 1 month. The stakes have just been raised. Meanwhile, the subject of all this speculation is in the gym, completely unaware. He's working out with the base's special redstone equipment, designed to be much heavier than normal weights. A sign on the wall warns against using the equipment without a spotter, a rule Minjun is clearly ignoring. He easily lifts a barbell loaded with massive red weights. His back muscles strain as he completes a set of lat pull-downs with an enormous amount of weight. He moves on to curls, lifting dumbbells that would be impossible for any normal human. But as he drops the weights with a heavy thud, he looks frustrated. He flexes his arm, annoyed. He's been lifting for days, but his stats haven't gone up at all. He wonders if all this physical effort was for nothing. He thinks back to his time in another world, where he had a passive skill that boosted his strength by 150%. He really misses skills like that. He complains to himself about how hard it is to raise stats on Earth. There's no convenient returned hero power-up here, but just as he's lost in frustration, he's startled by a sudden chime. A system window flashes into existence in front of him. Your strength stat has increased by 5. It worked! All that grinding actually paid off. He's absolutely thrilled. It might be a basic skill now, but he knows he can rank it up later. He clenches his fist, blushing with excitement. Just then, Jin Cheolho bursts into the gym. Salute! Corporal Kim Minjun, sir. The platoon commander is looking for you! Minjun, still giddy from his new skill, turns with a huge, slightly crazed grin. All right, thanks. The word skill is practically sparkling in his eyes. Jin Cheolho just stares, completely bewildered by Minjun's weirdly cheerful reaction. As Minjun walks past, humming happily, the poor soldier is left wondering what's gotten into everyone today. Minjun makes his way to the administrative office. He enters, salutes crisply, and announces his arrival. The platoon commander, a friendly man named Lee Junbium, waves him in cheerfully. He tells Minjun it's nothing serious, just a chat, and leads him to the counseling area. The commander makes small talk, asking how life as a corporal is going. Minjun replies that it's going great. Beaming with pride, the commander congratulates Minjun on his advancement. He says it's all thanks to Minjun resolving the incident with the middle bats. The commander tells him he's really grateful. Minjun, trying to be humble, just says it was nothing. The commander then slides a folder across the table. Here, this is the reason I called you today. He explains that the battalion commander sent it as a reward for the bat incident and for his perfect score on the exam. Inside is an official Award of Excellence. The commander explains that while they don't do many formal events, all these awards are recorded as part of a soldier's experience. Minjun looks at the award, the word experience echoing in his mind. His eyes start to sparkle with greed. He asks if these awards could grant him another special promotion. The commander nervously replies, haha, probably? The commander explains that it's not an easy award to get. Very few hunters receive one this early in their career. Minjun's mind is racing. 10 awards! If he gets 10, can he advance again? His gamer brain is already trying to find the exploit. The commander can only look on, baffled, as Minjun asks about buy-one-get-one offers or award events, treating commendations like fast food coupons. A few days later, the entire platoon is assembled, ready for a mission. The commander orders everyone to stand by with their weapons. A soldier briefs the troops. Their platoon has been assigned to clear a dungeon. He tells them that if they do as they've trained, he has no doubt they will complete the mission without any injuries. He begins to explain the details of the dungeon they'll be clearing. As he continues, the faces of the soldiers fall, filled with dread and disgust. The target is the monster rat nest, better known to everyone in the Corps as the sewers. The platoon enters the dungeon, their boots splashing into foul, murky water. The soldiers move cautiously through the dark, stinking cave. The smell is already getting to them. The monster rat nest dungeon isn't considered highly dangerous. However, it's a huge pain. It usually spawns more than 200 monster rats. And to make matters worse, the narrow tunnels restrict the use of firearms, forcing them into close-quarters combat. The soldiers exchange worried glances as they press deeper into the cave. All these factors combine to make it a fairly complicated dungeon, despite its low danger rating. The commander lays out the plan. Since there's only one entrance, they'll lure the monster rats to a choke point and take them out there. All right then, he orders. Prepare the bait. Above all else, the most infamous feature of the dungeon is its disgusting odor. The stench is so bad that all personnel have to be equipped with special-issue gas masks. A private first class brings over a case of bait. The other soldiers groan, complaining about how disgusting the rats are and how uncomfortable the masks are. It's an environment where hunters can't perform to their full potential. The soldier opens the case, and a foul green stench immediately wafts out. The bait is a rotten, half-eaten banana, practically liquefied with decay. The soldiers recoil in disgust. One of them remarks that it's no wonder the rats smell so bad if this is the kind of junk they eat. Following orders, they begin laying out the foul bait, trying to lure the rats in. As one soldier sets his bait, he hears a strange clacking sound under his mask. He looks down, confused, and feels something crunch under his boot. He looks down and freezes, a bead of sweat running down his temple. He's not standing on mud or rock, he's standing on a massive pile of bones. As far as the eye can see, the ground is littered with skeletons. Something is terribly wrong. The ground is a carpet of skulls and skeletal remains, picked clean by some unseen predator. One of the soldiers looks around, his voice trembling as he realizes this isn't a nest, it's a graveyard. A shout from the entrance shatters the quiet dread. The monster rats are here, swarming in from the front just as they'd planned. The commander's voice cuts through the chaos, ordering everyone into a horizontal battle line. The soldiers scramble, weapons drawn and ready. With a series of heavy thuds, they form a defensive wall, a line of steel against the coming tide. He orders the less experienced privates to fall back, keeping them safe behind the main line. Even now, a couple of corporals crack a joke, betting on who can take down the most rats. The loser buys the drinks. Minjun warns them not to get cocky, but they just laugh it off, asking if he wants in on the bet. He gives them a sharp sidelong glance. This is no time for games. He can feel that something is wrong. A wave of black fur and glowing yellow eyes floods the tunnel, their screeching echoing through the cavern. The commander stands at the front, sword raised high. "Hold the line! Do not break formation!" he roars. The soldiers hold their ground, hearts pounding in their chests as the horde closes in, ready to fight from their defensive positions. The battle erupts. Corporal Kim Mungi is the first to strike, his glowing blade cleaving through a monster rat. Corporal Jeong Hanyang is right behind him, his sword a blur as it slices through several creatures at once. Even Sergeant Lee Sung-ho joins the fray, expertly dispatching any rat that slips through the front line. From the back, Minjun watches it all unfold, his eyes calm and analytical. The other squad commanders are holding their own, their weapons carving paths through the swarm. Corporal Kim Gwangshik moves with confidence, his blade finding its mark with every swing. Minjun remains perfectly still, taking in the entire battlefield at a glance. He notes to himself that they're all fighting well. The platoon is handling the swarm better than he expected. With a casual swing of his club, he shatters a rat that strays too close. His attention is drawn to the officers. They're a cut above the rest. Two of them in particular move with flawless coordination, kicking away and cutting down any monster that breaches the line. Their movements are like a well-rehearsed dance of destruction. It's the platoon commander and his vice commander. Their skill is undeniable. Minjun acknowledges their strength. They aren't just commanders because of their rank, they're true warriors who can cover a huge area by themselves. For the first time, Minjun seems genuinely impressed. His gaze shifts to another soldier, whose form is clean and precise. It's Private First Class Lee Dongjin. A small, proud smirk touches Minjun's lips. His special training is clearly paying off. Just as it seems the tide is turning, a desperate cry for backup comes from the side. "We need one more person over here!" a soldier yells. "I'll be right over!" moving to plug the gap in their defenses. But as he moves, he stops dead in his tracks. He senses something. He whips his head around, his eyes wide with sudden alarm. A panicked shout confirms his fears. More monster rats are pouring in from the rear entrance. They've been surrounded. The commander's face pales with shock. This was never part of the plan. He barks new orders, sending the 1st and 4th squads to defend the rear. He tells the privates to pull back slowly, using their shields for cover and warning them not to risk an attack. The rear guard struggles to hold formation as the new swarm crashes against them. It's a desperate, brutal fight, with swords and heavy hammers trying to keep the monsters at bay. Soldiers fight tooth and nail, their heavy weapons smashing through the horde. A soldier calls out that they're almost done, but as he turns, his triumphant cry dies in his throat. He sees something that freezes him in place. Minjun stares at the ground, where a faint purple aura begins to glow. What is that? The gas mask and the stench of the dungeon had hidden it, but now he can feel it. As the strange energy seeps from the corpses of the fallen rats, he knows without a doubt, it's demonic energy. Suddenly, the entire cavern begins to shake violently. "It's coming from the ground!" a soldier screams in absolute terror. Panic rips through the ranks as the floor beneath them trembles and cracks. With a deafening roar, something massive erupts from the earth, sending soldiers flying. The platoon commander can only stare in stunned silence. A monstrous creature claws its way out of the ground. It's an irregular, a mutant monster. The beast is a nightmare made real, a giant, twisted rat with multiple glowing purple eyes and razor-sharp fangs. It lets out a piercing shriek that rattles their bones. Looking from the monster to the piles of skeletons, the platoon finally understands. All those bones... It wasn't a natural graveyard. This creature had been feasting on its own kind, growing larger and more powerful with every meal until it became this. The commander is dumbfounded, unable to process its sheer, impossible size. The monster fixes its many eyes on Corporal Guangxik, who stands completely frozen. "Guangxik!" his comrade yells, his voice filled with terror. He needs to move, but his body is locked in place, paralyzed by the creature's overwhelming, terrifying aura. "Kim Guangxik! Get a hold of yourself!" Another soldier screams. "Run away!" But Guangxik can do nothing but stare, helpless, as the monster looms over him. The creature raises a massive clawed hand, crackling with purple energy, ready to bring it down. As the claw descends, Guangxik trembles, watching his own end approach. But just before the blow can land, someone slams into him from the side, shoving him out of the way. He stumbles backward, saved from certain death at the very last second. Guangxik looks up to see his savior. Li Dongjin? He can't believe his eyes. The timid private he always looked down on just saved his life. The monster's claw crashes into Dongjin, who takes the full force of the devastating attack. "No!" Guangxik screams, watching in horror. The giant rat lord towers over his broken form, its eyes glowing with malevolence. Preparing to deliver the final blow, the rat lord pauses. It sees something in his unfocused eyes, an exceptional fearlessness. It's the same strange energy it sensed from the other powerful human. Before the monster can strike, a massive pillar of brilliant blue light erupts from the ground, blocking its path. His hand outstretched, he gives his friend a small thumbs up. "Nice job, Li Dongjin." Dongjin stares back, a mix of hope and confusion on his face. Sergeant Sungho orders Minjun to fall back, but he's ignored. Minjun turns to face the beast, his eyes cold and hard. The time for hiding is over. The rat lord lets out a furious roar and lunges forward. Minjun doesn't even flinch. An incredible aura of purple demonic energy explodes from his body. The ground cracks and shatters beneath him from the sheer pressure of his power. Stalactites rain from the ceiling as the entire cave trembles violently. The other soldiers are blown away by the shockwave of his released energy. Sungho, caught in the blast, can only mutter, "Thanks, you jerk." The rat lord swings its massive arm, wreathed in dark energy. But Minjun is done playing games. He was worried someone might see, but that doesn't matter anymore. He meets the monster's claw head-on, his own hand glowing with blue light, stopping the massive attack with impossible ease. With a single push, Minjun sends the gigantic beast stumbling backward, completely off balance. He follows up with a powerful kick that launches the monster into the air. The rat lord screeches in pain and confusion, tossed around as if it weighs nothing. Minjun gathers his energy, his fist glowing with immense power as he prepares the final blow. The monster lies broken on the ground, letting out a final, pathetic squeak. Minjun stands over it, purple demonic energy swirling from its body toward his outstretched hand. He gathers the leaking energy, condensing it into a dense, swirling orb. The purple light flows from the dead monster and is absorbed directly into Minjun's palm. A notification appears before him. He's absorbed the monster's demonic energy, increasing his own power. He smirks. The rat lord had a decent amount stored up. Minjun looks down at his hand. "I'll use it for a good cause." In the quiet aftermath of the battle, unspoken questions hang heavy in the air. The dungeon is clear, but for Minjun, the real challenge is just beginning. Outside the dungeon, the platoon is scattered, recovering from the fight. While others are completely drained, Minjun is chilling, leaning back with his hands behind his head as if he just woke from a nap. One soldier, gasping for air, jokingly asks another if he admits defeat. The other guy just lies there, completely spent. The immediate danger is gone, replaced by bone-deep exhaustion. Meanwhile, Sergeant Lee Sungho is on the phone, his expression serious as he reports the situation. He confirms the appearance of an irregular monster and that the platoon has safely retreated. He continues his report, a bead of sweat on his face. He confirms it was just one monster, but whoever is on the other end is clearly asking the hard questions. Sungho explains that the monster was defeated by a single platoon member. As he says it, he wrinkles his nose, still smelling the foul stench of the dungeon. Pinching his nose, he curses under his breath while requesting a reinforcement task force to clean up the mess. After hanging up, he swats at the air, annoyed. Out here, everything feels like a monster, right down to the mosquitoes. Just then, a soldier walks up thanking him for the save. He admits that when he saw that giant rat, he was so scared he couldn't even move. Minjun gives a slight nod, his expression as calm as ever. He says it was nothing, even apologizing for acting without orders. The soldier waves it off. It was an emergency, and his quick thinking saved both Guangxik and Dongjin from a terrible fate. He leans in, genuinely concerned, and asks Minjun if he's hurt anywhere. Minjun just offers a small, confident smile, looking completely untouched. But the question hangs in the air because Sergeant Seung-ho is watching them, and so is the rest of the platoon, their faces a mix of awe and total disbelief. Seung-ho's eyes are wide, fixed on Minjun. He's trying to process it. A regular soldier took down a monster that froze an entire platoon and walked away without a scratch. It makes no sense. Sensing the stares, Minjun stands and reports clearly, "Yes, sir. I am all right." Behind him, another soldier mutters nervously, "Is he even human?" Seung-ho lets out a long sigh, pinching the bridge of his nose. With a dead serious look, he tells Minjun that the two of them will be having a talk back at camp. Minjun's calm expression doesn't falter. "Yes, sir." He knew this was coming. As he walks away, the other soldiers whisper among themselves. The platoon commander does not look happy. Elsewhere, another commander gets the report over the phone, pressing a hand to his forehead, clearly stressed by the news. He gets confirmation that the injuries are minor. Dongjin has already been checked out by the medics and is on his way back. As for Guangxik, he just has some bruises. He should be back at camp by tomorrow. Hearing this, the commander lets out a huge sigh of relief. It could have been so much worse. With a firm step, he turns to address his men. "Second platoon, attention!" he shouts, informing them that due to the unexpected situation, their mission is officially over. He orders everyone to check their gear and prepare to move out. In unison, the soldiers roar back, "Sir, yes, sir!" Later, back at the base, we see the sign for the administrative office. Inside, Sergeant Seung-ho sits across from Minjun. He gets straight to it, telling him he was called here to fill out a report. He slides a clipboard across the table. "I need you to write down, in detail, how you defeated that irregular." Minjun picks up the pen, a thoughtful look on his face. What's he supposed to write? "I tried hitting it with my shield, and when that didn't work, I just punched it?" He glances up at Seung-ho. Would anyone even believe a story that ridiculous? Seung-ho pushes a bottle of water towards him, a small gesture to ease the tension. He decides to offer Minjun an easy way out, suggesting maybe his vision was just obstructed during the chaos. But then he leans forward, his eyes locking on to Minjun's. "But did you really beat it with just your fist?" Minjun's grip on the pen tightens. He's been cornered. He breaks into a nervous laugh, trying to play it off. He claims the monster was so energetic he didn't have time to think. It's a weak excuse, and they both know it. Seung-ho changes his approach. He looks Minjun dead in the eye and asks, "Minjun, what are your stats?" Without hesitation, Minjun replies, "My strength is 65, and my agility is 60. Seung-ho flinches, his eyes widening in shock. He's completely stunned. As a first lieutenant, his own stats are just above average at 40, and this soldier's stats are both over 60? The realization hits him like a physical blow. That's more than double the average for a sergeant. He slumps back in his chair, utterly floored. Seung-ho looks at Minjun, a hint of regret in his voice. With numbers like those, he should have easily gotten into the Hunter Military Academy. What a waste of talent. Then he remembers Minjun's file. A high school dropout. That would have made it difficult. Leaning forward, Seung-ho offers some genuine advice, telling Minjun he should consider getting his GED and going to university if he wants to become an officer. He explains that as a staff sergeant, he could even commute and take online classes, offering to help him look into it. But Minjun just gives a slight, awkward smile. "I don't really like studying," he says. "It's enough for me to advance with my accomplishments." Seung-ho just stares, his eye twitching. This kid is impossible. He possesses legendary potential but has absolutely zero ambition. Defeated, Seung-ho leans back. He tells Minjun it's his decision and he won't push it, but the offer stands if he changes his mind. He says he'll wrap up the report and tells Minjun to get some rest, promising that his actions today won't be forgotten. Minjun salutes and turns to leave. As the door clicks shut, Seung-ho stares at the now empty chair, still processing. He looks down at Minjun's beret left on the table. "Minjun!" Seung-ho calls out just before he leaves. Minjun turns back. "Yes, sir?" Seung-ho's expression is completely serious now. "You saved the entire platoon today." He admits that without him, things could have ended in disaster. He flashes back to the moment the Rat Lord appeared, how even he was paralyzed with fear. Looking at Minjun with genuine gratitude, Seung-ho says, simply, "Thank you." Minjun just smiles. "I only did what I had to do." Seung-ho watches him go, a small, knowing smile forming on his face. He repeats to himself, "Of course." He's starting to realize that for someone like Minjun, this was just another day at the office. As Minjun walks away, he thinks to himself, "It's something I had to do to get demonic energy and build up my accomplishments." His motives, as always, are purely for his own benefit. A dark, determined look crosses his face, and on top of everything else, he's got his own future plans to consider. So, what's next? The moment Minjun steps outside, he's met by a surprising sight. Dongjin is waiting anxiously, and next to him stands a bandaged Corporal Kim Gwangshik. Gwangshik looks Minjun straight in the eye and asks if he can join their special training. The request is so unexpected it catches Minjun completely off guard. Clenching his teeth, Gwangshik forces out a "yeah." He's clearly nervous, but dead serious. Minjun looks annoyed. "How did you even find out we were training here?" Dongjun just fidgets, avoiding his gaze. "No," Minjun says bluntly. "Why in the world would you want to train with us?" He points to Gwangshik's bandaged head, reminding him he hasn't even recovered yet. Gwangshik flashes back to the battle, the helplessness, the paralyzing fear. But then he remembers Dongjin, weaker but braver, rushing in to save him. He admits that this training clearly helped Dongjin. He bows his head, his voice filled with desperation. "I want to join you guys and start training." Minjun looks down at him, a slow, predatory grin spreading across his face. "Now this is interesting. Did you think we would just accept that?" he asks. Dongjin flinches, worried about where this is going. Minjun's grin widens as he reminds Gwangshik that there's an order to things, a subtle jab at all the times Gwangshik hazed them over seniority. Gwangshik is speechless, sweat dripping down his face. He knows he has no room to argue. His face is a mask of shame and desperation. He is completely at Minjun's mercy. Suddenly, Gwangshik bows deeply to Dongjin, thanking him for saving his life. Dongjin is so flustered he doesn't know what to say. Gwangshik then faces them both, sincerely apologizing for how he treated them. He explains that he wants to train because he has his own reasons for needing to become a non-commissioned officer. Dongjin, ever the kind soul, turns to Minjun. "Isn't it all right for him to train with us?" He looks at Minjun, hopefully waiting for an answer. Minjun looks down, a shadow covering his eyes. He says one word, "Of course not." Both Dongjin and Gwangshik flinch at his cold refusal, but Gwangshik speaks again, his voice steady. He says he understands if they're uncomfortable, but he is truly grateful, because he's only alive thanks to them. As Dongjin tries to interject, Gwangshik bows his head again in gratitude. Just when it seems like the answer is final, Minjun speaks again. "I have one condition." Gwangshik's head snaps up, a flicker of hope in his eyes. Minjun says a single, confusing word. "Pigeon." Gwangshik just stares back, completely bewildered. "Pigeon? What on earth does that mean?" A massive, wicked grin spreads across Minjun's face. "If you act like a pigeon for the next 24 hours, I will reconsider." Gwangshik's face turns beet red with rage and humiliation. "What the heck?" he shouts. Minjun just coolly asks if he doesn't want to do it. Gwangshik clenches his jaw so hard it looks like his teeth might crack. The insult is stuck in his throat. But then, his fury twists into a pained, determined grimace. He forces out the sound, "Cuckoo, cuckoo." Dongjun stares in absolute shock. Minjun's grin gets even wider as he mimics him, "Coo-coo-coo." Minjun bursts into silent, maniacal laughter, completely savoring the moment of absolute victory. And just like that, the proud, stern Corporal Gwangshik has been completely and utterly broken. A new pigeon has been born. Sometimes, memories from another world feel more real than the present. We're pulled back to Isgard, to a Gothic castle under the pale light of 2 moons, a place where magic is a tangible, terrifying force. Inside, the heavy wheels of a cart groan across the stone floor, the sound echoing through the vast, cold hall. A mountain of a man in a metal helmet pushes the cart, his muscles straining with the effort. The cart rolls to a stop before a woman in a flowing white dress. Her back is to us, but her voice is calm and steady. "Good work." The helmeted guard stands silently, his loyalty as imposing as his sheer size. The woman turns, her face obscured by shadows, but an undeniable aura of power surrounds her. She looks at the man and asks if he has something to say. His voice is low and hesitant when he finally speaks. "Just how long are you going to keep doing this?" The question is a quiet challenge to the morality of their work. She doesn't answer, instead taking a single, deliberate step forward. Walking past him, her expression unreadable, she simply replies, "Who knows?" We finally see her face, beautiful, with piercing blue eyes that hold a chilling emptiness. She approaches the cart and pulls back the sheet covering its contents. A pair of glowing purple eyes glare out from the darkness, accompanied by a low, guttural growl. Whatever is under that sheet, it's alive, and it is angry. The woman lets out a small sigh, completely unfazed by the monstrous presence. The guard watches her, his voice a respectful murmur as he addresses her as Saint. The saint raises a hand, and a massive, glowing pink magic circle erupts on the floor, pulsing with immense power. Extending her hand toward the creature, her voice is filled with a chilling purpose. "This is a gift to the man who has left us." The guard can only watch, his face hidden, but his unease is palpable. He knows this is wrong, but he is powerless to stop her. The saint glances back at him, a faint, twisted smile on her lips. "There's no such thing as too much, is there?" Her words hint at a dark, insatiable hunger. A pained cry echoes through the hall. And just like that, we're jolted back to the present, the crackle of magic replaced by the thud of a shovel hitting dirt. A soldier grunts as he digs, complaining that they just got to the front lines and they're already stuck with construction duty. Another soldier leans on his shovel, asking if these camps they're building are actually any help against the monsters. The question hangs in the air as they continue their back-breaking work under the hot sun. Suddenly, the rumble of an engine cuts through their complaints. A military truck is approaching. The soldiers look up, their faces lighting up with relief. "Ugh, finally," one of them groans. "The Steedle is here!" They drop their shovels, exhausted but grateful for the distraction. From the back of the truck, soldiers begin unloading heavy gray blocks. Minjun and Dongjin are among them. Minjun handles the blocks with ease, passing them down to Dongjin. Guangxik is there too, his hands raw from the labor. He lets out a small, tired chuckle, a completely different man from the prideful corporal he once was. He explains to the others that they call the material steetle because you can't tell if it's made of stone or metal. He adds that the stuff is incredibly hard and way heavier than it looks. An officer confirms this, explaining that its unique properties are exactly why they use it for the camps. Guangxik continues, saying it's made from a special mineral found in dungeons. As he's about to elaborate, he notices Minjun. Minjun effortlessly hoists one of the heavy blocks onto his shoulder. Then, without a hint of strain, he lifts another one onto his other shoulder. Guangxik just stares, his mind going blank for a second. The sheer difference in their strength is just absurd. He quickly shakes his head and mutters, "No, I didn't say anything," trying to play it off. The other soldiers struggle with single blocks, while Minjun stands there with two, looking completely bored. Dongjin and Guangxik can only look on in disbelief, still not used to seeing his casual monstrous strength. The platoon vice commander, a tough-looking officer with a scar across his face, yells for everyone to take a 10-minute break. The soldiers collapse, drained. The vice commander walks over to one of his sergeants. He tells the sergeant he heard some news back at headquarters. With a grim expression, he reveals it. A tin can dungeon has appeared in a nearby division's area. The soldiers who overhear this immediately panic, their faces draining of all color. One of them nervously asks if it's true, and the vice commander's silence is all the confirmation they need. Two soldiers are practically in tears, begging their superiors to tell them it's some kind of sick joke. They cling to the vice commander, wailing about how awful this is. This will be the third time for one of them. The commander just tells them to calm down. Minjun watches the chaos, completely confused. He has no idea what a tin can dungeon even is. He turns to Guangxik, who's sitting nearby looking unusually calm. Guangxik smirks. He's finally found something he can teach the monster recruit. It's time for a lesson. The name itself conjures images of endless, chaotic battles. Guangxik explains that hunters use the term for dungeons that are much larger than normal. They're also packed with a huge number and variety of monsters, but most importantly, they have no bosses or other high-risk creatures. That's what makes it a tin can dungeon. Because of this unique setup, they're the perfect training ground for hunters to get real combat experience, often used for large-scale divisional exercises. He finishes with a grim smile. That would be the infamous hunter field maneuvers. Minjun gives him an annoyed look. "Who exactly are you talking to?" Guangxik just grins. He repeats his earlier excuse. "I just thought someone might be curious." Minjun's eyes gleam. Hunter field maneuvers. Huh? The gears in his mind are already turning. While the others are crying about more training, Minjun is calculating. This all just sounds like a huge annoyance. The vice commander snaps at the crying soldiers, reminding them that divisional training is a chance for them to build up their accomplishments. That one word hits Minjun like a lightning bolt. Oh right, accomplishments. His mind floods with the possibilities, awards, promotions, recognition. A huge, greedy grin spreads across his face. He was right to come to the front lines. It's a gold mine of opportunity. As his excitement builds, a small wisp of dark, demonic energy coalesces at his side. He looks down at the little creature forming at his feet. "Why are you here?" he wonders. The small being, made of pure demonic energy with glowing purple eyes, fully solidifies. The other soldiers are still complaining, completely oblivious. Minjun isn't even listening to them anymore. He lets out a quiet sigh of relief. Good. Nobody saw it. Meanwhile, at high command, an officer reports a critical matter. A general listens intently. A request for reinforcements has come in. A female officer explains that it's because of a newly discovered irregular monster. The request is from an investigative team at a dungeon that just appeared in Yanggu. The general confirms this is within a military-controlled area. She continues, explaining that 2 members of the team lost consciousness for no reason. It could be a new, dangerous type of dungeon that needs to be cleared immediately. The general makes his decision. He orders all hunters to be pulled from Yanggu. Their new priority is a different dungeon that appeared in a civilian area. His command is final. "Send everyone there!" His subordinate has no choice but to comply. "Yes, sir." Back on the front lines, Minjun is thinking. With the higher-ups distracted, a wicked, opportunistic smile spreads across his face. He's found his opening. He glances down at the small demonic creature by his foot, which gives him a creepy little smile in return. He takes a firm step forward. It seems... He puts his boot squarely on top of the little creature, a look of absolute confidence on his face. "Like I'm going to request a day off." For most soldiers, a day off is a chance to rest, but for Minjun, it's just the beginning of another mission. We find him in a quiet apartment, dressed in civilian clothes, a rare sight for the new recruit. He pulls on a dark hoodie, his movements relaxed. For a moment, he almost looks like a normal young man. He zips up the jacket, his expression thoughtful as he gets ready to head out. His eyes drift across the room, landing on a couple of framed photos on the TV stand. It's a family portrait of Sergeant Seung-ho and his parents, smiling. A happy family, something Minjun hasn't known for a very long time. A voice from the past cuts through his thoughts. "Are you leaving now?" It's Sergeant Seung-ho, from earlier. He'd smiled, remarking that he knew Minjun was working so hard just to earn his day off. "You really are something else," Seung-ho had said. Back in his uniform, Minjun had simply replied, "Yes, thank you, sir." Seung-ho clarified it wasn't a compliment, then brought up a problem. Minjun's home address was in a restricted area. Where did he stay last time he had a day off? Minjun looked away, slightly awkward. I stayed in a PC room." It was the simple, lonely truth. Seung-ho had nodded, a knowing look on his face. "That's what I thought." He held out a key. "If you're okay with it, here's a place you can stay." Minjun stared, confused. Seung-ho explained it was his parents' apartment. They were away on business, so it was empty. Minjun immediately tried to refuse. He wasn't used to this kind of kindness. "No, there is a need," Seung-ho insisted, pressing a piece of paper with the key into Minjun's hand. He gave him the address, saying that even if it was a bit far, it was better than a PC room. Minjun looked at the address. Chuncheon. It wasn't too far. He considered the offer. Seung-ho had waved him off with a cheerful, "Have fun on your day off." Minjun was left standing there, key in hand, stunned by the unexpected gesture. Back in his office, Seung-ho had let out a long sigh, leaning back in his chair. He pulled out Minjun's file. It was sparse. Under father and mother, the file simply read, "Missing." Seung-ho's expression softened. He was beginning to see the lonely kid hiding beneath the arrogant soldier. He leaned back, staring at the ceiling. He knew Minjun was different, and for some reason, he felt a need to look out for him. Back in the present, Minjun stares at the happy family photo one last time. He zips his hoodie up high, hiding his face as the moment of vulnerability passes. He turns away from the photos, his resolve hardening. With his hood up, he heads out the door. "Let's get going!" He arrives at the Yanggu County bus terminal, just another anonymous face in the crowd. Hands in his pockets, hood pulled low, he walks through the streets. He moves with quiet purpose, heading towards his real destination. He pulls out his phone, confirming the details. The dungeon is at a deserted school. He's handling this alone. Just as expected, the area is blocked off by a skeleton crew. The main hunter force has been diverted elsewhere. The soldiers are on guard, but they're not prepared for what's coming. With a burst of superhuman speed, Minjun leaps over a military truck, clearing the barricade in a single, silent bound. He lands softly in a narrow alleyway, completely unseen. A quick peek around the corner confirms he's in the clear. The security was a joke. And there it is, the shimmering blue portal of the tin can dungeon, crackling with energy in the deserted schoolyard. He pulls his hood down further and walks towards it, curious about what kind of monsters are waiting inside. He passes the yellow and black barricade tape. He grumbles to himself. His contact should have at least found out what type of monsters were in here. He shrugs. If it seems too dangerous, I'll just run. He's confident, but he's not an idiot. Without another moment of hesitation, he steps through the shimmering gate. A system message appears. You have entered the dungeon. The world inside is dark and twisted, a forest of skeletal trees under a gloomy sky. Minjun walks through the eerie fog, the air thick and heavy. He stops, noting how humid it is, the dampness clinging to his clothes. He freezes, his senses are screaming. Something's not right. A short sword lies on the ground ahead, as if dropped in a frantic retreat. He crouches, examining the scene. It looks like the investigation team didn't just pass out. They put up a fight. His eyes narrow as he senses a powerful presence nearby. He calls out into the fog, "Hey!" He stands, his voice sharp and demanding. "You're making it obvious, so come on out." With a deafening crash, something massive smashes through the trees. A hulking creature emerges from the shadows, wrapped in a dark purple aura. Minjun sizes it up. A goblin? A kobold? Whatever it is, it's huge, much bigger than a standard monster of its kind. Minjun instinctively takes a step back. He realizes this must be what the investigation team faced. No wonder they were taken out so easily. The monster charges. Minjun sidesteps with fluid grace, letting it crash past him as he dodges another wild swing. It smashes its fists into the ground, sending a shockwave tearing through the earth. Minjun leaps back just in time. He lands, a look of surprise on his face. This thing is tougher than he expected. He blocks a punch with his forearm, the impact sending a jolt through his body as dark energy crackles around his arm. The monster roars, and Minjun retaliates with a powerful high kick, slamming his foot into its head with a crack of blue energy. He lands gracefully. "You really are quite sturdy," he remarks. The beast is dazed but still standing. He follows up with a sweeping leg kick that sends it flying. As it staggers back to its feet, Minjun puts on a cocky smile. "Watch out." Minjun closes the distance in an instant. He unleashes a flurry of punches, each one landing with brutal force. "Oh, you're pretty tough," he taunts. "Not even going to block, huh?" His fists are a blur, but as they sink into the monster's flesh, he notices it feels strangely soft. The monster lands a solid punch, sending Minjun sliding back across the ground. It lets out a furious growl. Minjun crouches, a look of intense focus on his face. He's noticed something far more important. The sleeve of his brand new hoodie is torn. He glances from the monster to the investigator's dropped sword. He stands up, his voice dripping with annoyance. The monsters he's faced so far have been like ants to him. "But you," he says, "you're like a rhino beetle, a worthy opponent." The monster charges again, claws swiping. Minjun ducks under the attack. However, Minjun's expression turns dark. "A bug is still just a bug," his face contorted in a mask of pure fury. "You jerk," he screams. "How are you going to pay for the damage to my new clothes?" With a final, devastating blow, he ends it. His eyes glow with a faint blue light, his power fully unleashed. He stands over the dissolving corpse as its dark purple essence swirls around him. The raw demonic energy condenses into a glowing orb in his hand. A flood of system notifications appears, a huge boost to his demonic energy. Increased stats, a new skill, Dark Arrow, and an enhanced Night Walker. He's even gained basic swordsmanship. "Status window," he commands, a satisfied grin on his face. His demonic energy has jumped to 22. His skill list has grown. Dark Arrow, a skill that shoots an intangible arrow of demonic energy. Basic swordsmanship slightly increases his proficiency with swords. "A long-range attack? Perfect!" He's ecstatic, though a little confused about the swordsmanship skill. Then it clicks. He landed the finishing blow with the investigator's dropped sword. "Heh, how lucky!" But as he looks at the dead monster, he notices the sword is still embedded in its back. He pulls the blade out, his expression turning serious. "Was it already wounded before it fought me?" He thinks back. "What was that thing that was gleaming earlier?" He remembers a faint glint of light on the monster's body during the fight. His eyes widen in realization. He looks at his hand, covered in the creature's black blood. Mixed within it are tiny, metallic particles. "This is—" In the center of his blood-stained hand rests a small, sharp piece of metal. He sits up, examining the fragment. An arrowhead? A piece of a broken sword? He wonders if the investigative team managed to do this much damage. He brings the piece closer, a strange feeling washing over him. It looks familiar. Just then, a sinister cackle echoes from the woods. More monsters are coming. Minjun stands up, a grin spreading across his face. Perfect timing. Just when I wanted to try out my new skill. He turns towards the sound, his torn hoodie fluttering in the breeze. Come on over. A pack of standard-issue goblins emerges from the trees, their faces twisted in greedy snarls. Minjun raises his hands, and two swirling vortexes of pure darkness form in his palms. His eyes glow with a faint purple light, his grin widening into something predatory. Let's see what an E-rank skill can do. He thrusts his hands forward, unleashing two massive tendrils of shadow that whip across the ground. The dark energy slams into the pack, tearing through them with ease as they cry out in pain. Minjun stands amidst the swirling demonic energy, completely satisfied. His main goal is done, but he might as well stay and clean up. One of the last goblins stares at him, its face a mask of pure terror. Minjun's smile is downright evil. Where are all your friends? This is just a game to him now. Sometime later, back in the real world, the dungeon portal still hums in the deserted schoolyard. A figure emerges from the shimmering blue gate. It's Minjun, stepping back onto solid ground. He pulls down his hood, a pair of sunglasses now hiding his eyes. All right, I've cleared the dungeon. A glint of demonic energy flashes in his eye. So it's time to play some games. The scene shifts to a bright, clear day. A platoon of soldiers marches through the hills. They look exhausted, breathing heavily as they trudge along. The dreaded training has begun, and among them is Minjun, looking completely bored and unfazed, as usual. He thinks to himself that he had a very satisfactory day off. We see a quick flashback, Minjun standing over a monster's corpse, then happily slurping noodles while gaming in Sungho's apartment. But when he got back to camp, the entire platoon was in a state of panic. A comrade grabbed him, his face pale, yelling that it was really a tin can dungeon and that the hunter field maneuvers were starting next week. The day of the training arrives. A soldier stares at the briefing, his eyes wide with shock. The plan is simple and brutal. Every platoon starts from a random location and has to fight their way to the center of the dungeon. The platoons deploy, moving cautiously through the rugged terrain. A soldier on comms looks nervous. This is the real deal. Orders are shouted to get ready for battle as the division-wide training exercise begins. The soldiers ready their weapons, preparing to fight off the monsters. They have to engage monsters that appear sporadically throughout the area. Suddenly, small black spheres burst from the ground, flying towards them. The spheres open, revealing mouths full of sharp teeth. Sergeant Sungho identifies them dark balls. He orders his troops to switch to firearms. The platoon quickly takes aim, but as expected, for Minjun, this is child's play. He has a wide, excited grin on his face. This is the most fun he's had in a while. The order is given, fire at will! Minjun pulls the trigger. The soldiers unload on the creatures, bullets exploding against their tough hides. The shots connect, but the monsters are resilient. An officer yells that their tough skin makes them hard to hit. They have to be taken down before they get any closer. The air fills with the sound of gunfire as the platoon continues to fire. Minjun keeps shooting, completely in his element. The platoon leader calls for a ceasefire and orders them to prepare for close combat. 3 monsters remain. He warns the troops to be careful, as a single bite could be fatal. Minjun knows that if his platoon takes too many injuries, their final score will plummet. The remaining dark balls charge, their long tongues lashing out. I can't let that happen, Minjun thinks, preparing to move. A soldier screams for Sergeant Sungho as one of the monsters lunges at him, but before it can connect, a figure blurs past. It's Minjun. With a single, impossibly powerful kick, he sends the creature flying straight into the air as the other soldiers stare in awe. He looks up at it with a cocky grin. It would be much easier to just use his dark arrows, but he can't reveal his skills here. 2 other soldiers take aim at the airborne monster. Their bullets strike true, blowing the dark ball to pieces. Minjun and another soldier leap into action, finishing off the last 2 with powerful kicks. All right! Sergeant Sungho yells, ordering his troops to fire on the remaining airborne monsters. The last of the creatures are quickly dispatched. The platoon stands victorious, the battle over as quickly as it began. Sungho orders a 10-minute break for everyone to check their equipment. He claps a soldier on the back, proud of their performance. Dongjin and Guangshik give Minjun an enthusiastic thumbs up. Minjun gives a half-hearted thumbs up back, his expression flat. This is all just a little too easy. He turns away, unimpressed. Elsewhere, 2 soldiers from another platoon are marked as injured. One of them complains that this training feels way harder than the last one. His friend looks exhausted. He says there are rumors that this isn't a tin can dungeon at all. He leans in and whispers that apparently there was a real boss monster inside. And? The other asks. The rumor is that a team of hunters went in and faced something terrifying. We see a massive elephant-like monster lying dead. Standing over it is a huge man with a thick black beard, wiping blood off his hands. He looks annoyed at the mess. This is Major General Dusak. His subordinates run up to him, looking both terrified and impressed. With a sinister grin, the general asks, "We can train here now, right?" He defeated the boss single-handedly just to secure the location. The soldier finishes the story, explaining that the military captured the boss alive to keep the dungeon open for training. The others are terrified by the news. Their vice commander walks over. "Hey, lazy bums! The break is over." The 2 soldiers trudge away as Seung-ho watches them go. Seung-ho explains to Min-jun that the man who caught the boss was Dusak, a 2-star general. "He's pretty good, huh?" he asks. In the distance, another squad is getting wiped out, yelling for help. The soldier who was just saved by Min-jun is waving them over. He looks absolutely terrified. The other platoon members look confused. Min-jun recognizes the soldier. "Huh? That man?" General Dusak, also marked as injured. The legend himself has somehow been taken out of the exercise. The scene shifts again, back to the world of Isgard. An old, muscular blacksmith with a white beard and an eye patch sits smoking his pipe. He hears someone approach, his one good eye alert. It's the helmeted guard from the saint's castle. The old blacksmith looks him over. "Since you're back so soon, you must have broken it." The guard stands there, looking ashamed. The blacksmith dismisses it. "Whatever. It's probably because you're taking orders from that woman." He holds out his hand for the broken weapon. He examines the blade. It's a beautifully crafted dagger, but the tip is snapped clean off. This is pretty bad, though. He looks at the unique wavy pattern of the metal and asks the guard a chilling question. "Have you been hunting demonic monsters?" Suddenly, the broken piece in Min-jun's hand has a whole new meaning. We're at the central dungeon assembly point. A sea of camouflage tents and military trucks under a hazy sky sets a tense, organized scene. Inside one of the command tents, the mood is grim. An officer reports that the number of monsters appearing is far higher than they ever predicted. Lieutenant Colonel Ko Jong-kyo, the 3rd Battalion commander, looks worried. He's just hoping no major incidents happen on his watch. But Colonel Jeon Sung-kyon of the 1st Battalion has a different perspective. He explains the division commander believes the soldiers have gotten soft, and this brutal training is exactly what they need. Jong-cheol listens, but it's clear he's not convinced. He feels like they might be pushing the recruits too far. Suddenly, the tent flap is thrown open by the 2nd Battalion commander, Colonel Lee Junbyum. The look on his face is pure panic. He storms in, frantically asking the other officers if they know where the division commander has gone. Colonel Jeon just gets flustered, sweating and unable to give a straight answer. It's a situation nobody knows how to handle. The panicked colonel's eyes go wide as the terrible realization dawns on him. Colonel Jeon grins sheepishly. Once the commander makes up his mind, no one can stop him. He's a force of nature. This is the last thing Colonel Lee wanted to hear. He grabs his rifle, shaking with frustration, and yells about the commander heading straight for his battalion's training area. The room is a mix of panic and resignation. They've completely lost control of the situation. Lieutenant Colonel Ko Jong-kyo pushes up his glasses, recalling the one thing the division commander said before he left. His words echo in the quiet tent. "There is a soldier I want to see with my own 2 eyes." And there he is. Major General Dusak, a massive bearded figure sitting on the ground with a tag on his chest that reads "Injured." The nearby soldiers are frozen, their jaws hanging open in disbelief. The officer in charge is sweating bullets, stammering that he knows there's a penalty for not carrying the wounded, but the role of the injured was supposed to be played by some random executive. His voice cracks as he finishes, not by the division commander himself. The absurdity of the situation is breaking him, but Dusak just grins, a mischievous look in his eyes. He pats the "Injured" sign. "Please take good care of me." The poor officer just about jumps out of his skin. With a shaky salute, 1st Lieutenant Kim Cheolman screams, "Yes, sir," as Dusak casually pats his back. The soldiers prepare a stretcher, already dreading the thought of carrying the colossal general. Duseok just looks on with an impatient expression, as if daring them to fail. He calls out to one of the sergeants, who immediately snaps to attention. Du-seok crushes a water pouch in his hand, his frustration boiling over. He roars, asking if they don't know his personality by now. He waves his hand dismissively, annoyed with the entire process. "Forget it," he shouts. "Don't mind me and just carry on with the training." The poor first lieutenant starts to sob with relief, just glad to be out of the hot seat. But then, Du-seok's eyes land on someone in the distance. A wide, knowing grin spreads across his face. He's looking at Min-jun, who's been watching this whole chaotic scene unfold with a blank expression. A slow, matching grin grows on Min-jun's face. He knew it. He thinks to himself, this training is ridiculously fun, and the fun was just getting started. The training was intense, throwing different types of monsters at the soldiers to force them to adapt. On top of that, various traps, like parachute bombs and gas attacks, were designed to keep everyone on their toes. It was chaos, and Min-jun was thriving in it, effortlessly carrying the massive general on his shoulders while kicking away monsters. Just another day. While Min-jun enjoys himself, the other soldiers are feeling the strain. Private Jin Cheolho of the 2nd Platoon is panting, completely exhausted. A slimy, green, lizard-like monster rears up in front of him. Despite his exhaustion, Cheolho summons his strength and lunges forward. His sword glows with energy as he slashes right through the monster's chest. The creature is sliced in two, its dark blood spraying into the air. Cheolho is gasping for air, completely drained from that single attack. He stumbles, his legs giving out from under him. He collapses onto the ground, utterly spent. But the fight isn't over. Another monster lunges at him while he's down. Suddenly, a blur of motion slices the monster clean in half before it can reach him. He looks up to see a fellow soldier standing over him as a notification appears, "Basic Swordsmanship E." Cheolho realizes that this intense training is genuinely making him stronger. He's still catching his breath when a hand appears in front of him. It's Min-jun, reaching down to help him up, not even breaking a sweat. Exhausted and grateful, Cheolho manages to say, "Thank you." Min-jun just stands there silently, his expression unreadable as always. Another soldier is knocked off balance, about to be skewered by a monster. But before it can land the blow, a flash of blue energy cuts it in half. Min-jun again, saving another teammate. He moves like a whirlwind, his attacks precise and deadly, clearing a path through the monsters with ease. The other soldiers can only watch in awe as he handles threats that would have overwhelmed them. From a distance, Du-seok watches it all unfold. He smirks, thinking he'd heard these maneuvers were supposed to be tough. A monster tries to sneak up on him from behind. Without even turning, he sends it flying with a single casual backhand. The force alone creates a shockwave in the air. The company commander sees this and rallies his troops, yelling for everyone to do their best. He turns to Min-jun and asks if he's all right. Min-jun gives a simple thumbs up and a "Yes, sir!" As Du-seok watches Min-jun command the field, he grins. It's clear now that Corporal Kim Min-jun has made a very memorable first impression. Meanwhile, in the northern part of the dungeon, a different battle is raging. Sun Un-seo and her squad are fighting for their lives against a swarm of flying, sharp-toothed monsters. One of her squad mates is out of breath, the fight clearly taking a toll on them. The flying monsters are relentless, closing in on the soldiers. The women fight back desperately, their faces etched with determination. Un-seo grits her teeth, her grip tightening on her sword. A bead of sweat rolls down her cheek, but her blue eyes are sharp. She unleashes a powerful, sweeping slash, sending a wave of bright blue energy that cuts through several monsters at once. The creatures fall to the ground in pieces. Un-seo lets out a sigh of relief. The fight was tough, but her skill is undeniable. Her squadmate is in awe, telling Un-seo how incredible she is. But just as she's celebrating, another monster lunges at her from behind. Her eyes widen in terror as she realizes she's been caught off guard. The monster knocks her helmet clean off her head. She hits the ground hard, dazed and vulnerable, but before the monster can finish her, a blur of motion flashes past. The squadmate looks up, shocked, as she sees who just saved her. It's Un-seo. She threw herself in front of the attack, taking the hit to protect her teammate. A fierce, determined look crosses her face. She won't let any of her teammates fall, no matter the cost. The brutal training exercise finally pauses. As the sun sets, casting a warm glow over the dungeon, it almost feels peaceful. For the first time in a while, the soldiers of the 2nd Platoon can actually relax, scattered around and enjoying the quiet moment. The platoon commander stands at attention, reporting to his superior, while the vice commander stands beside him, trying to look cool. He proudly reports that all platoon members have made it this far without any major injuries. A massive, toothy grin spreads across Dusok's face. He's impressed, thinking the commander is incredibly competent. Of course, he has no idea who's really responsible. The commander just sweats, wondering where this is going. He's not used to this much attention from a two-star general. Dusok steps closer, his sheer size intimidating. The commander watches his men train in the background. He knows they aren't that good on their own. Trying to be humble, he says it's all thanks to his great platoon members. Dusok claps a heavy hand on his shoulder, telling him that managing soldiers well is also a sign of competence. With another wide grin, he encourages the commander to do his best. The poor guy can only stammer out a thank you. Dusok then turns his attention to the vice commander. He playfully grabs the vice commander in a headlock, yelling about his poor balance. The guy can only apologize, completely caught off guard. Two other soldiers watch the scene from a distance as Dusok continues to playfully wrestle the vice commander. One soldier asks the other if this is his second field maneuver, but his friend immediately shuts him down. But the soldier points to something in the distance. What is that? He's pointing at a deep fissure in the ground marked off with a yellow "Do Not Enter" sign. The other soldier's expression turns serious. He stares at the dark chasm. It's the hole. Just then, the platoon commander calls for everyone to line up and move out. As they walk, the soldier asks what he means by the hole. His friend sighs, realizing he must have slept through the briefing again. It's the dungeon hole. He pushes up his glasses, ready to explain that not much is known about how dungeons actually work. The current theory is that a dungeon is a space connected to another dimension through a gate. He continues, saying it's obviously not a perfect infinite space. The other soldier nods, finally getting it. Exactly. Dungeons have borders, but more importantly, there are places inside where the connection to the other dimension is just lost. He points to a map showing these random black spots within the dungeon's layout. And those random spots, he says with a proud little smirk, are called dungeon holes. His friend gets an idea. What happens if you fall into one of those holes? The knowledgeable soldier chuckles, admitting it's hard to believe. He explains that you just get teleported to a random location within the dungeon, like pop! Suddenly there's a commotion up ahead. The soldiers are all looking at something, confused and alarmed. One of them turns around, asking what happened. The platoon commander stares forward, his eyes wide with shock. He recognizes the person lying on the ground. It's Son Unseo, unconscious and alone in the middle of their path. A moment later, she's awake, taking a sip from a canteen. The platoon commander is on his radio, reporting the situation while the rest of the squad, including General Dusok, watches. Dusok observes with a neutral, unreadable expression. The commander turns back to Unseo, telling her that her battalion has been notified and she should just rest. Unseo looks up, concerned, and asks if all of her battalion members are safe. He gives her a reassuring smile. Everyone is safe, and they even stop the training to search for her. A wave of relief washes over Unseo. She closes her eyes, thankful that her team is okay. But as she tries to get up, a sharp pain shoots through her ankle. Her left foot is heavily bandaged. It's a serious injury. Her face falls as the reality of her situation sinks in. The vice commander tells her it would be difficult to continue training like this, reminding her that self-care is part of being a hunter. The platoon commander adds that a transfer crew is on the way. Her training session is over. But she starts to protest, a look of desperation in her eyes. She looks down, defeated. For a prodigy, being forced to quit must feel like a monumental failure. A deep voice cuts in. "How's the soldier?" Unseo's eyes go wide with shock. It's Major General Dusok. She wonders what the division commander is doing here. The platoon commander reports that her ankle seems to be fractured, making it impossible for her to continue. Dusok clicks his tongue in mock pity and asks Unseo to explain what happened. She snaps to attention as best she can, reporting that she fell down a cliff while fighting a monster, and when she woke up, she was here. Dusok strokes his beard. She must have fallen into a dungeon hole. He notes that she was lucky to be found so quickly. Then he pauses. He asks her to repeat her name. Son Unseo? His expression shifts from curiosity to pure shock and anger as he realizes she's the daughter of Son Taiho. Unseo flinches under his intense gaze. "Yes, sir!" Dusok rips the injured tag from his own uniform and slaps it right onto her chest. The whole platoon is in chaos. Dusok is stretching, Unseo is injured, and Minjun is just teaching a fellow soldier how to hold a sword. One of the soldiers calls out, "Hey! Corporal Kim Minjun!" Minjun looks over, curious. Dusok points a finger at Minjun. "Unseo, seeing him, buries her face in her hands, horrified. This is the last person she wanted to see. She peeks through her fingers as Do-sok's voice booms across the field. "Corporal Kim Min-jun, pick up this fellow soldier immediately!" Min-jun just stares back, genuinely confused. "Pardon?" Do-seok roars, his face turning red with fury. "Pick her up! She's injured!" Min-jun stands there, a blank look on his face as he processes the absurd command. Unseo is mortified, while Do-seok fumes, thinking to himself that this feels like an accomplishment. After a beat, Min-jun's brain finishes processing the situation. A wide, cheerful grin spreads across his face. He snaps a salute. "Sir! Yes, sir!" He's clearly found a new source of entertainment. He turns to the horrified Unseo. He crouches down and offers his back. "Piggyback!" Unseo is so shocked and offended she can only scream, "Seriously?" Min-jun glances over his shoulder, his expression now cold. He tells her she can give up, but her training score will be completely wiped. He puts the ball in her court. "What is your choice?" Unseo looks down, her pride warring with her ambition. The thought of failing is unbearable. She bites her lip, her resolve hardening. "Please," she swallows the last of her pride. "Please take good care of me." Min-jun's face breaks into a triumphant, trollish grin. As Min-jun effortlessly stands with Unseo on his back, the other soldiers stare in disbelief, whispering about how he's a monster for still having so much strength. Min-jun stands steady, not even breaking a sweat, as the platoon commander looks on, completely baffled. Min-jun calmly tells the commander to follow along in the rear, and to report immediately if he gets tired. The commander says that won't happen, but Min-jun just gives him a wide, unsettling grin, as if he knows better. Unseo, perched awkwardly on his back, is confused by his bizarre confidence. Her face flushes with embarrassment. She can't believe this is happening. "Darn it," she thinks. But Min-jun is having the time of his life, a massive, cheerful grin plastered on his face. For him, this is an accomplishment in the flesh. He takes off at a steady pace. Do-seok watches him go, a stern look on his face. The vice commander whispers to him, worried that people might say Unseo received special treatment. But Do-seok dismisses it, saying there's no rule against helping the injured, and that this is all part of the training. He then adds that there's something the vice commander is missing. A muscle in Do-seok's jaw twitches with suppressed rage. The name echoes in his mind. Sun Taiho. His face contorts into a snarl of pure hatred as he curses the name of his rival. "You freaking jerk!" For a prodigy like Son Unseo, being carried on her rival's back was the ultimate humiliation. But tonight, she was about to learn the difference between talent and true monstrous power. The platoon marches in near silence, the mood heavy as the sun dips below the horizon. From her perch on Min-jun's back, Unseo glances over her shoulder, her expression strained. She sees General Do-seok and his vice commander trailing just behind them, their stoic presence making everything 100 times worse. This is just unbelievably uncomfortable. The shame of her injury mixed with the awkward tension is almost too much to handle. Trying to salvage a shred of dignity, she mutters to Min-jun that he should let her know if he gets tired, offering to just give up. Min-jun just scoffs, telling her it's fine since she's lighter than a steetle, leaving Unseo completely confused by the strange comparison. He continues, casually guessing her weight out loud. Before he can say the number, Unseo frantically cuts him off, not wanting her weight announced to the entire army. "I'm going to be quiet," she hisses, "so will you please do the same?" Min-jun just smirks, satisfied he'd gotten under her skin. A faint blush creeps up Unseo's cheeks as she falls silent, thoroughly embarrassed. After a moment, she speaks again, her voice low and serious. She promises him that one day she will repay this debt. A greedy, almost manic grin spreads across Min-jun's face. He tells her he's looking forward to it, already imagining how much better it would be if her powerful father was the one repaying the favor. Then, just to twist the knife, he loudly announces that she feels like she's around 50 kilograms. Unseo snaps, smacking his helmet in frustration and screaming at him to just shut up already. Watching the whole exchange, General Do-seok and his vice commander remain perfectly straight-faced. But then, slow, knowing smiles spread across their lips. They're clearly enjoying the show. As night falls, the rain begins, turning the final stretch of their march into a miserable slog through the mud and darkness. The platoon commander checks his device, his face grim. The exhaustion is visible on every soldier's face. One soldier quietly begs for the monsters to stop coming, muttering that this training is an absolute nightmare. He wonders aloud who cranked the difficulty up to hell mode. Right on cue, General Do-seok looms over his shoulder. "Did someone call me?" he asks, scaring the poor guy half to death. Ignoring the antics, the commander rallies his troops, shouting that they only have 2 kilometers left and to keep their guard up. The message is passed down the line, bringing a wave of relief to the exhausted soldiers. But that relief vanishes in an instant as the entire formation grinds to a sudden halt. A soldier at the front shouts a warning. There are monsters in the air up ahead. The commander's eyes widen in pure panic. He screams for all troops to prepare for battle against an airborne enemy. A terrifying swarm of winged creatures with glowing eyes and razor-sharp teeth dives toward them from the dark sky. The commander's face goes pale. Of all the things they could run into, it had to be black rakes. General Dusak watches the swarm approach, his expression calm, almost analytical. He muses that the platoon has done well to get this far, but their luck has just run out. Black rakes might be small, but their claws and teeth can tear through flesh with ease. The wounds wouldn't be fatal, but the pain would be agonizing, and to make matters worse, they were known for being unbelievably persistent. Dusak clears his throat, making a lame excuse that his eyesight is getting bad and he can't see a thing. He's testing them, waiting to see what they'll do. The platoon is already in disarray, blindly swinging their weapons at the fast-moving creatures in the pitch-black darkness. The vice commander stands ready, swords drawn, but the situation is rapidly descending into chaos. As the training director, he's supposed to be an observer and can't intervene. This poor response from the soldiers could cost them serious points. He knows that exhaustion and poor visibility aren't valid excuses. They are hunters, and this is what they train for. Besides, even if he did jump in to help, it wouldn't change the outcome much. In fact, if he broke his role, it would likely lead to an even bigger point deduction for the entire platoon. Gritting his teeth, he decides to trust the platoon commander and wait for an order. But the commander is frozen, his mind blank with fear, completely overwhelmed by the pressure. Minjun sees it all, the chaos, the commander's panic, and the point deduction that's about to doom them. What the heck, he thinks, realizing he has to take matters into his own hands. In a flash, he breaks formation, dashing forward with Unseo still on his back. The commander screams at him, demanding to know where he's going. Minjun skids to a halt right in front of him, his eyes burning with intensity. "Platoon commander!" he shouts. "Please give me a chance!" Furious, the commander yells back, questioning how he can do anything while carrying an injured soldier. Minjun cuts him off, pointing to the injured tag on Unseo's chest. "We're about to get points deducted," he states plainly. "I can handle this." The commander stares, taken aback by his unwavering confidence. With monsters swarming around them, he relents. "All right," he says. "What's your plan?" Minjun quickly turns to another soldier and whispers his instructions. The soldier's eyes go wide in disbelief. "What? What did you just say?" Unseo, who overheard the whole thing, covers her mouth in shock. The plan sounds completely insane. The platoon commander just looks on, utterly bewildered by what he's hearing. He gives Minjun one final warning. If this doesn't work, they retreat immediately. He has one shot. Minjun just grips his rifle. "Yes, sir." Unseo can't believe what's happening. How does that plan make any sense right now? She thinks. What is with these people? All around them, soldiers are getting overwhelmed, their energy slashes missing wildly in the dark. Even Minjun's friend Lee Dongjin is struggling to fend off the relentless attacks. The commander begins to shout his order. "Now! Pass me the injured soldier!" But Minjun interrupts him. "There's no time for that! Carry out the plan right away, platoon commander!" The commander grits his teeth, sweat dripping down his forehead as he weighs his options. He makes the call. "Everyone, move behind Corporal Kim Minjun. Prepare to open fire." General Dusiak is stunned. "What? Open fire? You're planning on shooting those things down with rifles?" Minjun cocks his rifle, telling Unseo to hold on tight. He adds with a chilling smirk, "After all, I don't want to lose the person I'm carrying." Unseo squeezes her eyes shut, bracing for whatever comes next. "This absolute lunatic," she thinks, wrapping her arms tightly around him as he raises the rifle to his shoulder. A faint, purple light begins to glow in Minjun's eyes. As a dark mage, he is one with the darkness. To him, this pitch-black night is as familiar as a beginner's hunting ground. A confident, predatory grin spreads across his face. He looks through the rifle's scope, his focus absolute, and his aim steady. But he has a secret weapon up his sleeve, a skill called Dark Arrow. A wisp of demonic energy gathers around his trigger finger. It's a simple tracking spell, perfect for concealing on a long-range weapon like a rifle. A bullet, cloaked in an invisible shroud of black energy, silently leaves the barrel. It streaks through the night, a homing missile of pure darkness, closing in on a black rake. The arrow pierces the monster's chest, and it lets out one last screech before it's completely obliterated. Unzio's eyes fly open in disbelief. He actually hit it. But how? It should be impossible to hit such a small, fast-moving target in this darkness with a normal rifle. Minjun's eyes glow brighter. It's hard to dodge a bullet that's been magically enhanced to the size of a cannonball, and in the dead of night, his dark magic is completely invisible. Gunshots echo through the night as Minjun unleashes a relentless barrage of enchanted bullets. The black rakes don't stand a chance. One by one, they're blown out of the sky by projectiles they can't see coming. The platoon commander can only stare, utterly speechless. That's incredible. Minjun's grin is wide and triumphant, his glowing eyes already locked on the next targets. In moments, it's over. The entire platoon looks on in absolute awe, one soldier whispering what everyone is thinking. That guy is on a whole other level. After a display of power that bordered on impossible, the soldiers of the second platoon finally returned from their personal hell. Their faces are a mask of pure exhaustion, their minds still reeling from what they just witnessed. The platoon commander looks back at his troops, a wide, relieved grin spreading across his face. Against all odds, they actually made it. The sight of the base's familiar barbed wire fence has never looked so good. They trudge back through the gates, their footsteps heavy but their spirits high. The entire platoon files into the assembly area, a single, unbroken unit. One of the soldiers lets out a huge sigh, wondering if the long nightmare is finally over. An officer stands waiting, clipboard in hand, ready to announce the official results. His voice rings out with pride. "All members of the 2nd Battalion, 2nd Platoon have passed!" A wave of pure joy erupts from the ranks. They cheer and shout, all the pain and exhaustion momentarily forgotten in the thrill of victory. Minjun, with Unzio still on his back, allows himself a small, satisfied smile. His plan had worked perfectly. The reviewing officer immediately calls for a medical team to attend to the injured soldier. The platoon commander is beaming, shouting his praises. "Good work, you guys! Thank you for holding out until the very end!" The men salute him, shouting in unison. It's a moment of pure, hard-earned camaraderie. But the commander quickly gets back to business, ordering them to head to the barracks and get some well-deserved rest. He watches them go, a look of dazed pride on his face, still not quite believing what they accomplished. Minjun walks over to a medic and, with a perfectly straight face, asks where he should go to be rewarded for his service. Before the medic can even respond, the platoon commander calls out to him. He approaches Minjun, his face filled with genuine gratitude. He tells him he worked harder than anyone, that he was the first to act and never shied away from danger. Minjun offers a humble, "Thank you, sir," though he thinks to himself that even when it's an obvious fact, getting praised is still a little embarrassing. Unzio finally speaks up, her voice small. "Excuse me, could you please put me down now?" The public display is starting to get to her. As the medics gently place her on a stretcher, she thanks the commander and his platoon for all their help. The commander just smiles warmly, telling her she was never a burden and that he's just glad they could all finish the training together. Suddenly, a wild laugh cuts through the air. It's General Dusok, celebrating the fact that the entire platoon finished without a single dropout. He rushes towards the platoon commander, his arms thrown wide for a celebratory hug. The commander braces himself, completely unsure how you're supposed to react when a 2-star general wants to embrace you. Dusok is practically sparkling with joy, lost in his own world of excitement. The commander can only manage a weak, nervous laugh, while everyone else just looks on, completely bewildered. Dusok grabs the commander in a rough hug, saying that, to be honest, it was all thanks to that one kid, clearly talking about Minjun. He then barks the command, "Salute," at the stunned officer. The commander just stares back, utterly confused by the general's bizarre behavior. Just then, another group of soldiers approaches. At their head is a tall, stern-looking woman, Colonel Yu Jihye, the 4th Battalion commander. She strides right past General Dusok without a word, her expression as cold as ice. Minjun watches her go, a bead of sweat running down his temple. He can feel the temperature in the airdrop. Colonel Yu approaches Unzio's stretcher, calmly asking about her injury. Unzio reports that besides a minor issue with her ankle, she's fine. The colonel notes that she was lucky and orders the medics to transport her with care. With that settled, she turns, her gaze sharp and focused. She walks directly up to General Dusok. "How was the training observation?" Her tone is polite, but her eyes are full of accusation. She offers a cold, polite smile. "May I have a private word with you about it?" Do-seok seems caught off guard, asking if it really has to be now. "Yes," she says, her smile never faltering. "Right now." The unspoken threat hangs heavy in the air between them. The next day, a sense of calm has returned to the base. Inside the mess hall, Minjun is happily devouring a massive plate of rice and fried chicken. He has the entire place to himself, enjoying the peace and quiet. The cook approaches with another tray piled high with freshly fried chicken, offering it to him. Minjun's eyes light up. He asks if it's really okay for him to eat all of it, his face a perfect picture of pure joy. The cook tells him everyone else is still asleep, so he might as well enjoy it. Minjun leans in, taking a deep sniff of the glorious food. "I can't let your hard work go to waste," Minjun declares dramatically as he accepts the tray. As he tears into another piece of chicken, the cook mentions that he heard Minjun's platoon was the talk of the division. He says he overheard some officers talking about how the battalion commander was praising Minjun's name, and that he single-handedly took care of all those black rakes. The cook muses that this training was rumored to be the toughest in years, with nearly 70% of the soldiers dropping out. Minjun is too busy enjoying the food to care, lost in a state of pure, greasy bliss. Elsewhere, a group of high-ranking officers makes their way through the barracks. Battalion Commander Choi Sungbom walks casually, a toothpick hanging from his lips. He glances out a window, observing the quiet base below. He comments on how peaceful the camp seems today. His subordinate explains that since they were given the morning off, most of the soldiers are sleeping in. Choi Sungbom just smirks, saying they should at least get up and eat. Another officer, Captain Kim Chi-woo, adds that the division commander was very impressed with the training, especially his personal observation of the second platoon. The other officers suddenly go quiet, an awkward tension filling the hallway. The captain looks confused, wondering if he said something wrong. One of them explains that the 4th Battalion commander, Yoo Ji-hye, was quite worked up about that particular incident. Captain Kim is shocked, asking what she's like that she would dare say something to the division commander himself. Choi Sungbom sighs. He admits that she wasn't wrong. There was no defending the fact that Do-seok abandoned his post without a word. Another officer shudders at the thought of her. He admits that even he finds the 4th Battalion commander a little scary. But they all agree that, once again, it was all thanks to Kim Minjun. He proved his worth right in front of the top brass. A sly smile creeps onto Choi Sungbom's face. "I'm really looking forward to this month's meeting," he says. The scene cuts to the headquarters of the 104th Division. Inside a private office, the air is thick with tension. Major General Do-seok reviews a report, a stressed look on his face. Across from him, Colonel Yoo Ji-hye calmly sips her tea. Do-seok puts the report down with a heavy sigh. After finishing the cleanup schedule, he asks how Private Son Unseo is doing. Colonel Yoo sets her cup down, reporting that luckily, it wasn't a fracture. She explains that Unseo's recovery is going well, and she should be back on duty by tomorrow. Do-seok grunts. She certainly takes after her father. Just then, his phone begins to ring. He picks it up, his voice clipped with annoyance. Yes, this is Do-seok. A cold, sharp voice on the other end says, Well, still hiding behind that ugly beard?" A dark silhouette flashes through Do-seok's mind. "It's me," the voice on the phone asks mockingly. "Have you forgotten my voice already?" Do-seok's eyes fly wide open, his face a mixture of shock and pure rage. "Is it really you?" Colonel Yoo watches him, her expression perfectly unreadable. The scene shifts. In another office, a powerful man with a prominent scar over his eye sits at his desk. "Yes," he says into the phone. "It's me." The nameplate on his desk is clear. Major General Sun Tae-ho. A terrifying grin spreads across Tae-ho's face as he makes his challenge. "How about we settle this with a duel, you coward?" Do-seok absolutely explodes. He leaps to his feet, shouting into the phone, his voice shaking with rage. He can't believe the nerve of this guy, calling him out of the blue just to pick a fight. But Tae-ho is completely unfazed. He calmly asks what location would work for the duel, treating it like he's scheduling a business meeting, which only makes Do-seok even more furious. Do-seok lets out a frustrated sigh, trying to dismiss him. He asks if he's really overreacting this much just because his daughter got a small scratch during training. Listening in, Colonel Yoo can't hide her disgust. She silently questions how a man this reckless ever became a general. Tae-ho's grip on his phone tightens. He retorts that he simply wanted to get some exercise and thought Dusok would make a more durable punching bag than the usual kind. That remark sends Dusok over the edge. He roars into the phone, calling Taeho childish, his face beet red with fury. He tries to defend himself, shouting that while he's sorry Taeho's daughter was hurt, it happened during a normal training exercise. Taeho hits back with a low blow, asking what a guy who couldn't even get married would know about raising a child. The insult is so sharp, the phone in Dusok's hand begins to crack under the pressure. A loud crack echoes through the office as the screen shatters. Trembling with rage, Dusok demands to know where Taeho is right now. He keeps yelling, telling him to stay put, that he's driving over there this instant to settle things. As a final, desperate retort, Dusok yells that it's not that he couldn't get married, he just didn't want to. It's a weak comeback, and everyone in the room knows it. Taeho hangs up. Dusok slams his fist on the table, rattling the entire office. He can't believe he was just ignored after being provoked like that. Colonel Yu calmly informs him that the call has ended, a hint of deep exasperation in her eyes. Dusok stares down at his silent, broken phone, still steaming. Smoke is practically coming out of his ears. He turns to Colonel Yu, demanding she call Taeho back immediately on her phone. The colonel lets out a quiet, controlled sigh, gathering her thoughts before dealing with her fuming superior. She tells him to calm down, stating calmly that she believes General Sun has every right to be angry. She's not afraid to speak her mind, even to him. Dusok is shocked. "What? Are you taking his side?" he yells, accusing her of being the one who told Taeho in the first place. She explains logically that since Unseo was sent to a hospital, they would have naturally contacted her legal guardian. It was inevitable that her father would find out. She continues, pointing out that any parent would be furious to learn their injured daughter was forced to finish training before getting medical attention, all because of some special permission. With a slight, knowing smirk, she tells him he should at least offer an explanation, if not an apology. She then calls his bluff, saying his real goal was just to test Minjun's platoon. Caught off guard, Dusok clears his throat, stammering that she's right. He quickly agrees to explain himself to clear up the misunderstanding. He awkwardly takes Colonel Yu's phone, the silence in the room thick with tension. Colonel Yu dials the number and informs him the call will be on speakerphone, ensuring there are no more secrets. She places the phone on the table. Dusok leans forward, bracing himself for round 2. A click sounds as the call connects. The air is heavy with anticipation. Taeho's voice comes through, sharp and impatient. He asks Colonel Yu why she's calling, then immediately asks if she's with that bearded oaf right now. Dusok grinds his teeth at the insult. The colonel professionally apologizes and explains that the division commander's phone is broken. Dusok jumps in, trying to sound reasonable. He begins to explain that it was an emergency situation that happened while he was observing the platoon. He struggles with the words, his pride fighting a losing battle against the need to de-escalate the situation. Colonel Yu just watches him, waiting for him to get on with it. Finally, Dusok swallows his pride. He formally apologizes for his carelessness, admitting he'd be just as angry if someone did that to his own child, if he had one. Colonel Yu allows herself a small, satisfied smile. It seems her intervention worked, and a larger crisis has been averted. But Taeho's voice cuts through the speaker, dripping with suspicion. "What in the world are you talking about right now?" A long, tense silence follows. Dusok and Colonel Yu exchange confused glances. Taeho completely dismisses the apology, assuming it's a cowardly attempt to back out of the duel. Then his tone shifts, becoming cold and demanding. "Give me the unit and name of the soldier who carried my daughter on his back." Colonel Yu's eyes widen. This was never about the injury. This has become personal, and Taeho has a new target in his sights. Taeho's voice rises with possessive fury. He can't believe some common soldier dared to touch his daughter. "Prepare yourself," he warns, then repeats his demand. "What is the name of the one who carried her?" A bead of sweat rolls down Colonel Yu's face. Taeho's threat hangs heavy in the air. He wants a name, and he's not going to let this go. The line goes dead. The dial tone buzzes from the phone, but the tension is higher than ever. Colonel Yu stares at the phone, a look of deep concern on her face. This is far from over. Dusok is frozen, muttering to himself in disbelief. He's starting to realize just how badly he miscalculated the situation. Colonel Yu starts to panic, telling her commander to calm down, but it's too late. Dusok's hand clenches into a fist. In a quiet, dangerous voice, he gives an order. "Prepare a vehicle." He repeats himself, his voice low and firm. "Immediately." The colonel looks flustered, asking where on earth he's going in such a hurry. A terrifying grin spreads across Dusok's face. "Clear your schedule," he tells her. "We're going to Daejeon, right now." It seems the duel is back on after all. Colonel Yu's face falls in resignation. Seriously, she thinks to herself, completely done with this situation. Her thoughts perfectly summarize the two powerful generals. These idiots. Meanwhile, completely oblivious to the storm he's at the center of, Minjun is casually walking through the base, humming a happy little tune. He's completely relaxed, softly singing a song about how much he likes chicken. He continues his song thinking about his favorite kind. Fried chicken, of course. For Minjun, life's simplest pleasures are all that really matter. Suddenly, he stops dead in his tracks. He senses something. He glances over his shoulder, his casual demeanor vanishing in an instant. A small, dark creature made of demonic energy pops into existence nearby. It's his familiar, waving its arms happily. Minjun's face twists in annoyance. He is not happy to see his biggest secret revealing itself in the open. He quickly snatches the familiar and darts into a more secluded area, scolding it for being so careless. Finding a quiet spot, he carefully checks to make sure no one saw them. The little familiar just floats in front of him, looking confused. "What are you doing?" he asks sternly. "Didn't I tell you to stay hidden?" The familiar just tilts its head, as if it has no idea what it did wrong. It starts waving its hands frantically, trying to communicate something important. Minjun crouches down, his irritation softening. He tells the little creature that he knows no one was around, but it still makes him nervous when it just appears like that. The familiar droops, looking sad and dejected. Minjun sighs. He can't stay mad at it. He summons a small, swirling ball of demonic energy in his palm. He holds it out as a little treat to make up for scolding it. The familiar instantly brightens up and gobbles down the energy. Minjun smiles slightly, wondering what it was so eager to tell him. After its snack, the familiar happily points in a specific direction with a determined look in its glowing eyes. Minjun's eyes widen. He knows exactly where it's pointing. It's pointing towards the source of demonic energy they had sensed before. The image of a desolate, destroyed urban area flashes in his mind. He sees soldiers running through the ruins of Hwacheon, confirming his suspicions. "I see," he says to his familiar. "It's in Hwacheon again." The same place where he cleared out that dungeon. He smirks, impressed that the little guy managed to scout all the way over there. The familiar proudly shows off its new Nightwalker skill. He gives the happy creature a pat on the head. Now then, a plan is already forming in his mind. He just needs to figure out an excuse to leave the base again. The scene shifts to the dormitory building. Minjun walks towards it, thinking that it would look suspicious if he just left again, but he doesn't want to waste his vacation days either. He sighs, wishing for the same good luck he had after the last incident. As he enters the dorm, he's greeted by a loud, celebratory cheer from his platoon. Minjun stops, completely bewildered by the sudden party. His platoon commander steps forward with a huge grin. "Congratulations, Kim Minjun! You've been selected as the division's best soldier!" A squad mate claps him on the back, joking that he's collecting awards like coupons. But then he delivers the best news of all. Thanks to Minjun, the entire platoon was granted a day off. A golden sparkle appears in Minjun's eyes. The perfect excuse just fell right into his lap. Without a second of hesitation, he turns to his commander. "Sir, would it be possible for me to use my day off tomorrow?" The commander looks a bit surprised by the sudden request and asks if something is wrong. Minjun puts on his most cheerful, innocent smile. "Nothing's wrong! I just really wanted a day off tomorrow, that's all." He laughs awkwardly, trying to sell his flimsy excuse while his platoon mates watch in confused silence. Though puzzled, the commander agrees to look into it. Minjun thanks him profusely. His plan is set. And just like that, with a perfectly timed reward day, Minjun's next move was decided. We see the ruins of Hwacheon, rubble and debris littering the streets under a clear blue sky. Minjun's boots touch down on the cracked pavement. He's arrived. The area is swarming with other soldiers in hazmat gear, spraying down the streets as part of a cleanup operation. He walks past them, a clear outsider. He isn't here for the cleanup. He scans the scene, trying to piece together what exactly happened here. A young hunter in a beret, likely the commander on site, looks just as confused, wondering why so many hunters are needed for a simple cleanup. The cleanup crew murmurs as Minjun stands observing the area, clearly out of place. Minjun clenches his teeth in annoyance. His familiar lets out a loud burp, its belly swollen. It seems it already devoured all the demonic energy at the site. "Give that back, you little thief," he thinks, frustrated. Some people chase trouble, but for Kim Min-jun, trouble just seems to be part of the scenery. On the outskirts of Hwacheon, the ruins of a quiet neighborhood stand as a grim reminder of a recent monster attack. A cleanup crew of hunters is already on site, methodically decontaminating the streets of any lingering demonic energy. One of the soldiers sighs, the exhaustion clear in her voice as she wonders when this tedious work will finally be over. Her squad mate tells her to get a grip. Their battalion's performance was so bad in the last exercise that they're all stuck on cleanup duty as punishment. The first soldier keeps grumbling about how unfair it is to face more monsters right after training. Her friend snaps back, telling her to be grateful and show some respect for the people who lost their homes here. But the complaints continue, much to her friend's growing annoyance. As they work, one of them notices a familiar figure nearby. It's Son Unseo, also assigned to the cleanup crew. The soldier approaches her, her voice filled with concern. She asks if Unseo is okay, worried she might be pushing herself too hard after her recent injury. Unseo turns, her pride unshaken. "I am okay," she says firmly, refusing to show any weakness. Another soldier joins them, complimenting Unseo's impressive recovery, but still advising her to take it easy. Unseo's expression softens slightly, a faint blush appearing on her cheeks as she thanks them for their concern. Suddenly, their conversation is cut short. One of them spots a lone figure standing nearby, a male hunter who isn't part of their crew. They both turn, surprised to see anyone else out here, and then they see him clearly. It's Kim Min-jun, standing there as if he owns the place. The soldiers recognize his division but have no idea what he's doing here. A voice calls out his name, laced with pure disbelief. "Hunter Kim Min-jun?" It's Unseo. She pulls down her mask, her blue eyes wide with shock. He is the very last person she ever expected to see. Min-jun freezes. A look of pure dread crosses his face. His quiet, personal mission just got a whole lot more complicated. Why is she here of all people, he thinks, his mind racing with frustration. He slowly walks towards her, trying to come up with a believable cover story. Unseo stands her ground, flanked by her curious squad mates, all of them wondering who this mysterious guy is. She gets straight to the point, asking him what he's doing here, knowing full well that only her battalion was assigned to this area. Min-jun gives a one-word answer, his tone flat and bored. "Vacation." Unseo's eye twitches in annoyance. She absolutely hates his dismissive attitude. She immediately calls him out, pointing out that no one wears their uniform to a restricted military zone while on vacation. She even accuses him of deserting his post. Min-jun just sighs, annoyed by her suspicion. He pulls out his official vacation permit and shoves it in her face. Taken aback, she presses on, asking why he'd come here of all places on his day off. Internally, Min-jun scrambles for an answer. He can't exactly tell her he's here to suck up demonic energy like a vacuum. He comes up with a quick lie, claiming he had other business in town, heard about the emergency, and just came to see if he could help. Before Unseo can even question his story, the air itself begins to crackle with raw energy. A shimmering tear in reality rips open right in the middle of the street, a bright blue rift pulsing with unstable power. "Gate!" Min-jun shouts, as the soldiers around him start to scream. Another gate has appeared, right on top of them. The soldiers panic, wondering how this could happen in an area they just cleared. Their squad leader takes charge, yelling for everyone to evacuate immediately and report to their commander. As the other soldiers fall back, Min-jun stays put, watching the gate with a completely different look in his eyes. Unseo turns back, yelling at him to get out of there, but he just looks on thoughtfully. A slow, predatory smile spreads across his lips. This isn't a disaster. This is a golden opportunity. "Well, now what do we have here?" he thinks. Unseo's eyes are wide with fear, warning him that monsters could pour out at any second. Min-jun turns to her, his own energy flaring to life. With a confident grin, he declares, "I will stay and buy you some time." He's playing the hero card perfectly. Unseo is stunned, calling his plan nonsense. She tells him to evacuate with them, since they have no idea what might come out and the main attack team is long gone. She's right to be worried. If a powerful monster emerges, the lightly armed cleanup crew would be in grave danger. Min-jun just waves off her concerns with that infuriatingly confident smirk, promising he'll run if things get too tough. He then asks if she has any equipment he can borrow. She hesitates, her concern for him battling with her frustration. She reminds him that his own foot still hasn't fully healed. Min-jun cuts her off. "So hurry up and run," he says, his voice suddenly cold. "You're in the way." The words hit Unseo like a physical blow. Her lip quivers as he effortlessly dismisses her once again. Her hand tightens on her gear. She unclips her combat knife and hands it to him. "If it becomes dangerous, run away immediately," she orders, her voice laced with reluctant concern. With that, she turns and runs, shouting that she'll bring back reinforcements as fast as she can. Minjun watches her go, the borrowed knife in his hand. Now that the audience is gone, the real show can begin. He knows that some types of monsters are territorial and rarely leave their dungeons. He walks steadily towards the pulsing gate, completely calm and collected. He draws the combat knife, thinking that if the gate leads to that kind of monster, they'll stay inside, making his job easy. He drops his backpack, readying himself for a fight. However, there are other types of monsters, the ones that don't stay put. Dark, shadowy forms begin to pour out from the gate, flooding the street, and those monsters usually move in packs. A stampede of massive demonic boars with glowing eyes and razor-sharp tusks charges straight for him. Minjun just smiles, not intimidated in the slightest. "I see how it is." The ground trembles as the pack of red boars thunders towards him. One of the beasts lets out a deafening squeal, but Minjun just stands his ground, knife at the ready. He calmly identifies them. "Red boars?" he says, a hint of amusement in his voice. He cracks his knuckles. "You guys are certainly lively." It seems these were the monsters that absorbed all the demonic energy he came here for. As the pack closes in, he unleashes a torrent of dark arrows from his hand. The shadowy projectiles slam into the lead boar, but they splatter harmlessly against its thick hide. Minjun lands with a smirk. "Dark arrows still not strong enough to pierce their skin, huh?" For him, this is just a simple test. He leaps back into the air as two boars try to crush him between them. "Even so," he muses, holding his knife with a wicked grin, "what else can you do besides being tough?" Tendrils of dark purple energy erupt from his body, forming a web that traps the remaining boars. The boars struggle against the magical restraints. Minjun looks on, cool and calculating. "I'll admit your skin is tough," he says with a smirk, "but what about your insides?" He unleashes a new skill, corruption. A wave of sinister energy washes over the trapped monsters. The effect is immediate. The boars squeal in agony, their minds twisted by the dark magic. Minjun watches with a satisfied, almost evil grin. "What's the matter?" he taunts. "Not to your taste?" The corruption takes full hold. One of the boars stumbles, its movements becoming violent and erratic. Driven mad, it turns on its own kind, goring a packmate with its massive tusks. The entire pack descends into chaos, tearing each other apart in a bloody frenzy. Minjun watches the carnage unfold. "Oh, a team kill? Thanks for the help." He made them do all the hard work for him. As the last of the boars fall, he grips the combat knife. "All right, let's see if this works better now." In a blur of dark energy, he finishes off the remaining weakened monsters with swift, precise strikes. System notifications flood his vision. He's absorbed a massive amount of demonic energy, increasing his stats and enhancing his skills. He stands amidst the fallen beasts, surrounded by a swirling aura of power. "All right," he says to himself. "That can't be all of it, can it?" Suddenly, a familiar voice shouts his name. "Hunter Kim Minjun!" He turns with a confident smirk, expecting to see Unseo, but his expression quickly sours into annoyance. It's not just Unseo, it's an entire platoon of female soldiers running towards him. "Wow, they came back quickly," he thinks, disappointed his private feast is over. The platoon commander, a first lieutenant, grabs him by the shoulders, shaking him frantically. "Are you hurt anywhere?" she asks. Minjun, looking dazed, simply replies that he's fine. She presses him, asking why he stayed behind. Minjun puts on his best poker face. "I didn't know what might come out," he says with fake humility, "so I was trying to buy time for everyone to evacuate safely." The entire platoon is speechless, murmuring in awe of his bravery. Internally, Minjun is screaming, "Just shut up! You guys ruined everything!" The lieutenant asks what unit he's from. Minjun snaps to attention, handing her his vacation permit and rattling off his information. She takes the permit, trying to process the fact that he did all this while supposedly on his day off. She asks why he came here. Minjun repeats the lie he told Unseo about having business nearby and wanting to help. The lieutenant considers his story while her squad looks on, completely convinced he's a true hero. She finally nods, deciding that since there are no casualties and the monsters are dealt with, her job here is done. The moment she dismisses the situation, the other soldiers crowd around Minjun, bombarding him with questions about how he defeated 5 red boars all by himself with just a combat knife. The lieutenant watches from the side, a small, impressed smile on her face as her soldiers fawn over their new hero. Minjun's face is a mask of strained tolerance. He got his power up, but now he's stuck dealing with a fan club. His true feelings are simple. I really wish they'd all just leave. But on the outside, he just has to stand there, surrounded by his adoring new fans, the very picture of a reluctant hero. A hero's work is never done, and the paperwork that follows is always waiting. Back at the base, news of Minjun's latest exploit is already causing a stir. Minjun's platoon commander Kim Min-soo is on the phone, his eyes wide with disbelief as he repeats the name he just heard. "Did you say Kim Minjun?" He confirms that Minjun is one of his soldiers, currently on vacation. The person on the other end delivers the unbelievable report. A soldier on his day off just single-handedly took down 5 red boars. The commander nearly jumps out of his chair in shock. Back at the scene, Lieutenant Ji Ye-eun is on her radio, reporting that the gate has been secured and the cleanup is underway. She finishes by adding that Corporal Kim Min-jun has volunteered to help. As he walks by with a piece of equipment, she can't help but be impressed. She's never seen a soldier so dedicated. One of the other soldiers is just as amazed, remembering that he's supposed to be on vacation. Another soldier is practically swooning, marveling at how he fought 5 red boars with just a knife. Getting hit by one of those things is like being run over by a truck, but he handled a whole pack of them. Minjun, meanwhile, is just trying to get through the work, completely annoyed. "My red boars," he thinks, lamenting that the cleanup crew is sanitizing his precious source of demonic energy. Yunseo walks up to him, her face a mask of frustration. She tells him she almost sprayed him in the face with the disinfectant. Minjun just sighs, wiping his brow. He turns to her, his patience wearing thin. "Please move," he says, grabbing a sprayer and pushing past her. But Unseo stops him. "Can we talk for a second?" Her tone is serious, completely different from her usual hostility. The scene shifts to the quiet of a moonlit night. The chaos of the day has settled, leaving the ruined city silent. Minjun and Unseo stand facing each other, a comfortable distance between them, the tension palpable in the still air. Minjun breaks the silence first. "So, what did you want to talk about?" Unseo hesitates, then reminds him of the day they first met at the promotion test, and how he threatened her after she provoked him. Minjun looks genuinely confused, having no idea what she's getting at. A light bulb goes off in his head as the memory finally clicks. "Oh, that?" he says casually, then proceeds to argue that he didn't curse at her, he just stated a fact. "If you mess with me again, you're dead." He grins, completely missing the point. Yikes, that's basically the same thing, he thinks, amused by his own flawed logic. Unseo just lets out a long sigh, bowing her head slightly. She admits that she was the one who started it that day. She looks him in the eye, her expression sincere. "My apology is late, but I am sorry." Minjun is caught completely off guard by her genuine remorse. He watches her, thinking that she lives such a tiring life, always so formal and serious. He tries to brush it off, telling her it's nothing to apologize for. But as he turns to leave, Unseo stops him again, changing the subject. She asks if he knew that before him, only one other private had ever gotten a perfect score on the promotion test. Minjun freezes. He had no idea. "Are you talking about me?" he asks. Unseo shakes her head. "No, there was someone else in the past. Now there are 2. Now Minjun is genuinely curious. "Who was it?" Unseo looks away, a complex mix of pride and something else on her face. "My dad? No." She corrects herself, a small smile appearing on her lips. "My father." Minjun connects the dots. "The division commander?" She confirms it, explaining that her father is the only person to ever become a 2-star general after starting as a private. It was her dream to follow in his footsteps. Minjun realizes her father achieved the very thing he's aiming for. "How intriguing," he thinks, but then a question pops into his head. He thinks out loud, wondering how that's possible since the Hunter Army was only formed 7 years ago. Did her father re-enlist after awakening? Unseo shakes her head. She explains that her father was frail when he was young and exempt from service. He only joined after he awakened, saying it was because he had to protect her and her mother. Minjun looks at the proud, fond expression on her face. "Seeing you like this makes me want to meet him," he says, a rare moment of genuine sincerity. Unseo's smile widens. "Sure," she says cheerfully. "If you 2 ever meet, I'm sure my father will be happy to see you, Hunter Kim Minjun." She explains that her father has a deep respect for strong soldiers. The scene shifts to a hunter-only gym at the 107th Division headquarters. A loud crash echoes through the room. General Du-sok stands over a defeated colonel, taunting him for being late to their meeting. The colonel struggles to his feet, retorting that his division isn't as idle as Du-sok's. Du-seok continues to mock him, wondering why General Taiho would come all this way just to tell him the name of the soldier who carried his daughter. An enraged voice roars from behind him. It's General Sun Taiho. "How do you know that name?" he demands, furious that Du-seok already found out about Minjun. The two generals face off, insults flying as the tension that's been building for days finally snaps, and then they clash. A brutal, no-holds-barred fistfight between two of the most powerful men in the military, their raw power shaking the room. Taiho lands a solid punch, but Du-seok just takes it, his jaw clenched. The colonel watches in horror. This isn't a spar, it's a brawl. If this continues, no one will be able to stop them. Just as the fight reaches its peak, a figure darts between them. It's Colonel Yu Jihye, moving with impossible speed. She blocks both of their fists, her expression cold and commanding. "It's been 5 minutes," she states calmly. "Stop here." Bruised and panting, the two generals glare at each other, both too proud to admit defeat. Later, Du-seok sits alone on a bench, looking exhausted but satisfied. Colonel Yu informs General Taiho that the Red Boar incident in Hwacheon has been cleared. After acknowledging the report, Du-seok offers Taiho a grudging compliment on his fighting skill. With a salute, Colonel Yu takes her leave. The two generals are left alone in the aftermath of their battle. Taiho finally cuts to the chase. "All right, what's the real reason you're here?" He knows this wasn't just about a fight. Du-seok's expression turns serious. He reveals his plan. He's going to specially promote Kim Minjun to sergeant. Taiho explodes, accusing Du-seok of just coming here to brag. Du-seok fires back that Minjun helped his daughter, and Taiho should be grateful. Taiho sighs, pointing out the absurdity of the plan. Minjun just became a corporal. In fact, he was specially promoted just before that. He asks Du-seok what he's really thinking. Du-seok reveals the true scope of his ambition. "I plan to raise him up to a commissioned officer." Taiho is stunned. A move like that would bring an insane amount of attention to the boy. He warns him that the other military factions won't just stand by and watch. Du-seok knows, and that's why he came here. He looks his rival in the eye. "Be on my side in the future." Taiho smirks. He won't blindly follow anyone. "I'll decide," he says firmly, "after I've seen the kid for myself." The two generals have reached a tense truce, an alliance hinging entirely on Kim Minjun. Du-seok asks if he has some other motive, but Taiho just remains silent, leaving the question hanging in the air. At that very moment, back in the moonlit ruins of Hwacheon, Minjun is walking alone when he senses a presence. He turns, his voice hesitant. Are you?" A small creature of pure dark energy fizzles into existence before him. It's a being from his past. A figure emerges from the shadows, wrapped in a dark hooded cloak, swirls of purple demonic energy surrounding her. It's the saint from Isgard. She pulls back her hood, revealing a sinister, knowing grin. Her voice is a triumphant whisper that cuts through the silence. "There you are." A long, chaotic day is finally coming to a close. Under the dim glow of streetlights, a military bus waits to take the cleanup crew back to base. The soldiers, including Son Unseo, file onto the bus, exhausted but safe, all thanks to one person's unexpected heroism. As Minjun stands outside, the female soldiers he rescued wave enthusiastically, thanking him for his help. One of them leans out the window, eagerly inviting him to have a meal with them sometime. Before she can give him her number, her squadmate clamps a hand over her mouth and pulls her back inside with a grin. Minjun watches the scene with a blank expression, while Unseo just sits in her seat, a quiet smile on her face. She gives him a single, knowing glance as the bus doors close, a silent acknowledgement of everything that passed between them tonight. The bus pulls away, leaving Minjun alone on the dark, empty road. He lets out a long, satisfied sigh. His day off was anything but restful, but he got his power up and a lot of new information. But his moment of peace shatters as his eyes snap open. He senses it again, the presence from before. His little familiar materializes beside him, looking just as unsettled. Minjun stares into the darkness, a feeling of deep unease creeping over him. The familiar makes a strange, submissive gesture, as if trying to appease whatever is out there. Minjun scolds the little creature, telling it not to bother trying to appease such a powerful presence. "It's all ruined," he mutters, annoyed. The familiar lets out a surprised squeak. It starts waving its arms frantically, trying to warn Minjun about the being that's approaching. The familiar's eyes narrow with intense focus. It can sense something extraordinary. Minjun understands. His familiar has detected a being that crossed dimensions without a gate. He wonders if this is a new ability it gained after ranking up. A wicked grin spreads across his face. He realizes his familiar was never meant for assassination. Its true talent is detection and tracking. With a crazed, excited look in his eyes, he demands, "So, where is it?" The familiar leads him deep into a dark, wooded area. "Is it here?" Minjun asks. The familiar nods, bouncing with nervous energy. Suddenly, a swirling vortex of dark purple energy erupts from the ground. Minjun instinctively leaps back. The vortex grows, crackling with immense power, twisting the very air around it. From the center of the chaotic energy, a form begins to materialize. A voice, hesitant and familiar, whispers, "You." Minjun stares in shock. Could it be? The energy solidifies, revealing a small, sharp-toothed familiar, just like the one from his vision. And standing behind it is a figure in a dark, hooded cloak. He braces himself, thinking it's the saint. The figure pulls back their hood, a sinister smile spreading across their face. "I found you," she whispers. Minjun grits his teeth, his face contorted in pure rage. But then the figure's face softens, the menacing grin replaced with a gentle, almost loving smile. And then, their expression crumples into a pouting, tearful mess. The figure leaps towards him with a childish, wailing cry, "Lord Minjun!" Minjun just screams back, "You reckless fool!" He easily sidesteps the clumsy tackle, sending the cloaked figure tumbling to the ground. His own familiar waves a cheerful goodbye and vanishes into thin air. Minjun kneels down, his anger returning in full force. "You punk! Didn't I tell you to forget about me? Why are you here?" This isn't the saint. It's someone else entirely. The person looks up, their long silver hair falling across their face. With tears in their eyes, they say his name. It's Ibongu, one of his fanatical followers from Isgard. Minjun just stares, completely exhausted by this ridiculous, unexpected reunion. We flash back to the barren wasteland of Isgard. A massive clawed paw steps into view. A horrifying manticore stands over its prey, a beast with the body of a lion, bat-like wings, and a scorpion's stinger. Lying on the ground before it is a young Ibongu, beaten and bloody. He opens his eyes, staring up at the monster that's about to devour him. But just as the beast lunges, a blast of dark energy tears straight through its chest. The manticore collapses, dead before it even hits the ground. A new figure appears, a sphere of swirling dark magic in his hand. "Why are people here?" he asks, annoyed. He turns to the downed Ibongu and asks coldly, "Who are you?" It's Minjun, back in his days as a ruthless and powerful dark mage. Ibongu trembles, completely terrified and in awe of the power he just witnessed. Minjun glances at the other bodies scattered nearby, more black mages. "They're all dying," he observes with cold detachment. He crouches down, noting that Ibongu is relatively unharmed. Ibongu asks if he is Kim Minjun. The question surprises Minjun. He didn't expect this weakling to know his name. Tears well up in Ibongu's eyes. "Our hope among the black mages, are you truly Kim Minjun?" he asks, his voice trembling. Minjun is completely baffled by the title. Ibongu explains that the others offered him as a sacrifice. Minjun scoffs, disgusted by their weakness. He stands up, telling Ibongu never to say that hope nonsense again, and warns him to stay out of dangerous dungeons if he's this weak. As Minjun turns to leave, Ibongu calls out to him. Minjun stops. "What's your name?" he asks, a flicker of curiosity in his eyes. Ibongu looks down, ashamed. "I don't have a name." Minjun's expression shifts. A mischievous grin spreads across his face. "Really? So weak and nameless? Then I'll give you one. From now on, your name is Ibongu." Back in the present, Minjun helps his ridiculously named follower to his feet. He grabs Ibongu by the cloak, shaking him. "Are you out of your mind? How did you jump dimensions when you're this weak?" Ibongu starts sobbing, wailing that after Minjun disappeared, everyone was lost without him. Minjun yells back that it's obvious fanatics like him would try to follow, which is exactly why he left without a word. Ibongu just keeps crying. "But you really came, didn't you?" He clings to Minjun, insisting he should have at least taken his right-hand man with him. Minjun's eye twitches. This level of desperation is getting on his nerves. He notices Ibongu's hand is disintegrating, turning to dust, the price of his reckless dimension hopping. With a flick of his finger, Minjun sends a pulse of his own demonic energy into Ibongu, stabilizing his body. Ibongu immediately stops crying and bows deeply. "Thank you, Lord Minjun. You saved me again." He pledges his life to repay the favor, but Minjun cuts him off, demanding to know exactly how he got here. Ibongu begins his explanation, starting with his unwavering faith in Lord Minjun. Minjun tells him to stop the nonsense and get to the point. A dark look enters Minjun's eye. He asks if it's even possible for someone so weak to cross dimensions. Then he asks the real question: "Did that saint woman send you?" Ibongu proudly declares their believers would never obey anyone but Minjun. Losing his patience, Minjun grabs him. "Quit dodging an answer! Do you want to die?" Ibongu finally relents. He explains that after Minjun left, he kept an eye on the saint and heard strange rumors. Rumors about what was happening inside the ancient temple. He explains that from a certain day onward, everything about the temple changed. A dark, sinister presence began to gather around it. Ibongu watched as one of the saint's familiars delivered a strange magical orb. He says that strange noises could be heard coming from the temple every night. Hiding in the shadows, he saw the saint's loyal temple guards bringing in large, covered baskets. Peeking inside, he saw what they were carrying: monsters. Rows upon rows of captured monsters laid out in the temple halls. He crept closer to a doorway, and what he saw made his blood run cold. His eyes were wide with pure horror, because there were no signs of the captured monsters ever coming out of the temple again. He witnessed the saint standing at the center of a massive, glowing magic circle, sacrificing the monsters to fuel her ritual. Their bodies dissolved into pure energy, powering a massive portal. He realized then that the saint was sending the monsters through that portal, directly to Lord Minjun. So, he jumped in after them. Minjun grabs him by the collar, his face a mask of fury. "Is what you're saying true?" Ibongu swears he would never lie to his lord. Minjun is stunned. He can't believe the saint would go to such insane lengths. An idea strikes him. He whispers to Ibongu. He holds out the small metal fragment he found in the tin can dungeon. "Do you know what this is?" Ibongu examines it and recognizes the pattern. It's a fragment of a sword used by the temple guards. Minjun remembers the massive helmeted guards from his time in Isgard. It all connects. He turns on Ibongu, scolding him for rushing in so recklessly. What if the gate he jumped through hadn't led to him? He points out that Ibongu almost died wandering the dimensional gap. Ibongu just laughs sheepishly, admitting he didn't really think about that. Minjun just shakes his head. "Right," he thinks to himself. "None of them were sane." He stares at the metal fragment in his hand, the undeniable proof. His gaze hardens as the full weight of the situation sinks in. The monsters, the dungeons, this fragment, it's all connected. The saint is hunting him, and now he has to figure out why. A promise made in another world can follow you across dimensions. We go back in time, more than 3 years before Kim Minjun ever returned to Earth, to the world of Isgard. On a jagged cliff overlooking a grand temple, a woman stands alone against the setting sun. Her long, light hair and white dress flow in the wind, giving her an almost divine presence. This is the woman they call the Saint. She stands there, a picture of grace and power, her expression calm and unreadable as she waits. She turns her head slightly, her gaze sharp. "What is it?" she asks softly. A figure emerges from the shadows. It's a younger Minjun, dressed in the dark cloak of a mage. The saint turns to face him, asking why he summoned her to such a remote place. With a gentle smile, she suggests that it's nice to come out and feel the wind sometimes, trying to lighten the tense atmosphere. But Minjun isn't here for small talk. A cynical smirk spreads across his face, his annoyance clear. He cuts right through her pleasantries, telling her he's been sleeping out in the open for days just to meet her. He bluntly asks what she's trying to say. The saint's smile fades. She apologizes, explaining that she's not normally allowed to leave the temple grounds. Minjun, looking completely unimpressed, gets straight to the point. "Why did you call for me?" She explains that she heard several of her followers were seriously injured in a nearby dungeon. Minjun's face contorts in irritation, scoffing at the idea of a fan club. He clarifies that they followed him, got hurt, but he's already treated them, so they'll live. The saint listens, a thoughtful smile playing on her lips, noting that in his world, it seems he calls the monsters dark hounds. Minjun takes a step closer, his presence feeling heavier, more serious. The real reason for this meeting is about to surface. He explains that creatures like that don't exist on Earth. What she calls a parkas is known as a hound in his world, so he combined the names. He looks at her, his expression dead serious now. He tells her he's asking because it's something he can't figure out on his own. He gets to the heart of it, his voice low and intense. Is there really no connection between Isgard and the monsters that appeared on Earth? The saint's eyes widen for a second before softening. She answers with a single word, yes. She elaborates, explaining that gates and monsters began appearing in Isgard hundreds of years ago, a time of chaos and death. We see a grim vision of that time, a city in ruins, a small child clutching a teddy bear, lost and alone. The saint says that if there's any connection between their worlds, it's that they are both suffering the same tragedy. Looking back at Minjun, she acknowledges his suspicion. It makes sense he'd be wary seeing monsters from his home here in Isgard. However, she insists that dimensional travel is incredibly difficult. Just summoning him required a huge amount of time and power. The idea of transporting entire dungeons, she implies, is practically impossible. Minjun seems to accept her answer. Understood, he says, but then he gives her a chilling warning. When all this is over, and it's time for you to send me home, a shadow falls over her face. He finishes his sentence with quiet intensity, don't change your mind. We flash forward to the present day, back in the dark mountains of Hwacheon. Minjun thinks back on that conversation. He admits to himself that he never trusted the saint. He'd done his own research and knew that while dimensional transport was difficult, it wasn't impossible for someone as powerful as her. His thoughts race. But why now? Why is she spending an insane amount of power to continuously send monsters after him? Is she burning through precious, ancient artifacts, all for the single purpose of capturing him? His train of thought is suddenly broken by a sound. He turns, his expression questioning. It's Ibongu, kneeling on the ground with absolute devotion. He declares that he will escort Master Minold until the day he dies. Minjun lets out a heavy sigh, running a hand through his hair in pure exhaustion. Realizing he can't send this fanatic back now, he tells Ibongu to call him by his real name, Kim Minjun. But Ibongu is having none of it. With a massive, worshipful grin, he thanks Great King Minjun and promises to repay his kindness even after he dies. Ignoring his master's clear frustration, Ibongu eagerly confirms he can use his imitation skill. Minjun deadpans, "Don't lie. I barely gave you any energy." He thinks to himself that he doesn't even have enough for his own use. Ibongu sheepishly apologizes, admitting that for now, all he can manage is changing into a small animal. Minjun smiles faintly. That's good enough. Minjun points toward a large crow, asking if Ibongu can manage that form. Ibongu's eyes flash with purple energy. "As you command," he says, as dark power swirls around him. With a loud caw, Ibongu transforms into a menacing black crow, his eyes glowing with demonic energy. Minjun nods in approval. Nice. He tells the crow to stick with another creature, the Nightwalker, for now. From the shadows on the ground, a small, blob-like demon with glowing purple eyes emerges. This must be the Nightwalker. The two demonic beings immediately start sizing each other up, a rivalry sparking between them instantly. They stand before a completely unimpressed Minjun, who simply tells them, "Stop it." Ibongu, in crow form, starts squawking wildly. Minjun snaps at him to speak like a human. The crow immediately chirps, "Yes!" The two minions face off again. Ibongu declares that as the master's right-hand man, he must establish the hierarchy. But Minjun has had enough. With a devious grin, he says, "Yeah, no. Shut up, shake hands, and get along." The two demonic creatures stand in stunned silence. Nightwalker awkwardly extends a blobby hand, and Ibongu the crow reluctantly shakes it with his wing. Minjun gives his orders. He tells Ibongu to get his instructions from Nightwalker. And Nightwalker's job is to stop Ibongu if he tries to do anything too dangerous or noticeable. He puts his hands on his hips like a disappointed dad. "Safety first, got it?" The two minions salute him awkwardly. "Okay," Minjun says, his expression serious again. "You're dismissed." The two creatures look at each other one last time before melting back into the shadows of the forest. Ibongu, as the crow, gives one last look back, his glowing eye filled with determination. He then takes flight, soaring into the night sky, leaving a few glowing feathers behind. Finally alone, Minjun lets out a deep breath. the rumbling in his stomach reminding him that he's still human. His mind shifts from commanding demonic entities to a much simpler goal: find a late-night restaurant, eat a lot of noodles, and go to sleep. A few days later, back at the military base, a soldier bursts into the barracks, screaming, "It's up!" The other soldiers look over, their expressions ranging from bored to curious. One of his buddies wonders if he's finally lost it. Another soldier asks him what's going on. With a wide, excited grin, he announces that the platoon's quarterly performance chart has been posted. Suddenly, the entire room is buzzing as everyone gets ready to go see the results. Sergeant Lee Seung-ho walks over, looking confident. He asks if that guy is first again. The soldier reminds him that he was called the performance machine for a reason. A group of soldiers discusses the results. They hear that Sergeant Seung-ho got 75 points and immediately assume he's first place again, maybe in the entire company. The soldier who saw the list hesitates. "Actually," he says. He looks at Sergeant Seung-ho, his voice trembling as he reveals the shocking news. Sergeant Lee Seung-ho is second. The question sinks in: if the performance machine is second with 75 points, who in their platoon could have possibly beaten him? At that exact moment, the door swings open. It's Corporal Kim Min-jun, saluting smartly and announcing his return from vacation. One of the soldiers points a trembling finger at Min-jun. "Don't tell me." The other soldier confirms it. "Yes, Kim Min-jun got first place with 989 points. The room goes silent. 989 points? Their faces are frozen in complete and utter disbelief. The platoon commander walks in, greeting the men. He walks right up to Min-jun with a huge, proud grin. "Kim Min-jun, do you see this?" The entire platoon leans in, their eyes wide with shock as they see what's in the commander's hand. He's holding up a new rank insignia, 3 chevrons, the rank of a sergeant. They can't believe it. Is he getting another special promotion? The commander explains that an official document came down from headquarters, acknowledging Min-jun's performance in the field maneuvers and his heroic actions in Hwacheon. With a huge, beaming smile, the commander announces another special promotion from the division commander. He carefully removes Min-jun's corporal rank insignia from his uniform. He replaces it with the new sergeant stripes, and the entire room erupts in applause, cheering for their new, ridiculously overachieving sergeant. Even the soldiers who used to give Min-jun trouble are clapping, completely won over. Amid the celebration, one of the soldiers, Kim Gwang-shik, quietly pulls a crumpled piece of paper from his pocket. It's a betting slip. The whole platoon had a bet on how long it would take for Min-jun to become a sergeant. He bet 1 month. He won the entire pot. His buddy claps him on the back, laughing that he actually got it right. Gwang-shik grins greedily, thanking him. But as he's celebrating, a hand snatches the betting slip right out of his fingers. It's the newly promoted Sergeant Kim Min-jun. Gwang-shik freezes, sweat pouring down his face. Min-jun turns to him, his voice dangerously calm. "Hey, Gwang-shik, you know I'm a sergeant now, right?" Min-jun holds up the betting slip with a small, unreadable smile, noting that he must have made a lot of money. Gwang-shik is practically vibrating with fear, completely speechless. Min-jun's smile widens into a sly, almost menacing grin. Leaning in close, he says, "Must be nice." Sergeant Kim Min-jun lets out a quiet, satisfied sigh. The 2 chevrons of a corporal are gone, replaced by 3. His time laying low is officially over. A faint, knowing smile plays on his lips. With this new authority, things around the base are about to change. Elsewhere, a couple of soldiers stand at attention, sweating bullets. They were the ones betting on Min-jun's career, and now it's time to face the consequences. Corporal Gwang-shik, the mohawked bully who won the bet, is straining so hard he looks like he's about to pop. Through gritted teeth, he desperately tries to bargain, offering 30% of his winnings. Min-jun leans in close, a look of pure innocence on his face. He feigns confusion, telling Gwang-shik this isn't about the money at all. He's just doing this for Gwang-shik's own good. The terrified corporal immediately ups the offer, gasping out a desperate 40%. We see the full picture now. Gwang-shik is pinned under a heavy barbell in the base gym, with Min-jun calmly supervising. Min-jun insists again that he's not upset they bet on him. This is just training. He leans down, his face just inches from Gwang-shik's. "You think I'm lying?" he asks softly. Gwang-shik can barely force out a single word through the agony. "No, sir!" With a slight smile, Min-jun places a single finger on the massive barbell, adding just an ounce of pressure. Gwang-shik's world explodes in pain as he screams out, "Sir!" The weight is too much. His eyes roll back into his head, on the verge of blacking out completely. Then, with a casual grunt, Minjun effortlessly lifts the entire barbell off the rack with one hand, letting Guangxik collapse back onto the bench. Guangxik lies there, completely broken, foam bubbling at the corner of his mouth. His soul has clearly left his body. The other two soldiers who joined the bet watch in absolute horror. Lifting that monstrous weight with a single hand, it's impossible. Minjun holds the barbell like it's a toy, a friendly smile on his face. "You wanted to train, so I'm training you," he says cheerfully. "Don't get the wrong idea." He turns to the other two. "Now who's next?" They immediately throw their hands up, frantically insisting they're fine and have been training on their own. Minjun's face falls into a look of disappointment. "Oh, you have? What a shame." The two soldiers start backing away, thanking him for the offer but saying they really should be going. As they try to make a quiet escape, Minjun sets the weight down, still muttering about what a pity it is. He turns his head slowly, his expression hidden in the shadows. A terrifyingly wide grin spreads across his face, his eyes gleaming. "It's a shame," he says, "that you think you have the right to refuse." The blood drains from their faces, their mouths hang open in silent screams. They just walked straight into his trap. A few moments later, the sounds of pure agony echo from behind the training room door. Inside, all three soldiers are collapsed on the floor, gasping for breath. Minjun stands over them without a single drop of sweat, his arms crossed. He tells them that, while the timing might be bad, he has a small favor to ask. The two soldiers scramble to their feet, shouting that they'll do anything he wants, as long as it doesn't involve any more training. Minjun's expression turns serious as he starts listing off some of the base's unfair traditions. For instance, anyone ranked lower than a private first class is banned from using the base store. The two soldiers exchange a confused look, wondering where this is going. He continues down the list: no gym, no PC room, and no smartphones for anyone below the rank of sergeant. All basic privileges, locked behind rank. Hearing it all laid out like that, the two men stand up straighter, a spark of indignation in their eyes. One of them clenches his fist, declaring that this is completely unreasonable. How could such blatant discrimination still exist on the base? His buddy passionately agrees, insisting they have to abolish these outdated rules. They get so worked up, they even decide to bet on who can get rid of more of them. Minjun cuts them off with a stern look, warning them not to get carried away. They immediately snap to attention. "Yes, sir." He explains that he'll handle convincing the other sergeants, but the rest is up to them. Just like that, they've become his unwilling agents of change. Thinking they're finally off the hook, they eagerly agree, ready to get out of there. Minjun gives them a little wave, dismissing them from his sight. They practically trip over themselves, scrambling out of the room. As they flee, Minjun calls out to the last man remaining, "Corporal Kim Guangxik." Guangxik turns, his face still pale and streaked with sweat. Minjun casually mentions that he heard from the platoon commander. After the next reshuffle, Guangxik is being transferred directly into his squad. Guangxik flinches as if he's been struck. Patting his new subordinate on the shoulder, Minjun smiles. "From now on, we'll be training together every single day." A single tear escapes Guangxik's eye. His personal hell has just begun. The scene shifts to a memory from another world, Isgard. The title appears, Snake Mine. We're introduced to a new monster, a large crimson and gold snake with an unnerving number of glowing green eyes. This creature is known as a mine snake, a beast that burrows deep underground. Unlike the snakes on Earth, their bite isn't venomous. They slither across the cavern floors, the ominous rattle of their tails serving as the only warning of their approach. But these creatures have a deadly final trick. When they die, they detonate. That's why the first rule of hunting them is to always remove the tail. A blade flashes, cleanly severing the bony rattles that act as their detonators. The snakes hiss in fury, their one true defense now gone. We see hunters carefully engaging them, knowing one wrong move could be fatal. A single mistake could trigger a chain reaction, an explosive cascade powerful enough to wipe out an entire party in an instant. The hunters move cautiously, their swords ready, weaving through the field of disarmed but still dangerous creatures. A young hunter in training watches with a tense expression. He knows the textbook strategy: to clear a dungeon like this, you need a small, elite team of perfectly coordinated hunters. He grits his teeth. But that's just the textbook answer. His eyes widen in awe as he watches someone else at work. Because in reality, there was one man in Isgard who hunted these things like they were pests. It's Minjun, moving like a phantom, snatching a snake by the neck before it can even hiss. He moves with impossible speed, a blur gathering up an entire armful of the explosive creatures at once. When it came to the snake mine, he alone was more than enough. Minjun lets out a sharp breath, finishing a drill on the training field with his squad. Sergeant Lee Sung-ho calls for a 10-minute break. The other soldiers collapse under the trees, grateful for the rest. Sung-ho glances over at Minjun, who isn't resting at all. Minjun is practicing his sword forms, completely absorbed. Suddenly, a holographic screen materializes in front of him. A new skill unlocked, Agility Boost. It's only an E-rank skill, but it grants a permanent 5-point boost to his agility. A decent reward for a bit of practice. Minjun allows himself a small smile. He was hoping for a new combat skill, but this is useful too. This military dungeon is proving to be quite the treasure trove. Suddenly, a familiar voice echoes directly in his mind, calling out to his master. Minjun looks around, momentarily confused. It's Ibongu, his mental voice sharp and urgent. He's found it. He's detected a significant source of demonic energy. Minjun's head snaps up, his casual demeanor vanishing in an instant. He clenches his fist, a grin spreading across his face. "Good job! Where are you now?" Ibongu's voice replies from far, far away. "I am—" The scene shifts to a quiet residential street where a single black crow is perched on a telephone wire. In Incheon. As a plane flies low overhead, Ibongu reports his location. Minjun's mind reels. What? Incheon is hours away from the base. A few days later, on a weekend night, we see that same quiet neighborhood. A figure in a dark hoodie watches a specific house from across the street. It's Minjun. Ibongu, in his crow form, flies down to meet him. Minjun gets straight to business, asking for a status report. Ibongu confirms he only observed as ordered. He can't sense any active monsters, suggesting the energy is a byproduct, perhaps a refined material from a dungeon. Minjun asks who's inside. Ibongu reports the house was empty until today. Now, there's one person inside. Ibongu mentions that yesterday would have been a better time. Minjun scoffs, reminding him that getting an overnight pass is a miracle for a soldier. He pulls up his hood, preparing to move in. He tells Ibongu that while this may look like trespassing, he clears his throat, adjusting his hoodie to mask his face. What we're actually doing is removing a dangerous object from a private residence for the public safety. Ibongu agrees that he has a point. As Minjun heads toward the house, his familiar warns him not to get caught. He vaults the fence surrounding the property with silent ease. Slipping through an open window like a shadow, he enters the house, with Ibongu landing on a dresser to keep watch. Minjun creeps through the darkened living room, his senses scanning for the source of the demonic energy. He stops, his gaze locking onto something on the TV stand. There it is. A beautiful cluster of glowing purple crystals, displayed under a glass dome. He can feel the potent demonic energy pouring from it, yet it doesn't feel harmful or corrupt. It's refined, purified, almost harmless. He reaches out, his fingers just inches away, when a sharp, commanding voice cuts through the silence from the shadows behind him. "Don't move!" We see the source of the voice, a woman in workout clothes, her athletic build poised for action. Minjun freezes, his eyes widening in disbelief as he recognizes the figure standing in the dark. It's Sun Un-seo, her distinctive blue hair unmistakable. Her fists are raised, her stance perfect. She is ready for a fight. Just moments before, Sun Un-seo was relaxing in her room, casually scrolling through her phone. She's texting her mom, who lets her know that she and her dad are on their way home from a late-night movie. A perfectly normal family chat. Un-seo smiles. It's almost cute, thinking of her stern, high-ranking father booking a movie in advance for her mom. But as she starts to type a reply, a sudden noise from downstairs stops her cold. Her eyes narrow instantly. The relaxed young woman is gone, replaced by the sharp focus of a trained soldier. She slips out of her room without a sound and creeps down the stairs, her movements precise and silent, every sense on high alert. Her eyes widen as she spots him in the darkness of the living room. A figure in a dark hoodie is standing by the TV stand. Her mind jumps to the most obvious conclusion. A thief. Her voice cuts through the silence, sharp and commanding. "Don't move!" Minjun freezes, caught completely off guard. He turns his head just enough to see the silhouette of a woman behind him. Un-seo steps into the faint light, her fists already raised in a fighting stance. She doubts a common burglar would be this bold. She demands to know who he is. Minjun turns to face her, his features still hidden by his hood and mask. His eyes are wide with disbelief, his mind is racing. "Are you kidding me?" He's staring right at Sun Un-seo, the very last person he ever expected to see here. "Her again?" The sheer absurdity of it all is staggering. He stands frozen for a split second, processing the situation. He came here tracking a source of demonic energy, and of all the houses in all the world, it had to be hers. Up on the balcony, Ibongu flinches in his crow form. This was not part of the plan. He mentally panics, insisting he had no idea this was her house, and trying to blame one of his fellow minions for the bad intel. Minjun, however, is already putting the pieces together. The daughter of a division commander in the Hunter Corps, it actually makes a twisted sort of sense that a rare item like this would be in her home. Still, what were the odds that she'd be home tonight, of all nights? He groans internally. It's just like back at the base. It feels like they're tangled in some kind of ill-fated destiny, doomed to run into each other at the worst possible moments. Unseo's patience wears thin. She orders him to put his hands on his head, warning him that his chance to surrender is over. Minjun glances at the glowing crystal. He can't leave empty-handed. He'll have to take his chances. Unseo's eyes flash with fury. "I told you not to move!" She lunges, but Minjun just leans back, the blow whistling harmlessly past his face. In the same fluid motion, his hand darts out, snatching a pen from a nearby holder. Unseo follows up with a rapid flurry of strikes, but he dodges every single one with minimal effort, as if he knows her next move before she even makes it. She launches a powerful high kick, aimed right at his head. He looks up, almost seeming bored. He thinks to himself that her form is pretty good. She'll probably make sergeant soon enough. He casually blocks her kick with a single hand, however, stopping her attack dead in its tracks. He thinks with pure confidence, "She's 1,000 years too early to challenge me." Unseo's eyes widen in shock. Before she can even process it, he tightens his grip, now in full control of her movement. "What is this?" she yells, trying to pull free. "Are you messing with me right now?" A cold, chilling realization washes over her. This is no ordinary thief. Those impossible movements, that inhuman speed and strength, he has to be an awakened. She throws another kick, determined to land just one solid hit. But Minjun is already a step ahead. A faint blue aura flares around him as he activates his agility boost skill. He sidesteps her attack effortlessly, her foot sailing through empty air. He uses the opening to glance back at the prize, the demonic crystal. A powerful, shadowy attack. In a blur of motion, Minjun snatches the crystal, uses the wall as a springboard, and flips clean over her head. He lands silently on the balcony railing, crouched like a predator, the crystal held securely in his hand. Unseo whips around, shouting, "Wait! Stop right there!" But he's already gone, leaping off the balcony into the night as Ibongu follows close behind. She stands there, breathing heavily in utter disbelief. She's a prodigy, one of the military's best, and she couldn't even touch him. Her fists clench in frustration when she notices something on the floor, a small, folded piece of paper. She picks it up, her expression a mix of anger and confusion. She unfolds the note. In messy, rushed handwriting, it just says one word: burp. He actually stopped mid-fight to write her a note just to mock her. Her face twists in pure rage. A scream of unbridled fury echoes through the quiet neighborhood. "You absolute psycho!" Meanwhile, Minjun is already blocks away, making a clean escape through the city streets. He finds a quiet, secluded spot in a park to finally examine his loot. He studies the glowing purple crystal through its glass case. He muses that it contains more demonic energy than most monsters. And if a high-ranking officer was keeping it in his home, it probably doesn't have any negative effects on humans. Ibongu, perched nearby, suggests it might be a monster crystal. Minjun immediately silences him, reminding him to speak only when spoken to. He already knows it's a monster crystal. The real question is why it contains demonic energy. Even back in Isgard, a world teeming with demonic power, he'd never seen anything like this. A monster crystal is a rare mineral sometimes found inside monsters. Its quality varies depending on the creature's power, but they are incredibly valuable. They all contain mana, a source of pure magical energy. But one with demonic energy? That's completely unheard of. Minjun decides he doesn't have time to solve the mystery right now. He smashes the glass case. He holds the raw crystal in his hand. Whatever its origin, he can feel the power thrumming within it. Dark purple energy immediately begins to swirl around his hand as he starts the absorption process. He's engulfed in a massive aura of demonic power. He doesn't know what this thing is or why it's on Earth, but he's not about to let a source of power this pure go to waste. A series of notifications flood his vision as his demonic energy stat skyrockets. He smirks. If he's going to fight back against the Saint's schemes, he can't afford to hesitate. He needs to get stronger, and fast. a new notification appears. Skill, demonic energy's singularity has been created. It's followed immediately by another. Skill, demonic energy's grasp has been created. Minjun's grin widens. Whoa, 2 new skills in one go? He pulls up his status window. His demonic energy is now at 30, and he's got a list of powerful new skills. He briefly notes the system has given him another ridiculous title, but focuses on the real prize. Nice, he thinks to himself. Time to see what these new toys can do. Demonic energy's singularity is a stealth skill. It allows him to completely mask his aura, making his power undetectable to those around him. This is a game changer. He was worried his growing power would start to leak out and affect people. This skill solves that problem perfectly. Next, he tests demonic energy's grasp. Ibongu and his other minion, Nightwalker, are suddenly lifted into the air, held aloft by his will alone. It's telekinesis. He gently sets them down, impressed with the control. He wonders what its limits are. Back in Isgard, he could toss around ogres with a similar ability. For now, it'll be perfect for grabbing the TV remote from across the room. He turns to his 2 loyal minions. It's time for a new mission. Their task is simple: find any and all information on dungeons or monster byproducts across the country that show any trace of demonic energy. They both salute, ready to carry out their master's orders. As a reward, Minjun creates 2 small, condensed orbs of demonic energy. He tosses them the orbs, which they eagerly snatch out of the air. Nightwalker even gives Ibongu a friendly pat on the back. It seems the 2 minions are finally starting to get along. With business concluded, Minjun turns to Ibongu, who has now shifted back to his human form. He asks with a sly grin, "So, have you ever had proper Korean food?" The scene shifts to a bustling restaurant famous for its hearty pork backbone soup. A delicious, steaming spread of food covers the table. Ibongu takes one sniff of the rich, savory broth, and tears immediately start streaming down his face. The restaurant owner watches in confusion as the young man sobs uncontrollably while shoveling food into his mouth. Between loud, messy bites, he declares that it's the most delicious thing he has ever tasted. Minjun finally snaps, yelling at him to either cry or eat, but not both at once. Ibongu snaps to attention, then immediately dives back into his bowl. Minjun just sighs. He figures after years of eating nothing but bland ration biscuits in Isgard, the emotional overload is understandable. Just then, his phone buzzes in his pocket. He pulls it out, wondering who would be contacting him now. It's the group chat for his squad. His campaign to get smartphones for the lower ranks worked, but the chat is being spammed with frantic messages from Guangxik. "Sergeant Kim, we're in deep trouble! The new training schedule is completely insane!" Minjun scrolls through the panicked messages. Apparently, their new platoon commander is a tyrant, and next week's schedule includes something called Hunter Guerrilla Training. For the awakened soldiers of the Hunter Corps, standard military training is child's play. These are individuals who have surpassed normal human limits. So for them, guerrilla training is taken to a whole new level. We see soldiers pushing through grueling exercises, their faces masks of pure exhaustion. They're put through one hellish conditioning drill after another, all under the watchful eyes of their instructors. But amidst all the pain and suffering, one soldier, Kim Minjun, is just lying on the ground, a massive, carefree grin plastered on his face. To him, this is a vacation. The next obstacle is a precarious 3-rope bridge, a serious test of balance and courage. Minjun looks at it with wide, sparkling eyes. Now this looks like fun. While the other soldiers inch across, struggling to keep their balance, Minjun breaks into a full sprint, crossing the rickety bridge as if it were solid ground. He rappels down a sheer cliff face with the bored expression of someone taking out the trash. And then comes the gas chamber, a dreaded rite of passage in any military. An instructor in a full gas mask addresses the soldiers as they stumble out, coughing and crying. He dryly says he'll just assume they all managed to sing the national anthem and memorize the Hunter Corps pledge while inside. With that, he dismisses them, telling them they're free to go. For these super soldiers, this kind of training felt almost pointless. They were already far beyond such basic tests of endurance. And yet, the Hunter Guerrilla training was still infamous. It was feared by every soldier in the Corps for one very specific reason. We see Minjun's squad mates, completely exhausted, with tears of pain and misery streaming from their eyes. They look utterly defeated, and the reason for their suffering is the food. A soldier listlessly stirs a sad, unappetizing meal in a military mess kit. Back in their tent, Minjun's squad sits in grim silence, picking at their rations. One of the soldiers sighs, complaining that he can't believe he has to eat this slop in his final year of service. Another wonders aloud if the division commander just hates them personally. His friend points out that's unlikely, since he's never even met the man. All the while, Minjun is happily chowing down, completely unbothered by the taste. The real misery comes from having to sleep and eat out in these uncomfortable field tents. The red-haired soldier notices one of his squad mates isn't eating at all. The soldier stares down at his food with a look of pure dread. "If we eat a lot," he whispers, "we'll have to go there." In his mind, he pictures a monstrous, demonic-looking field latrine, the true horror of guerrilla training. Later that night, the camp is quiet under the cold watchtower lights. A new figure arrives, their company commander, the stern-looking Captain Seo Jong-woon. He strides into the barracks tent, and the platoon leader immediately calls everyone to attention. Captain Seo tells them to relax. He congratulates them on a hard day's work and lets them know the instructors are handling night watch, so they can get some rest. "And," he continues, his expression turning deadly serious, "tomorrow is the main event of this training." He points a finger at them, his voice booming. "Do your absolute best in tomorrow's trench combat." The main event of the training is trench combat, and the rules couldn't be simpler. The next day, the atmosphere around the training ground is electric. Hundreds of soldiers are gathered around a massive fighting pit, cheering wildly for their respective battalions. Inside the pit, two massive soldiers are locked in a brutal contest of raw strength. The goal is simple: either push your opponents out of the square arena or incapacitate them. One of the soldiers, a hulking brute, grins as he easily overpowers his rival. He sends the other man flying out of the ring with a single powerful shove. The rest of the losing squad is dispatched just as quickly. They're shoved and thrown out of the arena one by one. An instructor calls a halt to the match. He declares the 1st Battalion's squad the winner. With no weapons or striking allowed, it's a pure battle of strength and leverage. But this event holds a special meaning for the 4 battalions of the 104th Division. Watching from a raised platform are 4 high-ranking officers, the battalion commanders. The commander of the 2nd Battalion remarks that the winning soldier is exceptional, noting that his squad also won last year. Colonel Jeon, the commander of the 1st Battalion, lets out a proud laugh. "Of course," he boasts, "he was just a corporal back then. Now he's a sergeant." The other officers murmur among themselves, impressed. Apparently, that one sergeant single-handedly eliminated 10 other squads in the preliminaries. The 3rd Battalion's commander adds that he heard that Sergeant Choi Sung-woo recently passed his promotion exam. He then slyly accuses Colonel Jeon of delaying the promotion just so Sergeant Choi could participate in this event. "No!" Colonel Jeon shouts, slamming his hand on the railing. "How could I have possibly known this was going to happen?" He complains that no one could have predicted this training schedule, but it's clear to everyone, this isn't just training anymore. It's a war of pride between the battalions. The commander of the 4th Battalion, Colonel Yu Jihye, cuts him off, telling him to stop making excuses. As the instructor announces the next match, the tension between the commanders is thicker than the mud in the pit. Colonel Jeon smirks, looking over at Colonel Yu. He notes that the number of squads from her 4th Battalion to make it this far is just 1? He's openly mocking her, and her all-female squad stands ready below. Everyone knows that the battalions that perform poorly here face harsher training down the line, adding even more pressure to the competition. While the commanders bicker, Sergeant Choi Sung-woo and his squad swagger through the resting area, laughing smugly. He stops short, bumping into one of Minjun's squad mates. Choi sizes Minjun up with a wide, unsettling grin. He asks if he's the famous Kim Minjun he's been hearing rumors about. Minjun looks up, a little surprised to be recognized, and confirms that he is. Choi beams, acting like he's meeting a celebrity. He mentions hearing that Minjun was the fastest soldier to ever make sergeant. Minjun offers a polite but slightly awkward thank you as his friend beside him watches nervously. Then, Choi's friendly expression vanishes. It's replaced by a nasty sneer. "Geez," he says, his voice dripping with contempt. "I heard all these rumors, but you just look kind of stupid." Minjun's squad mates instantly stiffen, their faces hardening with anger. They jump to their feet, shouting at Choi, demanding to know what he just said. Before they can take a single step, Choi's massive hands shoot out, grabbing both of them by the neck, their faces starting to turn red. He grins. "Whoa, whoa," he says, pretending to be surprised. "Did I say that out loud? My mistake." Turning to Minjun, he forces that same smug grin back onto his face. "Hey, my bad," he says, trying to play it cool. He walks away with his squad, laughing it off as if nothing just happened. Minjun's squad mates are furious. "That piece of trash!" one of them yells. "Sergeant Kim, why didn't you do anything?" Minjun just holds up a hand, his voice calm and steady. "It's okay." Guangxik loses his temper completely. "It is not okay!" he screams, ready to charge after them himself. He's shaking with rage, completely beside himself. Minjun watches him go, a slow, predatory smile spreading across his face. He tells his furious squad, because we'll be seeing him again very, very soon. A group of female soldiers from the 4th Battalion sits on standby, their expressions tense. The girl with pink hair, in particular, looks incredibly annoyed. This is Corporal Chamari. She lets out a frustrated sigh, complaining that this whole competition feels pointless. Not only is the training exhausting, but now they're forced to fight each other. Her squadmate, Corporal Yoon Hyehu, explains that it's how the commanders measure each battalion's strength. If they fail, they'll all get chewed out. The reality of their situation suddenly hits Mari. She realizes with a jolt that they are the only squad from their entire battalion left in the tournament. She glances nervously towards the observation tower where the high-ranking officers are watching. The thought of how furious their battalion commander must be sends a shiver down her spine. And she's right. Up in the stands, Colonel Yu Jihei is radiating a dark, unimpressed aura. When a fellow officer whispers about her battalion struggling, she sharply tells him to watch his words. Down below, Chamari flinches, feeling the heat of her commander's glare even from this distance. "Oh man," she mutters, her face pale with worry. She can tell even from here the commander is seriously angry. Just then, a calm, confident voice cuts through her anxiety. "What are you so worried about?" A muscular woman with a blonde ponytail approaches from behind. The announcer's voice echoes across the field, calling the next teams to the arena. It's their turn. The blonde woman stands tall, radiating an unshakable confidence. The rest of the squad lines up behind her, their nervous energy replaced by a sharp, battle-ready focus. With a determined glint in her eye, she declares, "We just need to win. We're taking that Gorilla King title for ourselves." This is their leader, the formidable Sergeant Osate Bayol. As the match begins, Chamari lets out a panicked shout. It's an instant, chaotic brawl. She struggles against a male soldier grabbing her arm, yelling at him to stay away. Elsewhere in the pit, 2 of her teammates are being overpowered by a single, much larger opponent. He has them both in a headlock, a smug look on his face as they struggle against his brute strength. But his victory is cut short. A hand clamps down hard on the side of his head. With a sharp twist, Sergeant Osatbiol yanks him completely off balance, sending him stumbling backward. He grits his teeth, trying to regain his footing, but he's already lost his chance. Satbiol closes the distance in an instant. She slams a powerful kick into his side, lifting him clean off the ground. He's completely dazed, the wind knocked out of him from the sheer force of the blow. He hits the ground hard, out of the fight. Setbiol lands gracefully, already scanning for her next target. She casually cracks her knuckles, a clear sign of how easily she handled him. Meanwhile, Chamari is still being chased, expertly dodging as her opponent grumbles that he can't seem to catch her. But her panicked running is all an act. As he reaches for her, he leaves himself wide open. He grins, thinking he's finally got her cornered. In that split second, Mari pivots. Her expression shifts to one of sharp focus as she intercepts his arm. Using his own momentum against him, she executes a perfect shoulder throw, sending him spinning through the air. Satbiol watches from a distance, a small, satisfied smile on her face. Her squad is executing their plan flawlessly. Mari stands over the fallen soldier, who's been knocked completely unconscious. She looks down at him with a smug grin. "I told you," she says, dusting her hands off, "to stay away." She turns just in time to see another one of her squadmates locked in a struggle. It's Yoon Hyeju, using her strength to hold back a much larger opponent. The male soldier strains, sweat beading on his forehead as he tries to overpower her. He thinks he sees an opening and lunges forward, but he's walked right into her trap. Before he can react, Hyehu uses his forward momentum to throw him off balance, completely reversing the situation. With a calm, focused look, she prepares to end it. She gives a silent thanks to her friend, Son Unseo, for teaching her this technique, before driving her hand forward in a powerful palm strike. The blow connects with a massive impact, sending a shockwave through the air and launching the soldier right out of the ring. Chamari watches with a huge, impressed grin. Their teamwork is perfect. On the other side of the arena, the last 2 male soldiers stare in disbelief. One of them scoffs, shocked that his team couldn't eliminate a single one of the girls. He calls his defeated teammates pathetic. The two on the ground just look away in shame. The remaining two get themselves hyped up. They know everyone is focused on the champion, Choi Sung-woo, but they're determined to be the ones to steal the show this year. With renewed vigor, they charge. They rush forward with everything they have, but they're charging straight into Saitbayol, who meets their attack head-on without so much as flinching. One of them sneers. "What, you think you can take us both on alone?" They laugh, confident they can overwhelm her. Their laughter dies in their throats as they push with all their might. She isn't budging. It's like pushing against a solid steel wall. Their faces twist in panic. How is she this strong? Her power is completely overwhelming. Saitbayol just smirks, completely unfazed. "Who said I was fighting you alone?" she asks. Right on cue, the rest of her squad sprints in from the sides to back her up. It's a total dogpile. The female squad swarms the last two opponents, burying them under a wave of bodies. One of the guys is taken out so fast he can only whimper for his mom. The female squad stands victorious, without a single member eliminated. The announcer declares the winner of the match, the 4th Battalion's 4th Squad. Saitbayol dusts her hands off as her teammates celebrate their flawless victory behind her. From across the field, Minjun's squad has been watching the whole thing. Minjun watches them with a thoughtful expression. He admits to himself they have good teamwork and are all pretty skilled. One of his squad mates grins. "Wow," he says, "that squad is the real deal." Another chimes in, noting that the girls' squad is set to face the champion, Choi Sung-woo, in the next round. He smirks, saying he hopes they wipe the floor with him. Looking at the tournament bracket, Minjun's squad mates get fired up, realizing they have to make it to the finals to get their revenge on Sung-woo. One of them asks if they can really make it that far. The other replies with absolute confidence. "With Sergeants Lee and Kim on our team, I don't think we could lose even if we tried." As they're talking, Chamari spots someone in their group, and her eyes light up. Her gaze locks onto Minjun, who's just sitting there with his usual bored expression. Her face flushes with excitement, and she starts waving frantically, shouting his name with pure adoration. "Hunter Kim Minjun!" The sudden outburst catches everyone off guard. Minjun's squad looks over, confused, while Mari's squad mates just stare at her like she's lost her mind. One of Minjun's teammates asks, "Is she talking to us?" The ponytail guy points to himself hopefully, but Minjun knows exactly who she's looking at. Mari keeps waving with a huge, goofy smile, completely in her own world. Her teammate Hyeju just looks at her, mortified. Seeing this, the ponytail guy reconsiders their plan for revenge. He muses that maybe Choi Sung-woo's arrogance isn't so bad after all. The others immediately agree, deciding to forget about revenge and just cheer for the 4th Battalion from now on. Minjun glances over at his easily swayed teammates and thinks to himself, "Idiots." Up in the observation deck, the High Command continues to watch. One of the commanders sighs, disappointed in the team that just lost. But the commander next to him lets out a hearty laugh, clearly enjoying the unexpected upset. He turns to the 4th Battalion's commander, Colonel Yu, congratulating her. But she remains silent, her expression unreadable. The announcer's voice cuts in, calling for the next match. It's the 2nd Battalion's team, which includes Minjun's squad. Hearing the announcement, Colonel Yu's eyes snap open with sudden interest. She spots Minjun walking with his squad towards the arena. Her gaze is locked on him, a subtle but intense focus in her eyes. It's clear she's been waiting for this. "Kim Minjun," she thinks to herself. As they walk, one of Minjun's teammates leans in, excited. He asks Minjun if he heard that the winning squad gets a vacation. Minjun looks at him blankly. "I don't want to go on vacation with you guys." His friend just laughs it off. "Well then, I guess we shouldn't get first place." Minjun shoots him a deadpan, annoyed look. But then, a thought clicks in his mind. A slow, sly smirk spreads across his face. "We could just go our separate ways," he says. The tournament continues, and a new fight is about to begin. But for Kim Minjun, this isn't about glory or pride. This is about a vacation, and he's just found all the motivation he needs. Minjun and his squad stand ready in the arena, facing off against a team of much larger soldiers. The air is thick with tension as they stare each other down. The referee raises his hand. "Get ready!" he yells. "The match starts on my whistle!" The moment the signal is given, the squad explodes into action, charging forward as one. And their squad mates lead the charge, their faces set with determination. The two teams collide with incredible force, a chaotic flurry of bodies as they grapple for dominance. The arena becomes a chaotic brawl. The big guy smirks, but his expression quickly shifts to confusion. "What?" he thinks, surprised by how little his opponent seems to weigh. "Aren't you a little too light?" he shouts, effortlessly tossing the smaller soldier aside. The soldier lands on his feet, shaken, but still in the fight. Clearly, the enemy squad's leader stands unimpressed. The enemy leader turns his attention away from the small fry, his gaze slowly sweeping across the arena. His eyes lock onto a new target. This guy is big, strong. He seems useful enough, Minjun thinks to himself. Shall I test that out on him? The opponent charges forward, planning to crush Minjun with brute strength. Minjun raises a single hand, a faint purple aura flickering around it. His control isn't perfect yet, but his new skill, Demonic Energy's Grasp, should be more than enough for this. Suddenly, the charging soldier's feet get tangled in thin air. His eyes widen in pure shock, unable to understand why he's suddenly tripping. An invisible force yanks his legs out from under him, sending him flailing. Minjun stands perfectly still, controlling the man's body like a marionette on invisible strings. With a smirk, Minjun thinks that even if he can't lift him completely yet, he can certainly mess with his balance. The soldier crashes to his knees, utterly confused. To everyone else watching, it just looks like he tripped over his own feet. He grits his teeth, trying to figure out what just happened. The fall felt unnatural, as if he'd been pulled to the ground. He gets up and lunges at Minjun again, but the invisible force grabs him once more. He stumbles forward, completely off balance, his movements suddenly clumsy and out of his control. Minjun easily sidesteps the clumsy attack, a look of amusement on his face as the man staggers past him. The soldier looks back, his face a mask of bewilderment and growing fear. What is happening to him? Minjun smiles to himself. He can't let his opponent realize what's going on. It's time to end this little experiment. He decides that's enough fooling around. He dodges another desperate lunge from his opponent. Minjun moves with fluid grace, effortlessly staying just out of the man's reach. With a simple, almost lazy push against his back, Minjun sends him flying. Minjun watches with a smug grin as the man sails out of the arena. Bye now! And just like that, the rest of their matches were a blur. As expected, Minjun's squad cruised their way to the final round, dominating every team they faced. Minjun and his squad sit on the sidelines, waiting for the final match. They're bruised and tired, but their morale is high. There's just one problem. They didn't end up facing the team they were hoping for. A dark, angry mood settles over his squadmates. They weren't matched up against Sergeant Osatebiel's all-female team. Contrary to their hopes, a different, much more disliked team made it to the finals instead. The announcer's voice booms across the field. "We will now begin the final round! Both teams, to the arena!" Heavy, confident footsteps echo as their opponents take their positions. And there he is, Sergeant Choi Sung-woo, the reigning champion, flanked by his equally arrogant squad. Minjun's team walks towards the arena, their expressions grim and determined. One of his squadmates mentions that Sung-woo used to be a champion high school wrestler before his awakening forced him to quit. Another adds that judging by his dirty tactics, he must have been pretty good. They watch as Sung-woo's team laughs and jokes among themselves, completely at ease. Gwangsik, the soldier with the ponytail, grits his teeth. So he's skilled, but he still fights dirty? A fiery aura of rage practically ignites around Minjun's teammates. Minjun glances over at them, knowing exactly why they're so furious. It all goes back to the quarterfinals. In a flashback, we see Choi Sung-woo looking smug, thinking back on his last match. It wasn't just that his squad won against Sergeant Osatebiel's team, it was how they won. We see Sergeant Osatebiel, bruised and battered, struggling just to stay on her feet. Sung-woo just watched her, a cold, calculating look in his eyes. The final result was a brutal 6-0 victory. But during that match, not a single person was eliminated by being pushed out of the ring. The scene is grim. Her entire squad is scattered across the arena floor, all of them beaten into submission. Sung-woo and his team stand over them, the undisputed and unnecessarily cruel victors. Back in the present, Minjun watches his fuming teammates. He thinks to himself that this is combat training, not a friendly sport. In his cold, pragmatic mind, it wasn't Sung-woo's fault for winning. He simply followed the one rule: no hitting vital points. We see Satbael's squad on the sidelines cheering angrily for Minjun's team to get revenge for them. But Minjun concludes his thought. It was the fault of those who lost, because they were simply too weak. One of his squadmates, Han Young, glares at Sung-woo's team, shouting, "It's time to teach you some manners, you animals!" Minjun lets out another quiet sigh. He thinks to himself, they still have a long way to go. His internal monologue continues, cold and logical. If they're so angry, they should just focus on winning the match. Why are they getting so worked up before the fight even starts? The two squads finally face off in the center of the arena. The air between them is practically crackling with hostility. Guangsik sneers at Sungwoo. "So, you planning on fighting us all by yourself this time?" Sungwoo just gives them a greasy, condescending smirk. He replies that he couldn't possibly do that with the infamous Sergeant Lee Sungho present, then asks who's talking. He leans in, taunting Guangsik directly. "You think you could win against me even if I was alone?" Guangsik is about to explode, but Sungwoo isn't finished. He looks over at Minjun with a wicked grin. "I thought maybe I could get a rise out of you if I beat up your little girlfriend," he says. "But you don't seem bothered at all." Minjun and his team just stare back, completely bewildered. "His girlfriend?" one of them asks. "What are you talking about?" One of Sungwoo's men points to Chamari in the crowd. He explains he thought she was Minjun's girlfriend because of how loudly she was cheering for him. Han-young absolutely loses it. "What? She was not waving at Sergeant Kim," he screams, before muttering, "I'm sure of it. I hope." Guangsik jumps in to defend Minjun's honor. "Yeah, Sergeant Kim doesn't care about girls other than Lumi from Dungeon Power Fighter." The rest of the squad freezes, stunned by the sudden embarrassing reveal. A dead silence hangs over the arena. Sungwoo's face twitches as he processes the new information. Then, his entire team erupts into hysterical laughter. They mock him relentlessly, calling him a pathetic loser for being in love with a 2D character. Sungwoo clutches his stomach, roaring with laughter. "Man, you are so pathetic," he wheezes. Ignoring the chaos, the referee calls for them to get ready. Sungwoo wipes a tear from his eye, still chuckling. "Don't worry," he tells Minjun. "I'll go easy on you. You need to get back safely to your little Lumi." The referee puts the whistle to his lips. Sungwoo gets into his fighting stance, still muttering insults under his breath. A sharp blast from the whistle signals the start of the final match. Sungwoo's team charges forward. But Minjun hasn't moved an inch. He stands perfectly still, his face shadowed, completely unfazed by the mockery. The first opponent reaches him, yelling, "Still spacing out, loser?" A surge of purple demonic energy flares to life as he clamps his hands down on the soldier's head, stopping his charge dead in its tracks. The final match has just begun, and after Minjun instantly shut down the first attacker, the entire arena is frozen in stunned silence. The soldier Minjun grabbed is shaking, his hand covering his face in shame and terror. He knows he made a huge mistake. All he can do is pray that everyone will just forget this ever happened. The referee rushes over, frantically signaling for a pause in the match as the humiliated soldier stumbles away. Up in the stands, the high-ranking officers lean forward, completely bewildered by the sudden halt. The referee gives Minjun a nervous, wary look. He raises his hands, warning both teams to avoid any unnecessary clashes. He repeats that striking is banned, giving a pointed look at Minjun, who just smiles coolly in return. The referee walks away, clearly rattled and just wanting this match to be over with. Choi Sungwoo is seething. "You little punk, that was a cute trick," he growls, "but I'm done going easy on you. You're finished." Minjun just throws the word right back at him with a lazy smile. "Cute?" The referee spins around, screaming for them to resume the match. Minjun's expression turns cold. "I'm not done," he says, his voice dangerously low. "Being cute." Before Sungwoo can even process the threat, Minjun darts away. Sungwoo scoffs, thinking Minjun is just trying to run. But then he sees it. A flash of purple demonic energy. Guangsik's face is a mask of pure terror, sending all three of them sprawling out of the arena. Guangsik lies on the ground, tears streaming down his face as he whimpers. "Why me?" Sungwoo's remaining teammates are in shock. "What is he doing? He's attacking his own teammates!" Minjun doesn't stop. He grabs two more of his squad mates and throws them into the enemy line, clearing the field with brutal, chaotic efficiency. He's turning this team battle into a one-man rampage, using everyone around him as disposable pawns. One of his last remaining teammates, Han-young, finally snaps. "You psycho!" he screams, veins bulging on his arm. He charges directly at Minjun, but Minjun just sidesteps him, letting Han-young's own momentum carry him right past. Sungwoo can only watch, completely dumbfounded. What is this guy's plan? Han-young grunts in frustration, realizing he's been played. Minjun gives him a simple push from behind, sending him and the last enemy soldier tumbling out of the ring together. "What in the world?" Sungwoo mutters, now completely alone. A dark, twisted aura of demonic energy begins to swirl around Minjun. A sadistic grin spreads across his face as he turns his full attention to Sungwoo, who now understands he's trapped with an absolute madman. Up in the stands, one of the commanders is losing his mind. What kind of a match is this? Stop them! But Major General Dusak calmly replies that Minjun isn't technically breaking any rules. The commander sputters, but still, how is it normal for him to be taking out his own teammates? Dusak is silent for a moment, unable to argue with that logic. Colonel Yu Jihye clenches her fist, a grim look on her face. What is with that guy? She thinks. Another officer demands to know who will take responsibility if someone gets hurt, but Colonel Yu cuts him off. The judge, she says coolly, will handle it. Dusak groans, remembering how Sungwoo himself brutally beat down the all-female squad. He knows he has no grounds to intervene. Colonel Yu watches the arena, her expression unreadable. Her eyes are narrowed, her focus entirely on the terrifying spectacle Minjun has created. Down in the ring, Minjun charges Sungwoo, grabbing him in a classic wrestler's hold. Sungwoo is bewildered. First, he clears the field, and now he wants to wrestle? But a flicker of confidence returns. Idiot, Sungwoo thinks. You've made a fatal mistake. Minjun may be strong, but this is his home turf. A smug grin spreads across his face. He believes that in wrestling, strength isn't everything. He prepares to use his years of training to take Minjun down. In this world, he thinks, technique is everything. He tries to execute a perfect takedown, a move that has won him countless championships. But instead of flipping Minjun, he finds himself being lifted effortlessly into the air. Minjun's raw, inhuman strength completely shatters his technique. With a deafening crash, Minjun slams him into the hard-packed earth. The impact echoes through the arena, and Sungwoo lets out a choked gasp of pain. Minjun stands over him, his voice cold. Get up! Sungwoo can only lie there, muttering in disbelief. He struggles to his hands and knees, unable to comprehend what just happened. It didn't work? A terrifying realization dawns on him as he looks up at Minjun, whose eyes are glowing with a faint, demonic light. He's not just strong, he's a monster. Pure panic sets in. Wait! I get it! I'll surrender! Sungwoo tries to shout, but Minjun cuts him off, grabbing him from behind. Before he can finish, Minjun throws him across the arena like a rag doll. Sungwoo hits the ground hard, letting out a pained grunt. He coughs, trying to catch his breath, as Minjun looms over him. Who said that you could surrender? Minjun grabs him in a chokehold, his face twisted in a furious snarl. Wait! I'm giving up! I'll step down! Sungwoo pleads, struggling against the iron grip, but Minjun just whispers, listen closely. He leans in, his voice dangerously quiet. Lumi. Sungwoo just looks back, completely confused. What? Isn't just some 2D character. With those words, Minjun executes a final, brutal throw. Everyone watching, from his squad mates to the all-female team, can only stare in utter shock at the one-sided demolition. Sungwoo lies on the ground, foam at the corner of his mouth, completely unconscious. Minjun stands over him, his face dark and intense. She's my absolute favorite. The unconscious Sungwoo can only dream of asking what he was supposed to do about that. The referee finally declares the match over. Minjun's squad wins. Minjun stands there calmly, as if he didn't just go on a psychotic rampage over a video game character. He walks off the arena floor, his footsteps heavy in the sudden silence. He looks completely unfazed. His teammates, however, just stare at him with a mix of awe and fear, a collective chill running down their spines. But their fear quickly melts into excitement. They swarm him, cheering and celebrating. Minjun, looking awkward, just scratches his head and claims he got a bit carried away. They rave about how satisfying it was to see the infamous Choi Sungwoo get absolutely dismantled in a one-on-one fight. Minjun looks at his cheering squad and thinks to himself, well, I guess that's a good thing. But not everyone is celebrating. Sergeant Lee Seung-ho steps forward, his expression hard as stone. Whatever your reason, he says sternly, there is no justification for attacking your own teammates. He turns his back on Minjun. I'm very disappointed in you, Kim Minjun. Minjun watches him go, quietly admitting to himself, I guess I did cross the line. Seung-ho walks away without another word, the rift between them growing wider. Minjun lets out a quiet sigh. The soldier he beat in the first round watches him go, a fire of determination in his eyes. He knows he has to get stronger. I'll win next time, Kim Minjun, he vows to himself. Sometime later, an awards ceremony is held to mark the end of guerrilla training. Colonel Yu Jihye stands at the podium, announcing the winner of the tournament. She places the gold medal, the symbol of the Gorilla King, around Minjun's neck. Another officer salutes the troops. A new phase of their training is about to begin. The scene shifts. The soldiers are now marching back from the training grounds. A soldier in full combat gear looks back at the column. Someone asks where he's going. He yells back that he's going to the bathroom and runs off. He grumbles to himself about the exhausting training and the long walk back to base. He runs up to another figure in the distance. Sir Hunter, he says, his voice nervous. He's approaching Corporal Sun Unseo. As she turns to face him, his face flushes bright red. She stands there, fully geared up, an imposing and impressive figure. The day after the guerrilla training ended, a light snow falls over the military base, blanketing the grounds in a quiet calm. But inside one of the barracks, a secret meeting is underway. Gwangsik speaks with grim determination. He says that even if they get punished for this later, they have to see it through. Han Young worries about what the sergeants will do if they find out. But Gwangsik tells him not to be scared. Their plan is simple, just lure their superiors to the meeting point. Once they're there, it'll be too late for them to back out. He turns to Li Dongjin, telling him his role is the most important. Dongjin just stares back, looking completely unsure. Before the exhaustion from training could even fade, these guys were already deep in a new conspiracy. They know they have to be efficient. Gwangsik says choosing the right location is key. Li Dongjin, blushing slightly, suggests a place in Gyeonggi Province, arguing it's a fair middle ground for everyone. The others erupt in cheers, ecstatic with his tactical thinking. Suddenly, a phone buzzes with an incoming message. The entire group huddles around the screen, their faces lighting up. Yes! We got another one! It's a text conversation with Sun Unseo. They've already arranged a joint squad vacation for the following Sunday. But the last message from her sends a jolt of pure panic through the group. By the way, she asks, could you tell me Hunter Kim Minjun's number? Gwangsik and Han Young stare at the phone, their faces draining of all color. Dude, one of them whispers, this is how we get caught. Someone suggests just saying they don't have it, but Gwangsik shoots that down. No one would believe that. It would be too weird for squad mates not to have each other's numbers. Han Young starts sweating bullets, the pressure mounting. I don't know, man, we're screwed. Gwangsik groans. Han Young shoves the phone at him. You started this! We're out! Dongjin tries to get them to scatter before they get into more trouble. But Han Young gets a sudden, reckless idea and runs off after them. He stops and asks a crucial question. What if the sergeants actually want to hang out with us too? The other two just stare at him, speechless. Guys, Han Young asks, confused by their sudden silence. They've already abandoned him, leaving him alone in the snow to face the consequences. Meanwhile, elsewhere on the base, Minjun steps out into a hallway, looking refreshed after a shower. All right, let's see the results, he says to himself, pulling up his holographic status screen. His screen displays his new, incredibly embarrassing title. But more importantly, his stats have jumped. Strength is up by 5, and agility by 1. He grins, giving a silent thank you to Choi Sungwoo for being such a great punching bag. He heads to the gym, happy with the gains. It's been tough to raise his stats since they passed the 60-point mark. He gets on the bench press, thinking about the small but crucial agility boost and the massive 5-point jump in strength. He's absolutely thrilled. This is really gree, he's cut off by a familiar voice echoing in his mind. Master Kim Minjun! The heavy barbell clatters back onto the rack. Minjun sits up, annoyed. What is it now? He asks telepathically. The voice of his servant, Ibongu, replies meekly. Could I perhaps have some soup? Minjun grits his teeth. Are you serious right now? He mentally yells back. I gave you money so you could buy your own food. Ibongu replies with cheerful, unwavering devotion. Thank you, Master Kim Minjun. Minjun clutches his head. Why is he so happy? It's infuriating, he grumbles. And, Ibongu's voice turns serious, I've discovered a mysterious aura. Minjun groans. Shouldn't you have led with that? He asks. Is it demonic energy? Ibongu explains that it's not. It feels foreign. An aura unlike anything he's ever sensed before, even back in Isgard. This is something new, and potentially very dangerous. Well, what else? Minjun asks, getting impatient. Ibongu replies sheepishly. The soup is here. Can I tell you the rest after I eat? Minjun mentally unleashes a string of curses that would make a sailor blush. As his head throbs with irritation, his phone dings. It's a text from an unknown number. Hello, this is Sun Unseo. Is this Hunter Kim Minjun? He stares at the message, completely baffled. His brain stalls, trying to process this sudden, unwanted social interaction. "What is going on today?" he mutters. "Why is everyone trying to talk to me? And how did she even get my number?" He decides to just block her, but before he can, Han Young bursts through the door, screaming, "Sergeant Kim Min-jun! No! Please! Don't do it!" Han Young grabs his arm, looking desperate. "You just got a text from Hunter Sun Unseo, didn't you?" He launches into a frantic, tearful speech about how this is a once-in-a-lifetime chance, and how Min-jun needs to think about his squad's morale. Min-jun just stares at him. "What in the world are you talking about?" "Wait," Min-jun says, a dangerous glint in his eye. "Was it you? Did you give her my number?" Han Young flinches but immediately confesses, "Yes, it was me!" He begs for understanding, saying that after all their hard work, they deserve a little happiness. A vein begins to throb on Min-jun's temple. "So what's this all about? What have you planned?" "What do you mean?" Min-jun snarls, his face contorted with rage. His expression becomes a demonic mask of fury. "This is the training room," he says, his voice dangerously low. "You'd better start talking. Now." Han Young nearly passes out from sheer terror, and so, 1 week later, the two squads arrive at the entrance to an amusement park called Thunderland. Min-jun's squad marches up to the gate in their crisp, formal dress uniforms. They are looking sharp and ready for their hard-earned day off. Gwangsik turns to Min-jun with a huge, grateful smile. "Thank you, Sergeant Kim. I never thought I'd get to come to a place like this." But Han Young shoves him, yelling that a traitor has no right to thank him. Their bickering is cut short by Sergeant Lee Seung-ho. Seung-ho scolds Han Young, reminding him that another one of their squad mates was the one who really wanted to come here. He tells him to be grateful to their friend instead, patting the blushing soldier on the head. Gwangsik smiles slyly. "Still, I didn't expect Sergeant Lee to agree to this so easily." Seung-ho blushes, admitting that he figured this would be better than hanging out with just you guys all day. His squad mates just whistle and look away. Gwangsik scans the crowd, a hopeful look on his face. "So, where are the ladies from the 4th Battalion?" His face lights up with a goofy, love-struck grin. And there they are. Sun Unseo, Chamari, and the rest of their squad, also in their dress uniforms, are waiting nearby. "There they are!" Gwangsik shouts. "They're at the ticket booth." "Huh?" His excited expression freezes. He and his teammates stare, their mouths hanging open in shock. Even Min-jun looks up, his curiosity piqued by their sudden silence. Standing with the female squad is a tall, imposing man in civilian clothes. He has slicked-back dark hair and a nasty scar over his eye. It's Major General Sun Taiho. "Is that a gangster?" Gwangsik mutters. Han Young immediately smacks him. Sergeant Lee Seung-ho cuts him off with a sharp hiss. "Wait! Everyone, attention!" He barks out the command, and the entire squad snaps into a perfect salute. Lee Dongjin's eyes are wide with recognition. "He's the 107th Division commander," he stammers. "I've seen him on TV giving briefings." Sun Unseo grabs her father's arm, completely mortified. "Dad! Father! You said you'd just drop me off! Please, just go home!" But the Major General just laughs. "I just want to say hi to your colleagues. I'll leave right after." Unseo looks panicked, clearly not wanting this to happen. Her father gently pushes her aside and approaches the squad. He looks at them with a warm, friendly smile. But as his gaze sweeps across the line, his eyes land on Min-jun. He takes a deliberate step forward. The Major General towers over Min-jun, his friendly demeanor vanishing in an instant, replaced by a cold, hard stare. "Are you?" His voice is laced with ice as he grits out the name, "Kim Min-jun?" A day off at an amusement park. For most soldiers, it's a dream. For Sergeant Kim Min-jun, it's just another social minefield he has to navigate. Inside the bustling park, Chamari, a soldier with bright pink hair, looks around in wide-eyed wonder. It's a rare break from the rigid life of a hunter, and the excitement is contagious. Beaming, she turns to the others, urging them to hurry up. There's no time to waste when there's this much fun to be had. She grabs one of her squad mates by the arm and practically drags him along, shouting for the rest of the group to follow. Her grip is surprisingly strong, and her friend is pulled forward without any chance of resisting. One of her superiors sighs, completely drained by her energy. He mutters to himself that he told her to drop the formal military tone, but her excitement is clearly overriding her training. That's when Min-jun's two troublemaking squad mates, Han Young and Gwangsik, step up with huge grins. They proudly announce they've planned the most efficient route through the park and that everyone should just follow their lead. The girls from the other squad are immediately impressed, cheering them on, ready for the perfect day out. And just like that, the entire group takes off running, a wave of soldiers ready to conquer the amusement park. But not everyone is so thrilled. Sergeant Lee Sung-ho and another female soldier hang back, their stiff posture making them look completely out of place in the lively crowd. The female soldier lets out a heavy sigh, admitting she really can't stand crowded places like this. Sergeant Sung-ho glances over and simply says, "I agree." She seems surprised to find someone who feels the same way. He explains that he prefers spending his weekends alone, just working out. Her eyes light up as they walk past a giant Ferris wheel, and she starts asking him about his routine. It seems they've found their own way to enjoy the day. Meanwhile, the rest of the crew is already screaming their lungs out on a massive roller coaster, hands thrown in the air. They're all wearing goofy red bow headbands, even the usually serious Sun Un-seo. With cotton candy in hand, they've fully embraced the carefree vibe. They hop from one roller coaster to the next, a blur of thrilled and terrified faces. For a moment, they're not soldiers, just young people having a blast. Later, they gather around for an arm wrestling match. Even on a day off, their competitive hunter spirit can't be contained. Their attention then shifts to a carnival shooting game called Cowboy Hunter. 10 shots for 10,000 won. Han Young, the one with the buzz cut, confidently steps up. He raises the rifle, aiming with the focus of a trained marksman. His eyes narrow. He pulls the trigger, letting off a series of rapid shots, but his prize is a cute, plushy tomato, a consolation prize. He stands there, completely dejected, clutching the toy while his squadmate Gwangsik gives him a deadpan stare. Gwangsik scoffs, asking if that's really the best a soldier can do. With a smirk, he grabs the rifle. "Watch how an expert does it." He kneels, his form perfect. The girls in the background murmur in approval, impressed by his posture. And yet, the result is exactly the same. Gwangsik now stands beside his friend, also holding a sad little tomato as the girls try to hide their laughter. His friend reminds him about their bet. The loser pays. Gwangsik just groans, insisting the gun must be rigged. All this time, Minjun has been watching from the sidelines with his usual expression of bored amusement. But then, his eyes drift over to the prize shelf. The grand prize is a giant mushroom plushie, but it's the second prize that makes him freeze. It's a small keychain, a chibi version of a girl with silver hair in a white dress. Minjun's eyes widen, a fire igniting within them. He recognizes it instantly. The DPF First Anniversary Limited Edition Lumi Keyring, a legendary item he never thought he'd see in real life. In that moment, everything else fades away. Minjun snatches a rifle, his entire demeanor shifting. A wild, manic grin spreads across his face as a single thought echoes in his mind: that has to be mine. A rapid volley of shots rings out, faster and more precise than anything they've seen all day. The game attendant is left speechless, his jaw hanging open in total disbelief. Minjun calmly places the rifle back on the counter. The attendant points out that he still has one bullet left, but Minjun just coolly replies, "I don't need it." The girls are buzzing with excitement. One asks if he really hit all those targets, while Chamari just blushes, clearly impressed. Minjun approaches the counter with a huge, genuine smile. The stunned attendant hands him the second prize. He holds the Lumi keychain in his palm, gazing at it with pure adoration. He got exactly what he came for. 9 hits for second place. His squadmates are completely bewildered, staring at the tiny keychain and trying to figure out what could possibly be so special about it. Minjun turns to them, holding up his prize like a war trophy, and declares that coming here was a great idea after all. Gwangsik and Han Young can only offer weak, confused laughs, while Chamari looks on with hearts in her eyes, completely smitten. Minjun proudly dangles the keychain, ready to show it off. He holds it up right in front of Sun Yunseo's face. She just stares back, unimpressed and a little confused. Yunseo finally breaks the silence, her expression turning serious. She asks him, "What did you talk about with my father earlier?" Minjun's playful mood vanishes instantly. He looks away for a second before answering, "Ah, that." The scene flashes back to the parking lot where Major General Sun Tae-ho stood before him. The general's expression was grim as he apologized for pulling Minjun away from his vacation. Minjun replied respectfully that it was no problem, then cut straight to the point, asking what this was all about. The general's eyes narrowed, the scar above his eye making him look even more menacing. Without warning, he lunged, his hand shooting out to grab Minjun by the collar in a sudden test of his reflexes. His grip was like iron, veins bulging with raw strength, but Minjun didn't even flinch, his eyes cold and steady. For a tense moment they were locked like that, the air crackling with unspoken power. Slowly, the general pulled his hand back. A faint, almost impressed smile touched his lips. He told Minjun that he was well-trained and admitted it was a poor way to test him. Minjun just offered a polite, "Thank you." The general let out a short, sharp laugh that held no humor. His expression turned serious again. "Since my daughter owes you and all," he began. He reached into his pocket and pulled out a small black box, holding it out with his business card. He explained it was a dungeon item usually reserved for generals, a gift that would randomly raise the user's stats. Inside the box was a simple silver metal bracelet. Minjun's mind screamed, "Jackpot!" But on the outside, he simply bowed his head and offered a sincere thank you. The general told him to keep up with his training and warned him not to tell anyone where he got the bracelet. He offered to treat Minjun to a meal if he was ever in Daejeon. But then, his tone shifted. "And, lastly," the general's face twisted into a terrifying, predatory grin, and his voice dropped to a low, deadly growl. "If you try anything with my daughter, I will kill you." The threat hung between them, cold and absolute. With that final warning, he got in his car and drove off, leaving Minjun alone in the parking lot. Back in the present, Minjun tucks the bracelet into his pocket, thinking to himself with a smirk, that won't happen. He couldn't care less about the general's daughter. He turns back to Unseo with a relaxed smile, telling her that her father didn't say much. She presses him, asking if her father did anything rude. Minjun just waves it off, insisting it was really nothing. He pulls out the business card. "He just said he'd treat me to a meal if I ever come to Daejeon." Unseo looks puzzled, wondering why her father would do that. Minjun smoothly explains, "I guess he's just bothered that you owe me." Her mind flashes back to the guerrilla training, when Minjun carried her on his back after she was injured. A faint blush creeps onto her cheeks. Looking down in embarrassment, she apologizes for Minjun having to deal with her overbearing father. Minjun just casually flips the business card in his hand. A greedy grin spreads across his face as he thinks, "I'll make sure he buys me an expensive meal." As they walk through the park, someone accidentally bumps into another soldier. It's Han Young. He catches up to Cha Mari, looking a bit shy. He nervously asks her why she suggested their squads hang out together, worried the question might be rude. Cha Mari just gives him a warm, knowing smile. She reminds him how her squad got completely demolished by Choi Sungwoo in the tournament, and since Minjun got revenge for them, she felt they owed him. Her squadmate chimes in, throwing an arm around Han Young and declaring that lunch is on them. The girls seem determined to treat them, but Minjun's squadmates look less than thrilled. Gwangsik complains under his breath that they didn't even do anything in that fight. This was all just an excuse to hang out with Minjun. It was revenge for Lumi, not for them. His true petty motivation remains his own little secret, but while they enjoy their day off, the world keeps turning. At that very moment in Daejeon, a swirling blue vortex of energy appears in the middle of a street. A gate. From the shadows, a pair of sharp black talons steps onto a ledge. A large black crow perches above the scene, its eyes glowing with an unnatural, sinister purple light. On a nearby military base, two soldiers review a report. One of them taps on a tablet, pulling up the latest information. A colonel's eyes widen, a mix of shock and pure greed flashing across his face. 100 kilograms of mana stone? He repeats in disbelief. His subordinate confirms it, a massive deposit found inside a cave-type dungeon. Back at the gate, the blue energy continues to swirl as soldiers stand guard, completely unaware of the storm that's brewing. A sly, greedy smile spreads across the colonel's face. He says the number again, tasting the words. 100 kilograms. A day off is a rare gift for a soldier, a brief escape from a world of monsters and duty, but for Minjun, that fragile peace is about to be shattered by a call he can't possibly ignore. As the sun sets on their day of fun, the two squads gather at the entrance of Thunderland, the park's energy buzzing around them one last time. Cha Mari and her squadmates wave goodbye, their faces bright with smiles. She thanks Minjun's team for the great day and wishes them a safe trip back. Han Young and Gwangsik grin, saying they had a blast too. They start a friendly argument over who's buying the next meal, but Unseo cuts in, firmly stating she'll be the one to pay. Not to be outdone, Sergeant Sungho declares he'll cover dinner, settling the debate. With final waves and goodbyes, the soldiers part ways, heading back to their bases after a much-needed break from reality. The scene shifts to a modern building under a clear sky. The vacation is officially over. Minjun and his squad are walking down a city street, falling back into the rhythm of their normal lives. Suddenly, a panicked voice screams directly into Minjun's mind. "Master Kim Minjun! There's a problem." Minjun stops dead in his tracks, his face twisting in annoyance. He thinks to himself, "Why? What is it this time? He silently warns his servant, Ibongu, that if this is just about food again, he's going to get a beating. A close-up of a bird's eye, glowing with a familiar, sinister purple energy. It's Ibongu, in his crow form, perched high above the chaos at the Daijin gate. He reports that the dungeon he's watching looks suspicious. Minjun is furious, complaining internally that he was supposed to be resting. Ibongu explains that while the area was under simple restriction before, things have escalated. Soldiers are now setting up heavy machine guns and reinforcing the perimeter. The site has become a hive of activity, swarming with military personnel. The situation is getting more serious by the minute. On site, the commander, Colonel Lee Sang-jin, grits his teeth, a look of greedy impatience on his face as he yells into his radio for constant updates. The next day at noon, Minjun arrives in Daejeon. A bus pulls to a stop, its doors hissing open. Minjun steps off, his expression grim. His vacation has been officially cut short. He looks towards the cordoned-off area, his eyes narrowed. "What a mess," he mutters. Just as Ibongu described, the street is blocked off. In the middle of it all, a blue gate swirls with unstable, ominous energy. Soldiers are hard at work, pushing wheelbarrows heavy with massive glowing blue monostones mined from inside. Minjun pulls the business card General Taeho gave him from his pocket. He considers flashing the card to get past the guards, but quickly dismisses the idea. It probably wouldn't work like that. Still, he sighs, realizing just how useful a general's backing could be right now. A pigeon with glowing pink eyes lands nearby. Minjun deadpans, "Is that you, Bongu?" The pigeon's voice echoes in his head, welcoming him. Minjun just looks disgusted by the form his servant has taken. Bongu proudly proclaims he's been standing watch diligently until his master's arrival. Minjun sighs, brushing it off and getting straight to the point. 100 kilograms of monostone? Bongu confirms it. He says it's about 100 times more than you could find in even the richest dungeon back in their world, and that's only if you were unbelievably lucky. The pigeon flaps its wings in agitation, stammering at the sheer scale of the energy it's sensing. Minjun explains that on Earth, this much energy is being developed into powerful weapons, magic-infused bullets, swords, and shields. As he speaks, the blue energy of the gate crackles and surges violently. Minjun looks over, his expression growing more serious. He can feel the immense power radiating from it. Bongu flaps frantically, confirming that this is the strange aura he was talking about. It feels incredibly ominous, but he can't sense any monsters inside. Minjun's eyes narrow. He tells Bongu it makes sense he wouldn't recognize it. Even Minjun himself has only seen this phenomenon once before. Bongu asks if he knows what it is. Minjun grits his teeth. "Yeah." And with that one word, he breaks into a dead sprint towards the gate. The moment he starts moving, the gate explodes with dark energy. Grotesque purple tentacles, crackling with blue lightning, erupt from the portal. The tentacles wrap around the soldiers, who scream in terror. An officer yells for everyone to get away, to abandon the monostones and just run for their lives. Panic erupts. A soldier screams that his platoon is still inside, but his superior grabs him, ordering him to get back. Minjun feels the shift in energy. He doesn't slow down, instead vaulting effortlessly over a barricade. He knows exactly what this is. It's a fake dungeon. He lands right in the middle of the chaos. A soldier sees him and screams for him to get away. Ignoring the warning, Minjun drops to one knee and quickly introduces himself. "Sergeant Kim Minjun, 104th Division. I'll open it from the inside. Report this to my unit." The soldier is stunned, asking what he means. Before he can process it, all he can do is scream, "No!" But it's too late. Minjun is already a blur, charging directly into the collapsing portal. The colonel, still struggling against the tentacles, can only watch in disbelief as some unknown sergeant rushes headlong into certain death. Minjun dives through the air, past the captured soldiers, aiming straight for the shrinking vortex of energy. He plunges into the swirling blue light just as the last of the tentacles begin to retract. The soldiers outside watch in horror as everything is sucked back into the portal. The gate implodes, the purple mass twisting into a tight ball before vanishing completely, leaving only silence. The colonel stares at the empty space, sweat pouring down his face. "Heck," he mutters. "We are in deep trouble." Minjun lands silently on a rocky ledge inside a dark, cavernous space. He takes a moment to survey his surroundings, his face calm and composed. He sees the soldiers who were dragged inside. They're scattered on the ground, dazed and terrified, surrounded by the monostones they were trying to move. Their name tags show they're all privates and privates first class. Just kids. Minjun calmly asks if there's anyone else here with them. One of the soldiers, Kim Seongwon, looks up in shock. He tells him no, then asks who he is. Minjun gives his name and division again, casually adding that he just happened to be passing by. He tells them the situation isn't good and asks if anyone is hurt. He instructs them to check themselves over and lay out their equipment. The soldiers lay out their gear. It's a pathetic collection. A few short swords, some knives, and a handful of ration bars. Minjun scoffs, asking if this is really all they brought. A soldier explains they were just the transport team. The main inspection unit had already left. Minjun's eyes harden. He thinks to himself, who in their right mind would send a transport team in alone? The pieces are clicking into place. Something is seriously wrong here, and it has nothing to do with the dungeon itself. He tells the soldiers to pick up their gear. It's time for a briefing. He begins, I don't know if any of you are aware, but we're currently in a fake dungeon. The soldiers stare back, completely clueless. One of them asks, what's that? Minjun explains that it's a rare phenomenon. To put it simply, you just need to consider this entire dungeon a giant monster. The soldiers gasp in horror as he continues, explaining that it lures people inside to swallow them whole, and this time the glittering mana stones were the bait. Seeing their terrified faces, Minjun flashes a confident smile. You don't need to worry. He tells them he'll take responsibility for getting them out of here. The soldiers look up with a flicker of hope, asking if he really knows the way. His expression turns serious. You have to follow my orders perfectly. He lays out the plan. From now on, we kill monsters and move towards the center of this place. A soldier asks, confused, monsters? I thought you said the dungeon itself was the monster. Minjun's head snaps to the side, his senses suddenly on high alert. Yes, he says as the soldiers begin to tremble. The hunt has already begun. The very ground beneath their feet begins to bubble and shift, as if the cave itself is coming alive. Humanoid shapes made of mud and rock rise from the floor, groaning as they take form. The soldiers can only stare and ask, what in the world is that? As they freeze in terror, a shadow zips past them. It's Minjun. His fist glows with a faint pink aura as he drives it straight into a mud creature, the impact creating a shockwave that blows it to pieces. He lands in a ready stance, his fist still glowing. He turns to the stunned soldiers and orders, for now, stay behind me. The soldiers are starting to connect the dots. One of them whispers to another, asking if this could really be the Sergeant Kim Minjun from the 104th Division. His friend stares, wide-eyed with awe. He knows the name, the legend whispered about in the hunter community, the one who became a sergeant in record time. They watch as Minjun effortlessly tears through the mud golems with a casual smirk, his fists glowing with destructive power. They are witnessing it firsthand, the invincible monster of the Hunter Corps. Trapped inside a living nightmare, Minjun fights to lead a squad of rookies to safety. But on the outside, a storm of military justice is about to break, and the real danger is just beginning. A voice roars the name, Lee Songjin. It's Major General Sun Taeho, his face a mask of pure fury. The disgraced colonel can only stammer, Sir. Yes, sir. General Taeho grabs him by the collar, his voice dripping with contempt. He tells him to shove the formalities, calling him a fool. He shakes the trembling colonel, demanding to know what in the world he was thinking. Songjin tries to explain that he was just retrieving the monastones they found. Taeho explodes. How dare you deploy soldiers without a raid team, in a fake dungeon of all places? The colonel weakly defends himself, saying the dungeon was confirmed to be empty after 2 weeks of observation. He claims he only did it to secure the monastones, but the general isn't buying a word of it. He slams him back, yelling that he sent soldiers in without permission after a mere 2 weeks. General Taeho gets right in his face, his voice a furious roar, accusing him of risking his soldiers' lives just to boost his own career. He throws the colonel to the ground. His voice turns cold and final as he tells Songjin that no matter what happens now, he better be ready to take off that uniform for good. The general turns away, his face etched with grim determination. But he isn't finished yet. He points a finger at the disgraced officer, his eyes blazing. He warns him that if there is even a single casualty, he will personally see him thrown in prison. His voice drops to a menacing whisper. So you better pray that everyone's safe. Inside the dungeon, Minjun continues to carve a path of destruction, completely unaware of the drama unfolding outside. The floor of the cave is now littered with the dissolving remains of the mud golems he's defeated. The trapped soldiers draw their own swords, forming a protective circle as if ready to help. Minjun looks back at them, his face twisting in annoyance. He snaps at one of them. I said I'd handle this, so why do you keep interfering? The soldier stammers that they just wanted to help. Minjun lets out a tired sigh. He reminds them of the plan: get through these things and reach the center of the dungeon. The soldiers all nod obediently, remembering his orders. Minjun continues his lecture, explaining that these monsters are created by the dungeon itself to absorb any prey that wanders inside. Once they get close to the heart at the center, these things will start swarming all over the place. He tells the soldiers they have to save their stamina for the final push. He yells that if they get hurt now, they'll be a liability. The soldiers look on, their faces a mix of fear and renewed determination. They start cheering, motivated by his words. "We can do it!" they shout. Minjun thinks to himself that his excuse sounds plausible enough, but his concern is a complete lie. His true thoughts are revealed as a wicked grin spreads across his face. This place gives an insane amount of experience points, and he's going to take every last one for himself. With his true goal burning bright, he turns to the path ahead and shouts, "Now, let's keep moving!" The soldiers ready their swords, their morale boosted by their leader's confidence. They let out a battle cry and charge forward, following the man they believe is their savior. As they venture deeper, the ground writhes around them. More mud golems rise up, their groans echoing through the narrow cavern. A massive golem reaches out a clumsy hand, trying to block their path. One of the soldiers is already breathing heavily. Minjun notes that with such low stats, just being inside a place like this drains their stamina. He knew they wouldn't have made it this far if he'd asked them to fight. He tells them they're almost there. Just smash the core, and they can all get out. Up ahead, a horde of mud golems guards a stone altar. Resting on top is a glowing purple sphere, the heart of the dungeon. Minjun turns to the exhausted soldiers. "Now it's your turn." He quickly corrects himself. "For your safety, stay back and focus on defense. I'll be done in no time." The soldiers gratefully agree, raising their swords in a defensive formation. Minjun turns to face the horde, a determined look in his eyes. The soldiers hold their ground, barely deflecting the clumsy attacks of the mud monsters. The golems swarm forward, their mouths open in silent roars. Minjun thinks that since there are no other skilled hunters here to witness it, he doesn't have to hold back. He leaps into the fray, becoming a whirlwind of motion among the monsters. He twists in midair. With a single, powerful kick, he sends a shockwave through the ground, obliterating the smaller creatures around him. He lands right in front of the largest golem as it raises its arms to crush him. But Minjun is faster, blasting a beam of pink energy straight through the monster's chest. A ring of energy expands from his body, holding them at bay. He grabs one of the golems by its head, his grip crushing its form into sludge. He effortlessly plows through the horde, each attack reducing another monster to nothing. The remaining golems hesitate, finally sensing the overwhelming power of their opponent. A wild, greedy grin spreads across Minjun's face as he thinks, "Come on, bring me those experience points!" With the path cleared, the glowing purple orb on the altar begins to pulse with energy. A wave of shimmering purple mist starts to spread from the orb. Minjun's eyes widen as he instantly recognizes the danger. "Poison!" he screams. "Stand back!" The soldiers recoil in panic as the toxic mist fills the chamber. A cloud of dark purple energy erupts around Minjun, neutralizing the poison before it can reach him. He thinks to himself that with his poison immunity he'll be fine. But the others, depending on the poison, they might not make it out of here alive. Dark energy crackles around his hand. He realizes he's out of time. He has to end this now. Suddenly, the bracelet General Taiho gave him begins to glow brightly on his wrist. A system window appears. "Item's hidden powers have been unlocked." Minjun looks down, shocked. He remembers the general's words, that the item would raise his stats. He'd planned on saving it for later. The simple metal band now glows with an intense turquoise light. He wonders what hidden power it could possibly have. The answer appears before him. The Bracelet of Imitation. It allows the user to cast any skill they know of, just once, before disappearing. Minjun's eyes widen. An item this powerful, he's insanely lucky. "Great," he thinks, clenching his fist. He knows the perfect skill for this situation. Dark purple energy swirls violently around him. He clenches his hand, focusing his immense power. A torrent of raw, black energy bursts forth from his body. He holds his hand up, shaping the chaotic energy into something solid. He thinks back to Isgard. The unique skill of a dark knight, a monster I'll never forget because he was such a pain to catch. Minjun raises his hands, and a massive blade of pure darkness materializes between them. The skill is called Banishment, a demonic sword that rips through space itself. With a vicious grin, he yells, "Taste a piece of this!" The giant dark sword hurtles forward, cutting through the very air of the dungeon. The The demonic blade moves with impossible speed, silent and deadly. The last of the mud golems are vaporized instantly as the sword passes through them. They are utterly annihilated by its overwhelming power. The banishment sword tears a hole in reality as it closes in on the poison orb. The orb trembles, moments from being destroyed, but the dark energy of the sword suddenly swirls. The residual energy flows back into Minjun. He looks at his hands as the purple glow fades. The bracelet of imitation has served its purpose. A confident smirk plays on his lips. He's done it. Trapped in a collapsing dungeon with a bomb at the door, Minjun is completely out of time. But for a man who rewrites the rules, this is just another day at the office. Outside, the monobomb is fully installed, its core glowing with destructive energy. A soldier shouts that the installation is complete. An officer reports to Major General Sun Taiho, who stands with his arms crossed, his face a grim mask of resolve. The general holds a small detonator in his hand, the weight of his decision pressing down on him. He thinks to himself that it would be a miracle if this just reopened the gate, but he knows the risks are too high. There's a chance it could trigger an even worse reaction from the dungeon. Their only real option is to destroy it completely. Just then, the soldier who witnessed Minjun's entry runs up, shouting the news. The officer is stunned. What? Kim Minjun from the 104th Division? He confirms it's true. Minjun is inside the dungeon with the other trapped soldiers. The general is shocked. But why in the world is he in there? He rages, demanding to know why a soldier is inside a dungeon that isn't even in his jurisdiction. The soldier explains that according to the guards, Minjun simply stated his name and rank, then rushed straight into the gate just before it sealed. The general asks if they've contacted the 104th Division. The officer confirms that Minjun's commander is already on the way. General Taiho turns to look at the sealed gate, the new information swirling in his mind. I see, he says grimly. So, the infamous Kim Minjun is at the center of this mess as well. The fleshy, pulsating mass of the sealed gate is all that remains of the portal. The mana bomb is armed and ready to detonate. Taiho is frozen, the detonator heavy in his hand. For a moment, he's at a complete loss. An officer reports that all troops have been evacuated. The general can only respond with a quiet, "Okay, got it." His mind races. The soldiers have been trapped for 4 hours without proper equipment. He wants to believe in the miracles attributed to Kim Minjun, but he knows they can't delay any longer. The dungeon itself is a ticking time bomb. Suddenly, the fleshy gate begins to tremble violently. The ground shakes, and cracks spread from the sealed portal. An officer yells that the gate is changing. General Taiho springs into action, his voice booming with authority, ordering medics on standby and all officers to assemble, fully armed. Taiho rushes toward the gate as it begins to convulse and expand. The fleshy tendrils writhe and pull apart, revealing the shimmering blue energy of the portal within. Ambulances screech to a halt as the gate stabilizes, now open once again. A medic team rushes forward, reporting for duty as the gate glows with an eerie light. General Taiho is stunned as a grotesque tendril falls from the gate and dissolves into dust right in front of him. 3 silhouettes emerge from the brilliant blue light. It's the trapped soldiers. They look exhausted and terrified, but they're alive. General Taiho's face breaks into a wide, relieved grin. "You kids!" He rushes forward, grabbing one of them by the shoulders, asking if they're all safe, if anyone is injured. The soldier just stammers his title, "Division Commander." Another soldier, with tears of joy streaming down his face, shouts, "We're all safe!" He proudly declares that the dungeon raid was a success. And then, stepping out from behind them, is Kim Minjun. He looks completely unfazed, as if he just went for a casual stroll. The medics rush the exhausted soldiers away from the now dissipating gate. General Taiho stares at Minjun, who simply stands there, waiting. Minjun snaps to attention, delivering a perfect military salute. A small, almost imperceptible smile touches the general's lips. He returns the salute, the tension of the last few hours finally broken. That evening, at the 107th Division's headquarters, the sun begins to set. General Taiho sits in his office across from Minjun, calmly sipping a hot drink as he reviews the incident report. He sets the cup down. I see. He confirms Minjun was on vacation, then asks the million-dollar question, why was he in Daejeon? Minjun puts on his most innocent, cheerful expression, explaining he came to meet the general, who had kindly offered to treat him to a meal. The general is completely dumbfounded. You used your vacation for that? Taiho leans back, rubbing his temple. He recounts the story. Minjun just happened to pass by the gate when the accident occurred and decided to jump in. He admits it sounds unbelievable, but for now, he has no choice but to accept it. Minjun launches into a grand performance, his eyes sparkling with fake sincerity. "Yes, sir, that's right. When I saw the gate acting strangely, my body just moved on its own." The general squints, studying Minjun's face, trying to see through the act. Then, he suddenly bursts out laughing. He tells Minjun that he's even more eccentric than he imagined, and that he finally understands why General Dusok is so fond of him. Taeho's expression turns serious again, praising Minjun for clearing a fake dungeon with no losses, a truly great feat. Minjun respectfully thanks him. "However," the general continues, his gaze turns sharp as steel. "You're standing out too much." He lists Minjun's unusually fast promotions and today's impossible feat, warning him that Hunter Corps headquarters is definitely paying close attention now. Minjun asks if that's not a good thing. Taeho counters, asking if that attention causes him any trouble. "If it does, you shouldn't hesitate to tell me." He offers his protection, promising that he and Minjun's commander will have his back. Minjun beams, thanking him profusely. The general says he's too busy for that meal today, but offers his help with anything else as thanks for saving his men. Minjun's eyes light up. "Can I get a promot?" The general instantly shuts him down. "No, that's not my decision." Minjun's face falls in disappointment, but then his eyes are drawn to an object on the general's shelf, a cluster of dark, purple crystals under a glass dome. He can feel it. A faint, yet incredibly refined demonic energy. He can't believe he didn't notice it before. The general sees him staring and asks, "Do you want it? Do you know what this is?" Minjun goes into full-on acting mode, claiming he's never seen a stone like it and just wants to add it to his collection. The general just comments on his strange hobbies. Taeho thinks for a moment, studying the stone. He tells Minjun that since it's a dungeon byproduct, it can't be taken outside. Minjun's face lights up, instantly seeing the loophole. The general mentions a recent burglary at his home, and that this stone is the only one left. He mutters angrily about catching the thief, causing Minjun, the actual thief, to flinch. Taeho picks up the artifact. He holds it out. "Take it!" He says it hasn't been identified, but it's not harmful. Minjun gratefully accepts his prize. The general smiles to himself. He keeps getting involved with this strange young man, but for some reason, he doesn't hate it. Taeho clears his throat, his expression turning serious again. "By the way, what kind of relationship do you have with my daughter?" Minjun stands straight, clutching the demonic stone. "We are fellow hunters, sir. Nothing more, nothing less." A warm, satisfied smile spreads across the general's face. He tells Minjun he's taken up enough of his time and that he can leave. As a final order, he asks Minjun to send his battalion commander in on his way out. Minjun snaps a sharp salute and exits. Night falls over the city. Minjun stands in a quiet alleyway, holding the demonic stone. He's not alone. Ibongu, back in his human form, is ecstatically munching on a pastry Minjun gave him while also taking a bite of the demonic stone, exclaiming how amazing it tastes. Minjun tells him to eat with his mouth closed. He gives his servant a light smack on the head for being so loud. As Ibongu eats, a system window pops up for Minjun. "You have absorbed a certain level of demonic energy." His demonic energy stat increases by 4 points. Minjun wonders if he's reaching a limit, if the stones are becoming less effective as he grows stronger. But then, a new notification appears. "Since your demonic energy has reached the threshold, you have unlocked the skill Demonic Energy Whip." A wide, excited grin splits Minjun's face. "Heck yeah, this changes everything." Meanwhile, at the Hunter Corps headquarters in Gyeonggi Province, a tense meeting is interrupted by a furious shout. "Hey, son Taeho!" A superior officer is berating the general. "How in the world are you doing your job if you let an accident like this happen?" Taeho can only apologize. This is Lieutenant General Kim Changmo. He bellows that the 107th Division is being audited, and Taeho better be ready. He tells Taeho to consider himself lucky that this is all that's happening. Major General Dusok sits nearby, looking smug as the Lieutenant General adds that he could have stripped Taeho of his uniform. He orders Taeho to send that failure Lee Sangjin to headquarters tomorrow. Taeho grits his teeth. "Understood, sir." He and the other officers salute as the Lieutenant General prepares to leave. A voice from off-screen advises the Lieutenant General not to push them too hard. Duseok jumps to his feet, apologizing for the noise. The unseen figure says, "Good, I got the report." Duseok mutters to himself, realizing what this means. A hand rests on a document. The figure thinks, "This time, we see the back of a man with an imposing presence." This is the Hunter Corps commander, General Gu Hakcheol. And the only thing on his mind is a single, critical question. Was it Kim Min-jun again? Min-jun just wanted a quiet life, but after becoming a national hero, the real powers that be are starting to take notice. A sleek, bronze car speeds towards the Hunter Squad base, carrying visitors who are definitely not here for a friendly chat. The tires screech to a halt, kicking up dust. Whoever is inside is in a serious hurry. The car door flies open, and it's Sergeant Lee Seung-ho. He looks stressed, his face tight with urgency as he practically falls out of the car. Without even closing the door, he sprints up the stairs, clearly panicking about something. His destination, the company commander's office. Whatever is happening, it's serious. He doesn't even bother to knock, just throws the door open and barges inside. He bursts in, snapping a salute, his eyes wide with alarm. He looks around the empty room and shouts, "What's happening? Where are they?" A nervous voice pipes up from the side saying, "About that, it's Private Kim Cheolmin, looking pale and sweating. He's clearly been put in a very uncomfortable position." Sergeant Seung-ho turns to him, his expression grim, already guessing the worst. "Is it what I'm thinking?" he asks, his voice low. "Is he the one they're after?" Private Kim can only confirm with a quiet, "Yes, sir." Seung-ho slumps onto a couch, utterly defeated. He mutters, "Those jerks," under his breath. The situation is already out of his hands. He clenches his fist, grinding his teeth in frustration. He can't believe it. They must have waited for the exact moment he was gone to make their move. The scene flashes back, showing Private Kim looking incredibly nervous. We're now seeing what happened 1 hour ago. Private Kim sits stiffly on a couch, facing two imposing figures. The atmosphere in the room is heavy with authority. These are the men who have him so on edge, First Sergeant Yu Tae-won and Sergeant First Class Jang Min-soo, both from the elite Hunter Special Task Force. Private Kim tries to reason with them, his hands clasped nervously. He tells them he understands their request, but he explains that they've shown up unannounced, demanding to see a soldier who just got back from vacation yesterday. From his squad's perspective, it's a bit much to ask. He's trying to stand his ground, but his voice has no real power here. Yu Tae-won leans forward, a dismissive look on his face. He cuts him off, reminding him that he knows perfectly well whose orders they're acting on. Private Kim gets flustered, protesting that his commanders are absent and this goes against procedure. But the STF members just scoff. Rules don't seem to apply to them. Yu Tae-won's expression turns cold. "Do you need an official notice?" he asks, his voice laced with a threat. They're not asking anymore, they're telling. Private Kim deflates, completely intimidated. He knows he's lost. Yu Tae-won softens his tone slightly, promising a brief, quiet meeting. With a smile that doesn't reach his eyes, he gives the order, "Bring Kim Min-jun here, please." A moment later, there's a knock at the door. The door to the commander's office swings open. Min-jun steps inside, saluting crisply. With a neutral expression, he says, "Salute, Sergeant Kim Min-jun, sir. I was told you were looking for me." The two STF members turn to look at him, sizing him up. Private Kim watches nervously from the couch. Min-jun's eyes drift down to the skull emblem on their uniforms, the mark of a Special Forces brigade. He recognizes it instantly. The special unit directly under Hunter Corps headquarters. These guys are the real deal. Yu Tae-won stands up, gesturing for Min-jun to come in. He looks him over and says, "I see. So you're Kim Min-jun." He extends a hand, formally introducing himself. "I'm Yu Tae-won of the Hunter STF." Min-jun shakes his hand, replying with a standard military greeting. With a friendly smile, Yu Tae-won continues. "You rescued a lot of hunters by jumping into that fake dungeon in Daejeon, right? Truly amazing." He gestures for them to sit and talk. Min-jun gives a polite, "Thank you," but his expression is unreadable. Yu Tae-won gets straight to the point. "The Hunter STF needs competent people like you." A slight smirk plays on Min-jun's lips. He's already figured it out. "Is this a scouting offer?" he asks. Yu Tae-won explains their duties: high-risk dungeon raids, VIP protection, and overseas missions. He waves a hand dismissively, saying none of that really matters. But then Min-jun chimes in, his eyes gleaming with fake enthusiasm. "But if you promise me a huge promotion, I'll definitely agree," he says, putting on a greedy act. Yu Tae-won continues his pitch, explaining that their work also involves dealing with criminal hunters, which is why top-tier combat skills are so important. He tells Min-jun that his stellar performance hasn't gone unnoticed, and because of that, he'd like to offer him something he deserves, along with a special promotion. Min-jun's face lights up in an exaggerated display of excitement. "A special promotion," he exclaims. Sergeant Seung-ho, who has just returned, sighs in the background, already exhausted. Yu Taewon confirms it. If Minjun joins the STF, headquarters will promote him to staff sergeant immediately. He adds that on top of that, the STF offers far more opportunities for advancement, since they're always in the field racking up accomplishments. Minjun puts on a confident smile. I don't see a reason to refuse then, he declares. But just as he says it, a sharp ringing sound cuts through the room. It's the communication device in Jang Min-soo's pocket. He taps it to silence the call. He apologizes for the interruption, putting the device away. It's an old-school flip phone, clearly built for security, not style. Minjun's eyes lock onto the device, his expression suddenly curious. He points at the phone on the table. Is that phone? He starts to ask. Jang Min-soo explains it's a special device issued to the STF, designed for security because so much of their work is confidential. A shadow falls over Minjun's face. The mood shifts in an instant. The most important question is about to be asked. He asks, his voice suddenly serious, will I be allowed to use the internet and computers as much as I want? The two STF members look completely thrown by the question. Jang Min-soo explains that security is paramount. Use of the internet and personal electronics is strictly prohibited in the barracks. Minjun's face darkens. He can already see his peaceful gaming life slipping away. Yu Taewon, oblivious to the storm brewing in Minjun's head, slides a business card across the table. We don't make this offer to just anyone, he says. So, give it some thought and… Minjun cuts him off mid-sentence. His answer is simple, direct, and completely unexpected. I will just stay here. The two elite soldiers freeze, their faces a perfect picture of disbelief. What? They can't believe what they just heard. Yu Taewon's friendly demeanor vanishes. His eyes narrow as he demands, what's your reason? Minjun begins to explain, if I join the special task force… His voice carries out into the hallway as he spells it out. He won't be able to play his favorite game, Dungeon Power Fighter. Back in the room, Jang Min-soo explodes. He leaps to his feet, fuming. What? You're throwing away an opportunity like this for a dumb game? He yells that the generals held a meeting just for him, and he's refusing because of a video game. Minjun looks at him, his expression dead serious. I wasn't joking, he says calmly. For me, this game is a vital source of energy. There is no substitute. Yu Taewon just stares, trying to process the sheer absurdity of the situation. He stands up, deciding this conversation is over. I understand where you stand, he says, grabbing the fuming Jang Min-soo. We'll get going now. As they head for the door, Sergeant Seung-ho can't help but be a little smug, offering a cheerful, oh my, are you leaving already? The door is this way. As they walk out, Jang Min-soo is trembling with rage, while Seung-ho tries to stifle a laugh. But Jang can't let it go. He whirls around, pointing a finger at Minjun. I'm sure your feats are exaggerated anyway, he shouts. You're just making up lame excuses because you're scared. His face is contorted with rage as he yells that, without lucky breaks, guys like Minjun wouldn't even pass their entrance test. Got it? They all stop. A cold voice cuts through the air from behind them. How can you be so sure of that? They turn to see Minjun, a dangerous look in his eyes. Sergeant Seung-ho panics. Jang demands, what? Say that again. Minjun's voice is low and steady. I don't know what your entrance test is, but how can you be so sure I'd fail it? The challenge has been issued. He takes a step forward, his gaze locked on Jang Min-soo. The air crackles with tension. A vein pops on Jang Min-soo's forehead. He's been thoroughly provoked. A dark, intimidating aura surrounds him. He looms over Minjun and asks, want me to prove it? Sergeant Seung-ho rushes forward, trying to de-escalate. Kim Minjun, stop this, he shouts, grabbing his arm. But his hand is stopped mid-air. Yu Taewon has grabbed his wrist, a confident smirk on his face. He asks smoothly, can we use the training center for a bit? He's not just allowing this, he's encouraging it. The scene shifts to a spacious, empty training room. Minjun stands on one side, while the two STF members stand opposite him. This is happening. Yu Taewon crosses his arms, looking smug. Sergeant Seung-ho, on the other hand, looks like he's about to have a heart attack. Jang Min-soo, now in a tight black shirt that shows off his massive muscles, explains the test, a freestyle duel. He cracks his neck, adding, if you can't do it, say so now. Minjun stares back, unfazed. I don't plan on joining… He meets Jang's glare with a challenging one of his own, holding up his flexible baton, so if I pass, you'll have to politely apologize for what you said. Jang Min-soo's face twists into a mask of pure fury. The insult is too much for him to bear. How dare you come out here with that joke of a weapon? he growls. "I'll fix that damned attitude of yours." Yu Taewon acts as the referee, laying out the rules, then shouts, "Get set!" Both fighters take their stance, ready to strike. In an instant, Jang lunges forward, swinging his baton in a powerful arc aimed right at Minjun's head. But Minjun is faster. He ducks under the attack with incredible agility, the blow missing him by inches. Before Jang can even react, Minjun is already moving. With a single, fluid motion, he yanks hard, thrown off his feet and sent flying, crashing hard onto the tiled floor. Sergeant Seung-ho can only watch in shock. He can't comprehend what just happened. The fight was over before it even began. A wide, sadistic grin spreads across Minjun's face. The shock on Sergeant Seung-ho's face quickly turns into sheer panic. This has gone way too far. Seung-ho whispers frantically, asking him what he thinks he's doing. He knows that publicly embarrassing an elite unit like this will have serious consequences. Minjun looks at him, his expression dead serious. "Of course, I plan to win." Seung-ho is at a loss for words. He can't tell if Minjun is being arrogant or if he genuinely doesn't understand the political mess he's creating. He knows Minjun is strong enough to win, but that's precisely what worries him. Humiliating these guys could cause a lot of trouble for their entire squad. Minjun seems to realize this too. A thoughtful expression crosses his face as a new idea forms. He turns to Seung-ho and asks, "If I win, would that cause trouble?" He's finally thinking about the bigger picture. Seung-ho glances over at the two STF members. Even Yu Taewon, the calm leader, looks grim. He explains quietly that this unit is incredibly prideful. He tells Minjun he's worried about how they might retaliate if they're embarrassed this badly. These aren't people you want as enemies. Minjun processes this, his mind racing. He needs a way to win the argument without creating a political incident. "Then," he says, an idea sparking in his eyes. A mischievous grin appears on his face as he holds up a finger. "I'll take at least one hit." He's decided to lose, but on his own terms. But before he can act, a shout echoes through the training room. "Down!" It's Jang Min-soo, rolling his shoulder and stalking forward. He is far from finished. Yo Taewon steps in, putting a hand on his partner's shoulder, trying to end the match to save him from further embarrassment. Seung-ho just stares, unsure of what to do. This whole situation is a complete disaster. Yo Taewon turns to Minjun with a smug grin, telling him he's still lacking by the special unit's standards. He's trying to reclaim some dignity for his team, but as he's talking, his eyes widen in shock. Minjun, who was on the ground, is suddenly pushing himself back up. He sits up, a cool smile on his face. It's not over yet. Jang Min-soo turns around, completely stunned. He can't believe it. He's thinking that his attack definitely connected. He mutters to himself, "How did he—" A bead of sweat rolls down his face. This isn't going as planned. Yu Taewon's expression hardens. He asks Minjun if he really wants to continue, warning him that getting injured would be troublesome for everyone. Minjun just smiles brightly. "No problem," he says. "Please, let's continue." Jang walks towards him, scowling. "You're being recklessly stubborn." His face contorts in a sneer. "That's not determination. I'll make you regret getting back up," he threatens. But Minjun just smirks. "Is that so?" A purple magical aura suddenly envelops his whip. He's decided to stop playing around. Jang's face twists in rage. How arrogant! He charges forward, swinging his baton with all his might. He unleashes a flurry of strikes, a series of blurs aimed right at Minjun. Minjun's eyes are sharp and focused. He's ready. With a casual flick of his wrist, he spins his own whip, creating a defensive whirlwind that effortlessly parries every single attack. Jang grits his teeth, stunned by the impossible defense. He lunges again, putting all his strength into one final, powerful swing. But it's useless. Minjun's magic-infused whip meets the attack head-on. The flexible weapon wraps around Jang's solid baton, completely neutralizing the blow. With a sharp crack of energy, Jang's weapon is stopped dead in its tracks. Jang looks on in total disbelief. His ultimate attack was blocked so easily. Before he can pull back, Minjun yanks the whip, disarming him completely. Jang's baton flies out of his hand and clatters to the floor. Both Seung-ho and Yo Taewon gasp. They've never seen anything like it. Minjun follows up instantly, lashing out with his magic whip. The tip strikes Jang across the back with a sickening crack. Jang flinches, letting out a grunt of confusion. "Huh?" he flexes, a confident smirk on his face. "You handle that whip well," he boasts. "But such attacks won't even leave a scratch." As he speaks, his fingers begin to twitch uncontrollably. His confident expression dissolves into a grimace of pain. Suddenly, an agonized scream rips from his throat. The magic from the whip is coursing through him, inflicting an unbearable pain that his physical toughness can't block. Yo Taewon stares, his face pale with horror. What is this? He can't believe his eyes. The famously tough Sergeant Jang is being brought to his knees by a single attack from a training weapon. Minjun isn't done. He cracks the whip again and again, lashing the downed soldier without mercy. A wicked, gleeful smile is plastered on his face. He's making an example out of him. Jong screams for him to stop, but Yu Taewon is too frozen in shock to intervene. Another lash cracks across Jong's body, the sound echoing through the silent room. The elite soldier can only groan in agony, his body wrapped in the magical whip. Minjun stands over him, casually flicking the whip. With a terrifying grin, he praises the special unit's skill, then asks, "First time feeling a whip shrouded in magic, huh? How does it feel? Exhilarating, right?" He reminisces about his time in Isgard, boasting that even a tough orc warrior would fall with just one hit from this. The dark, magical energy continues to pulse from the whip, wrapped around Jang's body. Jang's face is a mess of tears and sweat, his body trembling violently from the overwhelming pain. Minjun's eyes gleam with madness as he scolds him. "Don't go around causing trouble just because you can take a punch." Finally, Yu Taewon snaps out of it, screaming "Enough!" as he runs forward. But Minjun just gives him a sidelong glance, preparing one final strike. The whip cracks through the air one last time with incredible force. It slams into Jang's midsection, the magic dissipating on impact. Jang's eyes roll back into his head, foam spilling from his mouth. He collapses to the ground, unconscious. The fight is finally over. Yu Taewon screams his partner's name, rushing to his side, as Minjun stands there, calmly holding the whip. He cradles his partner's head, checking to see if he's okay. Jang is completely out cold. Yo Taewon is in utter disbelief. He thinks about how Jang was a man who didn't even blink when fighting a group of orcs. And now, he's fainted from pain caused by a single soldier. Sungho looks on, equally stunned, wondering how a simple training whip could be so powerful. As he stares at Minjun, Yo Taewon comes to a chilling realization. This isn't just a strong soldier, this is a monster. Indeed, he thinks, we can't let this guy go. He stands up and faces Minjun, his posture formal and respectful. He states that a subordinate's mistake is his own responsibility. "Can I apologize on his behalf?" he asks. Minjun scratches his cheek, pretending to be remorseful. Did I put too much magic into it? I'm feeling a bit sorry now." But he quickly straightens up, offering a formal apology of his own. "No, it's not that. I also acted inappropriately. I apologize." It's a perfect, calculated response. Yu Taewon's eyes narrow. He sees right through the act, but he also sees an opportunity he can't pass up. He holds out his card again, his voice firm. "If you change your mind, contact me. Definitely." His desire to recruit Minjun is now stronger than ever. As Yu helps his unconscious partner out, Sungho gives them a cheerful send-off. "Oh, leaving already? You could stop by our medical unit if you're in a hurry." Yu Taewon just shakes his head. "No, it's fine," he says, bowing slightly. "I apologize for the inconvenience today." Sungho waves them goodbye as they carry the defeated sergeant away. Minjun looks at the card in his hand with a triumphant smirk. He turns to Sungho and asks, "Well, did it end well?" A moment later, booming laughter erupts from the commander's office. "It's the company commander." "That was really satisfying," he exclaims. Sergeant Sungho stands nearby, looking incredibly relieved. The commander smiles, asking where their private Kim Minjun is now. He seems to have gotten Minjun's rank wrong, but he's clearly pleased. Private Kim informs him that Minjun has returned to his personal training. The commander beams, telling Sungho he'll report today's incident directly to the division commander, who will surely be pleased. He turns serious, stroking his chin thoughtfully. He knows the STF won't give up on recruiting Minjun after a display like that. Sungho asks if they should take action to convince Minjun to stay. But the commander just smiles. "Don't worry, the division commander has already anticipated this." A sly, knowing grin spreads across his face. They have their own plan. As Minjun practices in the training yard, destroying targets with his whip, the commander wonders aloud what kind of counteroffer their own division commander will make. Minjun pauses his training, a thoughtful look on his face. Back in the office, General Dusok lets out a massive, booming laugh. He's sitting across from the company commander, absolutely delighted. "As expected of Kim Minjun. Great job," he roars. He leans back, still chuckling. I bet those arrogant little STF guys are really upset now. The company commander just smiles, enjoying the victory. General Dusok's expression turns serious. He admits that if Minjun had decided to join the STF, they couldn't have stopped him. But Minjun's own actions have resolved the situation perfectly. The company commander agrees. Yes, he says with a confident smile, I think it's about time we made our move. General Dusok slams his fist on the desk. Yep, I agree, he declares. I need to properly express my appreciation. He snatches the phone off the hook. It's me, he barks into the receiver. Is the thing I mentioned ready? The company commander looks on, curious about what the general has planned. A wicked grin spreads across his face as he gives the order. All right, bring all of the related files over right now. The scene shifts to the military base, where big changes are underway. Minjun and his squad are gathered in a room, waiting for an announcement. Minjun stands at attention, his face stoic as ever, but everyone else seems tense. Two soldiers whisper to each other, completely confused. What's going on? Sergeant Lee Seung-ho steps forward. From today onwards, the commander of the second squad will be Sergeant Kim Minjun. One of the soldiers turns to Seung-ho, surprised. Sergeant Lee, are you being promoted? Seung-ho simply replies, no. He explains he's already on track for a promotion, so he's giving his current position to Minjun. He looks at his squad and asks if there are any complaints. The squad erupts in cheers. Of course not! Who else but Sergeant Kim Minjun could replace you? They're thrilled to have a living legend as their new leader. A young soldier raises his hand. Sergeant Kim Minjun, may I ask a question? Minjun turns, looking slightly annoyed. What? The soldier asks hesitantly. I heard someone from the 104th Division cleared a fake dungeon on his own. Was that you, sir? Another soldier, Kim Gwangshik, bursts out. Ah, right! The entire hunter community is in an uproar because of that! Minjun just shrugs, giving them a completely deadpan response. Yeah, that was me. I was in Daejeon by coincidence and got swept up in it. The squad is speechless. Really? Wow. They can't believe they're standing in the same room as the hero of the Daejeon incident. The first soldier looks at him with pure admiration. You're amazing. Were you hurt? Minjun waves it off. I'm fine. But Gwangshik isn't done. He gets right in Minjun's face, practically vibrating with excitement. Does this have anything to do with you becoming squad commander? Are there any other rewards? He grabs his own face, his eyes sparkling. What are they? The entire squad is dying to know what kind of perks their new legendary commander received. A few days later, the squad is clearing out the Goblin Colony dungeon. Soldiers are engaged in a fierce battle, cutting down green-skinned goblins. A goblin gets sliced across the face, its life ending in an instant. As they fight, two soldiers are gossiping. One asks if the other heard that their new commander got a scouting offer from the elite STF. The other confirms it. He adds that Minjun flat-out rejected the offer and even beat an STF sergeant senseless during a sparring match. The first soldier is skeptical. I mean, these stories don't sound very convincing. The tales are just too wild to be true. The other soldier continues, explaining that the division commander not only made Minjun a squad commander, but also promised him a fast track to staff sergeant. Suddenly, a monstrous roar rips through the forest. A massive, green hand grabs a tree trunk, snapping it like a twig. A hulking hobgoblin emerges from the shadows, its eyes glowing menacingly. It towers over the soldiers, clutching a crude wooden club, ready to attack. The hobgoblin lets out a ferocious roar. The two gossiping soldiers freeze in place, completely terrified. The monster swings its club, but just before it connects, a hand shoots out and stops it cold. A black, tendril-like whip lashes through the air. It strikes the hobgoblin directly in the face with a sickening crack. The monster stumbles back, howling in pain and dropping its club. The whip strikes again and again, lashing the monster's body. The hobgoblin can only screech in agony as the two soldiers watch in stunned silence. Another lash lands, and the creature stumbles. We see who's wielding the weapon. It's Minjun, effortlessly handling the long, braided whip. He looks completely calm, a slight smirk on his face as he prepares to strike again. The two soldiers stare at the weapon. That's the personal equipment the division commander gave him, one says. The other agrees, it's really good. With a final, powerful swing, Minjun unleashes a blast of purple energy, tearing through two goblins at once. A squadmate wonders why Minjun would choose a whip. His friend explains that the division commander offered any weapon, and this is what Minjun chose. Standing over a pile of defeated goblins, the soldier realizes that with rewards like this, it's no wonder Minjun rejected the STF's offer. Minjun swings the whip, a look of pure satisfaction on his face. He thinks to himself, "This is a lot better than I ever imagined." The whip's weight, balance, and grip are all perfect, a world apart from the standard issue gear. Best of all, a glowing blue mana stone is embedded in the handle. With it, he can channel his power without using his own demonic energy, a perfect tool to hide his true nature. Minjun grins, thinking about the future. A promotion within a year? With this new toy, he's confident he'll be getting that promotion very soon. The scene cuts to a Saturday in Chunshan, at a popular barbecue restaurant. Sizzling on a grill is a delicious-looking pile of spicy stir-fried chicken. Minjun sits at the table, his expression completely serious as he tends to the grilling meat. He looks up and asks impatiently, "Can we eat now?" Someone across from him replies, "Why are you asking me that?" Minjun looks up, his irritation clear on his face, and we see who he's with. It's Sun Unseo, her eyes sparkling as she exclaims, "Wow, it looks so good!" Minjun is not happy. "More importantly, why are you eating dinner with me right now?" The restaurant owner tends to their grill, oblivious to the tense atmosphere. Unseo smiles brightly. "You can eat it now," she announces. She eagerly digs in, stuffing her cheeks with chicken. Minjun watches her, a deep scowl on his face. Even though he's annoyed, he has to admit the food is amazing. Unseo offers him a piece with her chopsticks. He ignores it, telling her to eat as much as she wants since he's paying. But she cuts him off. "No, that's not the problem!" Minjun leans forward, demanding an answer. "How did you know I was out today, and that I was coming to this exact restaurant?" His eyes narrow as a horrifying realization dawns on him. Wait. He remembers a series of innocent-sounding text messages from his squadmate, Kim Guangshik. The pieces click into place. Was it that jerk Kim Guangshik? Unseo looks away, feigning innocence. Ah, no. This is all a coincidence. Minjun's face contorts in rage, a dark aura surrounding him. It was no coincidence. Unseo looks down and apologizes, admitting she was the one who asked Guangshik. Minjun snaps back that he'll deal with him later. He leans in closer, his eyes intense. "In any case, isn't this strange? What is it? Do you like me?" The question hangs in the air, so loud that even the restaurant owner turns to look. Unseo's face flushes bright red. "What kind of nonsense are you saying?" she sputters. "And why are you suddenly talking to me so casually?" Minjun grins. "You can speak casually too. I assume we're about the same age." Unseo grits her teeth, flustered. She shouts, "Anyway, it's not that I like you, so don't be mistaken." Minjun presses her. "Then why are you here? I bet you took a vacation just because you heard I was out today." Unseo admits that's true, but says there's another reason. Her expression turns serious. She starts listing events. The enclosed dungeon at the training center, the Red Boar Gate, and the fake dungeon just a while ago. Minjun's face falls. He stammers, "What are you talking about?" She puts a finger to her chin, a sly look in her eyes. "It seems like wherever you go, something big happens. I was just curious if something would happen this time, too." She immediately blushes, realizing how ridiculous that sounded. Minjun is completely silent, just staring into space. Unseo glances at him, her cheeks still pink. A slow, forced laugh escapes Minjun's lips. "Ha, ha, ha." He laughs nervously, sweat pouring down his face. It's not like I'm a walking natural disaster," he jokes weakly, chugging a glass of water. But Unseo just tilts her head, a thoughtful look on her face. "No way," she mutters to herself. Minjun freezes, a look of pure terror on his face. He thinks, has she figured me out? Just when Minjun thinks he can finally unwind, his world is about to get complicated. Across the table, Unseo brings up his suspiciously fast promotion. He just laughs it off, casually deflecting by mentioning her own recent promotion to corporal. Unseo gets flustered, reminding him of his higher rank, but Minjun just leans back with a smirk, clearly enjoying getting under her skin. But as he does, his smile vanishes. A faint, dark aura flickers behind him, completely invisible to her. His senses are screaming. A vision flashes in his mind, a gate, crackling with raw energy, tearing open somewhere nearby. He mutters to himself about the terrible timing. With Unseo watching him like a hawk, he knows he can't just brush this off. Deep down, all he wants to do is ditch dinner and chase after that sweet demonic energy, but on the outside, he has to keep his cool. He grits his teeth. There's no choice. He has to go. He stands up abruptly, plastering on a serious face. He tells her he'll be right back, that he just needs to use the restroom. Unseo just watches him go, totally confused by his sudden change in mood. He's out of the restaurant in a flash, moving quickly through a quiet park as the sky above begins to crackle with an ominous blue light. He knows he's getting close. Perched on a park bench is a small, shadowy creature with glowing pink eyes. It's his loyal servant, Ibongu. Minjun gives him a quick thumbs up for the good work. He can already feel the sinister magical energy pouring from the forming gate. Ibongu plays with a small ball of purple energy, but Minjun's expression turns serious. He asks about his other scout, wondering why he hasn't reported in. Something feels off. His gaze snaps back toward the source of the power. The air rips apart, and a swirling blue vortex, a gate, materializes right in the middle of the park. He glances around, relieved to see the park is empty on this cold winter night. He clenches his fist in annoyance. A gate opening right in the middle of a residential area is the last thing he needed. He has to end this, fast. He cracks his knuckles, a determined grin spreading across his face. He's not just doing this for the safety of the citizens, he's thinking about that promotion. A massive, hulking silhouette begins to push its way through the shimmering portal. Something big is coming through. Minjun braces himself, his eyes wide as he prepares for whatever is about to emerge. Just then, his phone buzzes. It's an emergency alert from Hunter Army Command. A gate has been detected and all civilians are ordered to evacuate. He stares at the portal, his mind racing. If something too powerful appears, he'll have to lead it away from the city. Knowing the military is on its way, he decides to buy some time. Dark, demonic energy begins to swirl around his hands. He's not planning on holding back. A massive, sharpened blade slices through the portal's shimmering energy. A monstrous creature steps through. It's a hulking beast with tough gray skin, jagged teeth, and a terrifying blade fused directly to its arm. The monster lets out a deafening roar and immediately lunges toward him. It swings its blade arm in a vicious arc, aiming to cut him clean in half. Minjun drops into a low crouch, dodging the attack with ease. As the blade whistles over his head, he's already analyzing his opponent, wondering if this is the only one. He sizes up the monster, noting the immense magical energy it must have consumed to grow so powerful. That arm definitely looks dangerous. He puts some distance between them, knowing that getting into close combat is far too risky. He smirks, gathering dark energy in his hands. He unleashes a new skill, Dark Arrow. The monster reacts with surprising speed, sending sparks flying everywhere. The projectile is stopped cold, but the chain is still attached. Minjun yanks hard on the chain. He catches the huge weapon with one hand, bracing himself against its immense weight. He looks genuinely surprised. This monster fights with more skill than any he's ever faced on Earth. Using the chain, he begins to swing the massive weapon, turning the monster's own power against it. He swings it in a huge arc. Minjun leaps into the air, using the chain to swing himself around for a powerful kick. He vaults over the beast, repositioning himself perfectly in midair. He slams an energy-infused kick right into the monster's side. The monster stumbles back. Minjun lands gracefully, ready for his next move. The beast roars in fury, its eyes glowing with rage. It's wounded, but far from beaten. Minjun prepares to strike again, but a furious shout cuts through the night. "Hey, Kim Minjun!" He whips his head around, his face a perfect storm of shock and irritation. It's Unseo. And she's charging into the fight armed with a street sign she literally ripped from the ground. He practically screams at her, "Why are you here?" The monster takes advantage of his distraction, lashing out with its chain weapon as Unseo hurls her makeshift weapon like a javelin. Minjun's hand shoots out, grabbing the thick chain in mid-air and stopping the attack cold. He glares at the monster, growling, "What do you think you're doing?" just as the beast lets out a pained roar. Unseo is still yelling at him. "What are you doing here without a weapon?" He yells back, completely baffled. "You ran away from dinner! How did you even know to come here?" This is the absolute worst time for an argument. "I saw the disaster text and came!" she screams as the street sign she threw flies through the air. An absolutely wicked grin spreads across his face. He has an idea. He leaps into the air, dodging the monster's attack and positioning himself perfectly. He catches the flying street sign in midair. With a powerful twist, he prepares to use it as a weapon of his own. His eyes begin to glow with a menacing purple light as he channels his magical whip skill into the signpost. He asks the monster, "Did you think this through?" as he brings the magically charged sign down with incredible force. The sign connects with the monster's head, shattering it in a brutal explosion of dark energy. The monster is obliterated, its body crashing to the ground as the purple energy dissipates. The dust settles. Unseo stands there coughing, completely stunned by the raw display of power she just witnessed. Minjun stands over the defeated monster, demonic energy still swirling around him. He casually tosses the bent and broken street sign aside. Unseo stares at him, her eyes wide with shock and awe. Her voice trembles as she asks if he was the one who just took down that high-risk monster. Minjun turns to her with a smug look, trying desperately to cover his tracks. He boasts that if she hadn't shown up, he could have handled it even more easily. But it's far too late for excuses. Unseo kneels by the monster's body, her sharp eyes noticing how strange it is. A creature that's skilled coming out of the gate all alone? It doesn't make any sense. She stands up, her expression grim. She tells him they need to talk later, but before they can, the gate behind them begins to flare violently. More monsters are coming. Unseo's eyes widen in horror. Minjun just looks annoyed. A horde of the exact same blade ogres begins to pour out of the gate. Unseo panics, yelling that they need to retreat, but Minjun just shoulders the broken street sign, completely unfazed. He gives her a chillingly calm smile and tells her that's a good idea. She should retreat and meet up with the hunter army when they arrive. She stares at him, horrified, asking if he's insane for wanting to face them alone. But Minjun's smile turns predatory. He's done playing games. He slams the street sign into the ground as his eyes glow, a menacing red demonic energy erupting all around him. He's done hiding. He dashes forward, a blur of motion heading straight for the horde of monsters. A wild, ecstatic grin spreads across his face as he shouts a line from his favorite video game, "Lieutenant, charge!" The scene cuts away to a dark, remote forest. A mysterious figure in a heavy black cloak moves silently through the trees. Their heavy boots crunch on the forest floor. 2 moons hang in the night sky. This isn't Earth. This is the world of Isgard. The cloaked figure stands before a large, ancient rock formation. With a simple wave of their hand, the rocks begin to tremble and move. The massive stones rumble aside, revealing a hidden passageway leading into darkness. The figure steps through the secret entrance without a moment's hesitation. They walk down a long, dark corridor. Their destination is close. They emerge into a vast, circular chamber, lit by a mystical, starry light. In the center stands a massive stone statue of a woman. The figure approaches the altar at the foot of the statue. They clasp their hands together in prayer. Slowly, the figure reaches up and pulls back their hood. It's a woman with striking, vibrant red hair. Her eyes are sharp and cold. This is the saint, Minjun's greatest enemy. She stands before the statue, her voice echoing softly in the silent chamber. "Please wait. Minold Nim,